Main Street Part 2 by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 14. SHE was marching home. No, I couldn't fall in love with him. I like him very much, but he's too much of a recluse. Could I kiss him? No. No. Guy Pollock at 26, I could have kissed him then, maybe, even if I were married to someone else, and probably I'd have been glib in persuading myself that it wasn't really wrong. The amazing thing is that I'm not more amazed at myself. I, the virtuous young matron, am I to be trusted? If the Prince Charming came, a Gopher Prairie housewife, married a year, and yearning for a Prince Charming like a bachfish of 16. They say that marriage is a magic change. But I'm not changed. But no, I wouldn't want to fall in love, even if the prince did come. I wouldn't want to hurt Will. I am fond of Will, I am. He doesn't stir me, not any longer. But I depend on him. He is home and children. I wonder when we will begin to have children. I do want them. I wonder whether I remembered to tell Bea to have hominy tomorrow instead of oatmeal. She will have gone to bed by now. Perhaps I'll be up early enough, ever so fond of Will. I wouldn't hurt him, even if I had to lose the mad love. If the prince came, I'd look once at him and run, darn fast. Oh, Carol, you are not heroic nor fine. You are the immutable, vulgar young female. But I'm not the faithless wife who enjoys confiding that she's misunderstood. Oh, I'm not. Am I? At least I didn't whisper to Guy about Will's faults and his blindness to my. Remarkable soul. I didn't. Matter of fact, Will probably understands me perfectly, if he would just back me up in rousing the town. How incredibly many wives there must be who tingle over the first Guy Pollock who smiles at them. No, I will not be one of that herd of yearners, the coy virgin brides. Yet probably if the prince were young and dared to face life, I'm not half as well oriented as that Mrs. Dillon, so obviously adoring her dentist, and seeing Guy only as an eccentric fogey. They weren't silk Mrs. Dillon's stockings, they were lisle. Her legs are nice and slim, but no nicer than mine. I hate cotton tops on silk stockings. Are my ankles getting fat? I will not have fat ankles. No, I am fond of Will. His work one farmer he pulls through diphtheria is. Worth all my yammering for a castle in Spain, a castle with baths. This hat is so tight. I must stretch it. Guy liked it. There's the house. I'm awfully chilly. Time to get out the fur coat. I wonder if I'll ever have a beaver coat. Nutria is not the same thing. Beaver glossy. Like to run my fingers over it. Guy's mustache like beaver. How utterly absurd. I am fond of Will, and can't I ever find another word than fond? He's home. He'll think I was out late. Why can't he ever remember to pull down the shades? Cy Bogart and all the beastly boys peeping in. But the poor dear, he's absent-minded about mean-it-minish, whatever the word is. He has so much worry and work, while I do nothing but jabber to Bea. I mustn't forget the hominy. She was flying into the hall. Kennicott looked up from the Journal of the American Medical Society. "Hello, what time did you get back?" she cried. "About 9. You been gadding. Here it is past 11. Good-natured yet not quite approving. Did it feel neglected? Well, you didn't remember to close the lower draft in the furnace. Oh, I'm so sorry, but I don't often forget things like that, do I?" She dropped into his lap, and after he had jerked back his head to sate his eyeglasses and remove the glasses and settled her in a position less cramping to his, legs and casually cleared his throat, he kissed her amiably and remarked, "Nope, I must say you're fairly good about things like that. I wasn't kicking. I just meant I wouldn't want the fire to go out on us, leave that draft open, and the fire might burn up and go out on us, and the nights are beginning to get pretty cold again. Pretty cold on my drive. I put the side curtains up, it was so chilly, but the generator is working all right now. Yes, it is chilly, but I feel fine after my walk. Go walking? I went up to see the Parries. By a definite act of will, she added the truth. They weren't in, and I saw Guy Pollock, dropped into his office. Why, you haven't been sitting and chinning with him till 11 o'clock. Of course there were some other people there and Will. What do you think of Dr. Westlake? Westlake, why? I noticed him on the street today. Was he limping? If the poor fish would had his teeth x-rayed, I'll bet 9.5 cents he'd find an abscess there. Rheumatism, he calls it. Rheumatism, hell, he's behind the times. Wonder he doesn't bleed himself. Willell, a profound and serious yawn. I hate to break up the party, but it's getting late, and a doctor never knows when he'll get routed out before morning. She remembered that he had given this explanation in these words not less than 30 times in the year. I guess we better be trotting up to bed. I've wound the clock and looked at the furnace. Did you lock the front door when you came in? They trailed upstairs, after he had turned out the lights and twice tested the front door to make sure it was fast. While they talked, they were preparing for bed. Carol still sought to maintain privacy by undressing behind the screen of the closet door. Kennicott was not so reticent. Tonight, as every night, she was irritated by having to push the old plush chair out of the way before she could open the closet door. Every time she opened the door, she shoved the chair. 10 times an hour. But Kennicott liked to have the chair in the room, and there was no place for it except in front of the closet. She pushed it, felt angry, hid her anger. Kennicott was yawning more portentously. The room smelled stale. She shrugged and became chatty. You were speaking of Dr. Westlake. Tell me you've never summed him up. Is he really a good doctor? Oh yes, he's a wise old coot. There, you see there is no medical rivalry, not in my house, she said triumphantly to Guy Pollock. She hung her soap petticoat on a closet hook and went on, Dr. Dunn. Westlake is so gentle and scholarly. Well, I don't know if I'd say he was such a whale of a scholar. I've always had a suspicion he did a good deal of four-flushing about that. He likes to have people think he keeps up his French and Greek and Lord knows what all. And he's always got an old Dago book lying around the sitting room, but I've got a hunch he reads detective stories, 'bout like the rest of us. And I don't know where he'd ever learned so doggone many languages anyway. He kind of lets people assume he went to Harvard or Berlin or Oxford or somewhere, but I looked him up in the medical register and he graduated from a Hick College in Pennsylvania, way back in 1861. But this is the important thing. Is he an honest doctor? How do you mean, honest? Depends on what you mean. Suppose you were sick, would you call him in? Would you let me call him in? Not if I were well enough to cuss and bite, I wouldn't. No, Sir, I wouldn't have the old fake in the house. Makes me tired. his everlasting palavering and soft soaping. He's all right for an ordinary bellyache or holding some fool woman's hand, but I wouldn't call him in for an honest-to-God illness. Not much I wouldn't. No, sir. You know I don't do much backbiting. But same time I'll tell you, Kari, I've never got over being sore at Westlake for the way he treated Mrs. Jonderquist. Nothing the matter with her. What she really needed was a rest. But Westlake kept calling on her for weeks, almost every day, and he sent her a good big fat bill, too, you can bet. I never did forgive him for that. Nice, decent, hard-working people like the Jonderquists. In her batiste nightgown, she was standing at the bureau engaged in the invariable rites of wishing that she had a real dressing table with a triple mirror, of bending toward the streaky glass and raising her chin to inspect a pinhead mole on her throat, and finally of brushing her hair. In rhythm to the strokes she went on, "But, Will, there isn't any of what you might call financial rivalry between you and the partners Westlake and McGanum, is there?" He flipped into bed with a solemn back somersault and a ludicrous kick of his heels as he tucked his legs under the blankets. He snorted, "Lord, no. I never begrudge any man a nickel he can get away from me fairly. But is Westlake fair? Isn't he sly? Sly is the word. He's a fox, that boy." She saw Guy Pollock's grin in the mirror. She flushed. Kennicott, with his arms behind his head, was yawning. "Yump. He's smooth, too smooth. But I bet I make pretties near as much as Westlake and McGanum both together, though I've never wanted to grab more than my just share. If anybody wants to go to the partners instead of to me, that's his business. Though I must say it makes me tired when Westlake gets hold of the Dawsons. Here Luke Dawson had been coming to me for every toe-ache and headache, and a lot of little things that just wasted my time. And then when his grandchild was here last summer and had summer complaint, I suppose, or something like that, probably you know, the time you and I drove up to Lac Qui Mer, why Westlake got hold of Maud Dawson and scared her to death and made her think the kid had appendicitis, and, by golly, if he and Magana parade and holler their heads off about the terrible Adians they found. And what a regular Charlie and Will Mayo they were for classy surgery. They let on that if they'd waited 2 hours more, the kid would have developed peritonitis, and God knows what all. And then they collected a nice fat $150. And probably they'd have charged $300 if they hadn't been afraid of me. I'm no hog, but I certainly do hate to give old Luke $10 worth of advice for $1.50, and then see $150 go glimmering. And if I can't do a better pendectomy than either Westlake or McGanum, I'll eat my hat. As she crept into bed, she was dazzled by Guy's blazing grin. She experimented, but Westlake is cleverer than his son-in-law, don't you think? Yes. Westlake may be old-fashioned and all that, but he's got a certain amount of intuition, while McGanum goes into everything bull-headed and butts his way through like a damn yahoo and tries to argue his patience into having. Whatever he diagnoses them as having. About the best thing Matt can do is to stick to baby snatching. He's just about on a par with this bone-pounding chiropractor female, Mrs. Mattie Gooch. Mrs. Westlake and Mrs. McGanum, though they're nice, they've been awfully cordial to me. Well, no reason why they shouldn't be, is there? Oh, they're nice enough, though you can bet your bottom dollar they're both plugging for their husbands all the time, trying to get the business. And I don't know as I call it so damn cordial in Mrs. McGanum when I holler at her on the street and she nods back like she had a sore neck. Still, she's all right. It's Ma Westlake that makes the mischief, pussyfooting around all the time. But I wouldn't trust any Westlake out of the whole lot, and while Mrs. McGanum seems square enough, You don't never want to forget that she's Westlake's daughter. You bet! What about Dr. Gould? Don't you think he's worse than either Westlake or McGanum? He's so cheap drinking and playing pool and always smoking cigars in such a cocky way. That's all right now. Terry Gould is a good deal of a tin-horn sport, but he knows a lot about medicine, and don't you forget it for 1 second. She stared down Guy's grin and asked more cheerfully, "Is he honest too?" "Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy." He burrowed beneath the bedclothes in a luxurious stretch and came up like a diver, shaking his head as he complained, "How's that? Who? Terry Gould honest?" "Don't start me laughing. I'm too nice and sleepy." "I didn't say he was honest. I said he had savvy enough to find the index in Gray's Anatomy, which is more than McGanum can do. But I didn't say anything about his being honest. He isn't. Terry is crooked as a dog's hind leg. He's done me more than one dirty trick. He told Mrs. Glorback 17. miles out, that I wasn't up to date in obstetrics. Fat lot of good it did him. She came right in and told me. And Terry's lazy. He'd let a pneumonia patient choke rather than interrupt a poker game. Oh no, I can't believe. Well, now I'm telling you, does he play much poker? Dr. Dillon told me that Dr. Gould wanted him to play Dillon. Told you what? Where'd you meet Dillon? He's just come to town. He and his wife were at Mr. Pollock's tonight. Say, what'd you think of them? Didn't Dillon strike you as pretty light-waisted? Why, no. He seemed intelligent. I'm sure he's much more wide awake than our dentist. Well now, the old man is a good dentist. He knows his business. And Dillon, I wouldn't cuddle up to the Dillons too close if I were you. All right for Pollock. And that's none of our business. But I think I'd just give the Dillons the glad hand and pass him up. But why? He isn't a rival. That's all right. Kennicott was aggressively awake now. He'll work right in with Westlake and McGanum. Matter of fact, I suspect they were largely responsible for his locating here. They'll be sending him patients, and he'll send all that he can get hold of to them. I don't trust anybody that's too much hand in glove with Westlake. You give Dillon a shot at some fella that's just bought a farm here and drifts into town to get his teeth looked at, and after Dillon gets through with him, you'll see him edging around to Westlake and McGanum every time. Carol reached for her blouse, which hung on a chair by the bed. She draped it about her shoulders and sat up studying Kennicott, her chin in her hands. In the gray light from the small electric bulb down the hall, she could see that he was frowning. Will, I must get this straight. Someone said to me the other day that in towns like this, even more than in cities, all the doctors hate each other because of the money. Who said that? It doesn't matter. I'll bet a hat it was your Vida Sherwin. She's a brainy woman, but she'd be a damn sight brainier if she kept her mouth shut and didn't let so much of her brains ooze out that way. Will! Oh, Will! That's horrible! Aside from the vulgarity, some ways, Vida is my best friend, even if she had said it. Which, as a matter of fact, she didn't. He reared up his thick shoulders in absurd pink and green flannelette pajamas. He sat straight and irritatingly snapped his fingers and growled, "Well, if she didn't say it, let's forget her." Doesn't make any difference who said it anyway. The point is that you believe it. God, to think you don't understand me any better than that. Money. This is the first real quarrel we've ever had. She was agonizing. He thrust out his long arm and snatched his wrinkly vest from a chair. He took out a cigar, a match. He tossed the vest on the floor. He lighted the cigar and puffed savagely. He broke up the match and snapped the fragments at the footboard. She suddenly saw the footboard of the bed as the footstone of the grave of love. The room was drab-colored and ill-ventilated. Kennicott did not believe in opening the windows so darn wide that you heat all outdoors. The stale air seemed never to change. In the light from the hall, there were 2 lumps of bedclothes with shoulders and tousled heads attached. She begged, "I didn't mean to wake you up, dear. And please don't smoke. You've been smoking so much. Please go back to sleep. I'm sorry. Being sorry." "Oh, being sorry is all right, but I'm going to tell you 1 or 2 things. This falling for anybody's say-so about medical jealousy and competition is simply part and parcel of your usual willingness to think the worst you possibly can of us poor dubs in Gopher Prairie. Trouble with women like you is, you always want to argue. Can't take things the way they are, got to argue. Well, I'm not going to argue about this in any way, shape, manner, or form. Trouble with you is, you don't make any effort to appreciate us. You're so damn superior. And think the city is such a hell of a lot finer place, and you want us to do what you want all the time. That's not true. It's I who make the effort. It's you who stand back and criticize. I have to come over to the town's opinion. I have to devote myself to their interests. They can't even see my interests, to say nothing of adopting them. I get ever so excited about their old Lake Minnemoshi and the cottages, but they simply guffaw in that lovely friendly way you advertise so much if I speak of wanting to see Tormina also. Sure, Tormina, whatever that is, some nice, expensive millionaire colony, I suppose. Sure, that's the idea, champagne taste and beer income, and make sure that we never will have more than a beer income too. Are you by any chance implying that I am not economical? Well, I hadn't intended to, but since you bring it up yourself, I don't mind saying the grocery bills are about twice what they ought to be. Yes, they probably are. I'm not economical. I can't be, thanks to you. Where do you get that, thanks to you? Please don't be quite so colloquial, or shall I say vulgar? I'll be as damn colloquial as I want to. How do you get that thanks to you? Here, about a year ago, you jumped me for not remembering to give you money. Well, I'm reasonable. I didn't blame you, and I said I was to blame, but have I ever forgotten it since practically? No, you haven't practically. But that isn't it. I ought to have an allowance. I will too. I must have an agreement for a regular stated amount every month. Fine idea. Of course a doctor gets a regular stated amount. Sure. 1,000 one month and lucky if he makes 100 the next. Very well then, a percentage or something else. No matter how much you vary, you can make a rough average for but what's the idea? What are you trying to get at? Mean to say I'm unreasonable? Think I'm so unreliable and tightwad that you've got to tie me down with a contract? By God, that hurts! I thought I'd been pretty generous and decent, and I took a lot of pleasure. Thinks I, she'll be tickled when I hand. Her over this 20 or 50 or whatever it was. And now seems you been wanting to make it a kind of alimony. Me, like a poor fool, thinking I was liberal all the while, and you please stop pitying yourself. You're having a beautiful time feeling injured. I admit all you say, certainly. You've given me money both freely and amiably, quite as if I were your mistress. Carrie, I mean it. What was a magnificent spectacle of generosity to you was humiliation to me. You gave me money, gave it to your mistress, if she was complacent, and then you, Carrie, don't interrupt me, then you felt you discharged all obligation. Well, hereafter I'll refuse your money as a gift. Either I'm your partner, in charge of the household department of our business, with a regular budget for it, or else I'm nothing. If I'm to be a mistress, I shall choose my lovers. Oh, I hate it. I hate it, this smirking and hoping for money, and then not even spending it on jewels, as a mistress has a right to, but spending it on double boilers and socks for you. Yes, indeed. You're generous. You give me $1 right out. The only proviso is that I must spend it on a tie for you, and you give it when and as you wish. How can I be anything but uneconomical? Oh well, of course, looking at it that way, I can't shop around, can't buy in large quantities, have to stick to stores where I have a charge account, good deal of the time, can't plan because I don't know how much money I can depend on. That's what I pay for your charming sentimentalities about giving so generously. You make me. Wait, you know you're exaggerating. You never thought about that mistress stuff till just this minute. Matter of fact, you never have smirked and hoped for money. But all the same, you may be right. You ought to run the household as a business. I'll figure out a definite plan tomorrow, and hereafter you'll be on a regular amount or percentage with your own checking account. Oh, that is decent of you. She turned toward him, trying to be affectionate, but his eyes were pink and unlovely in the flare of the match with which he lighted his dead and malodorous cigar. His head drooped, and a ridge of flesh scattered with pale small bristles bulged out under his chin. She sat in abeyance till he croaked, "No, 'tisn't especially decent. It's just fair. And God knows I want to be fair, but I expect others to be fair too. And you're so high and mighty about people. Take Sam Clark, best soul that ever lived, honest and loyal and a damn good fellow, yes, and a good shot at ducks. Don't forget that. Well, and he is a good shot too. Sam drops around in the evening to sit and visit, and by golly, just because he takes a dry smoke and rolls his cigar around in his mouth and maybe spits a few times, you look at him as if he was a hog. Oh, you didn't know I was on to you, and I certainly hope Sam hasn't noticed it, but I never miss it. I have felt that way, spitting, ugh, but I'm sorry you caught my thoughts. I tried to be nice, I tried to hide them. Maybe I catch a whole lot more than you think I do. Yes, perhaps you do. And you know why Sam doesn't light his cigar when he's here? Why? He's so darn afraid you'll be offended if he smokes. You scare him. Every time he speaks of the weather, you jump him because he ain't talking about poetry or Gertie, or some other highbrow junk. You've got him so leery he scarcely dares to come here. Oh, I am sorry, though I'm sure it's you who are exaggerating now. Well now, I don't know as I am. And I can tell you one thing, if you keep on, you'll manage to drive away every friend I've got. That would be horrible of me. You now, I don't mean to will. What is it about me that frightens Sam if I do frighten him? Oh, you do, all right. 'Stead of putting his legs up on another chair and unbuttoning his vest and telling a good story or maybe kidding me about something, he sits on the edge of his chair and tries to make conversation about politics. And he doesn't even cuss, and Sam's never real comfortable unless he can cuss a little. In other words, he isn't comfortable unless he can behave like a peasant in a mud hut. Now that'll be about enough of that. You want to know how you scare him? First, you deliberately fire some question at him that you know darn well he can't answer. Any fool could see you were experimenting with him. And then you shock him by talking of mistresses or something, like you were doing just now. Of course, the pure Samuel never speaks of such erring ladies in his private conversations. Not when there's ladies around, you can bet your life on that. So the impurity lies in failing to pretend that now we won't go into all that eugenics or whatever damn fad you choose to call it. As I say, first you shock him and then you become so darn flighty that nobody can follow you. Either you want to dance, or you bang the piano, or else you get moody as the devil and don't want to talk or anything else. If you must be temperamental, why can't you be that way by yourself? My dear man, there's nothing I'd like better than to be by myself occasionally, to have a room of my own. I suppose you expect me to sit here and dream delicately and satisfy my temperamentality while you wander in from the bathroom with lather all over your face and shout, "Seen my brown pants?" Huh. He did not sound impressed. He made no answer. He turned out of bed, his feet making one solid thud on the floor. He marched from the room, a grotesque figure in baggy union pajamas. She heard him drawing a drink of water at the bathroom tap. She was furious at the contemptuousness of his exit. She snuggled down in bed and looked away from him as he returned. He ignored her. As he flumped into bed, he yawned and casually stated, "Well, you'll have plenty of privacy when we build a new house." "When?" "Oh, I'll build it all right, don't you fret." But of course I don't expect any credit for it. Now it was she who grunted, "Huh," and ignored him, and felt independent and masterful as she shot up out of bed, turned her back on him, fished alone, and petrified chocolate out of her glove box in the top right-hand drawer of the bureau, gnawed at it, found that it had coconut filling, said, "Damn," wished that she had not said it so that she might be superior to his colloquialism, and hurled the chocolate into the wastebasket, where it made an evil and mocking clatter among the debris of torn linen collars and toothpaste box. Then, in great dignity and self-dramatization, she returned to bed. All this time he had been talking on, embroidering his assertion that he didn't expect any credit. She was reflecting that he was a rustic, that she hated him, that she had been insane to marry him, that she had married him only because she was tired of work, that she must get her long gloves cleaned, that she would never do anything more for him, and that she mustn't forget his hominy for breakfast. She was roused to attention by his storming, "I'm a fool to think about a new house. By the time I get it built, you'll probably..." "have succeeded in your plan to get me completely in Dutch with every friend and every patient I've got." She sat up with a bounce. She said coldly, "Thank you very much for revealing your real opinion of me. If that's the way you feel, if I'm such a hindrance to you, I can't stay under this roof another minute, and I am perfectly well able to earn my own living. I will go at once, and you may get a divorce at your pleasure. What you want is a nice sweet cow of a woman who will enjoy having your dear friends talk about the weather and spit on the floor. Tut, don't be a fool. You will very soon find out whether I'm a fool or not. I mean it." Do you think I'd stay here 1 second after I found out that I was injuring you? At least I have enough sense of justice not to do that. Please stop flying off at tangents, Carrie. This tangents, let me tell you, isn't a theater play. It's a serious effort to have us get together on fundamentals. We've both been cranky and said a lot of things we didn't mean. I wish we were a couple of bloomin' poets and just talked about roses and moonshine, but we're human. All right, let's cut out jabbing at each other. Let's admit we both do fool things. See here, you feel superior to folks. You're not as bad as I say, but you're not as good as you say, not by a long shot. What's the reason you're so superior? Why can't you take folks as they are? Her preparations for stalking out of the doll's house were not yet visible. She mused, I think perhaps it's my childhood. She halted when she went on, her voice had an artificial sound, her words the bookish quality of emotional meditation. My father was the tenderest man in the world, but he did feel superior to ordinary people. Well, he was. And the Minnesota Valley, I used to sit there on the cliffs above Mankato for hours at a time, my chin in my hand, looking way down the valley, wanting to write poems. The shiny tilted roofs below me, and the river, and beyond it the level fields and the mist, and the rim of palisades across. It held my thoughts in. I live it in the valley. But the prairie, all my thoughts go flying off into the big space. Do you think it might be that? Well, maybe, but Carrie, you always talk so much about getting all you can out of life and not letting the years slip by, and here you deliberately go and deprive yourself of a lot of real good home pleasure by not enjoying people unless they wear frock coats and trot out morning clothes. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. To a lot of tea parties. Take Jack Elder. You think Jack hasn't got any ideas about anything but manufacturing and the tariff on lumber, but do you know that Jack is nutty about music? He'll put a grand opera record on the phonograph and sit and listen to it and close his eyes. Or you take Lim Cass. Ever realize what a well-informed man he is? But I is he. Gopher Prairie calls anybody well-informed who's been through the state capitol and heard about Gladstone. Now I'm telling you, Lim reads a lot solid stuff history. Or take Mart Mahoney, the Garaban. He's got a lot of Perry prints of famous pictures in his office. Or old Bingham Playfair, that died here 'bout a year ago, lived 7 miles out. He was a captain in the Civil War and knew General Sherman, and they say he was a miner in Nevada right alongside of Mark Twain. You'll find these characters in all these small towns, and a pile of savvy in every single one of them. If you just dig for it. I know, and I do love them, especially people like Champ Perry, but I can't be so very enthusiastic over the smug sits like Jack Elder. Then I'm a smug sit too, whatever that is. No, you're a scientist. Oh, I will try and get the music out of Mr. Elder. Only, why can't he let it come out instead of being ashamed of it and always talking about hunting dogs? But I will try. Is it all right now? Sure. But there's one other thing. You might give me some attention too. That's unjust. You have everything I am. No, I haven't. You think you respect me. You always hand out some spiel about my being so useful, but you never think of me as having ambitions just as much as you have. Perhaps not. I think of you as being perfectly satisfied. Well, I'm not by a long shot. I don't want to be a plug general practitioner all my life, like Westlake. and die in harness because I can't get out of it, and have 'em say he was a good fellow, but he couldn't save a cent. Not that I care a whoop what they say, after I've kicked in and can't hear 'em, but I want to put enough money away so you and I can be independent some day and not have to work unless I feel like it, and I want to have a good house. By golly, I'll have as good a house as anybody in this town. And if we want to travel and see your Tormina or whatever it is, why we can do it with enough money in our jeans so we won't have to take anything off anybody or fret about our old age. You never worry about what might happen if we got sick and didn't have a good fat wad salted away, do you? I don't suppose I do. Well then, I have to do it for you. And if you think for one moment I want to be stuck in this burg all my life and not have a chance to travel and see the different points of interest and all that, then you simply don't get me. I want to have a squint at the world, much as you do. Only, I'm practical about it. First place, I'm going to make the money I'm investing in good safe farmlands. Do you understand why now? Yes. Will you try and see if you can't think of me as something more than just a dollar-chasing roughneck? Oh, my dear, I haven't been just. I am difficile, and I won't call on the Dillons. And if Dr. Dillon is working for Westlake and McGanum, I hate him. Chapter 15. That December, she was in love with her husband. She romanticized herself not as a great reformer, but as the wife of a country physician. The realities of the doctor's household were colored by her pride. Late at night, a step on the wooden porch, heard through her confusion of sleep, the storm door opened, fumbling over the inner door panels, the buzz of the electric bell. Kennicott muttering, "Gall darn it," but patiently creeping out of bed, remembering to draw the covers up to keep her warm, feeling for slippers and bathrobe, clumping downstairs. From below, half heard in her drowsiness, a colloquy in the pidgin German of the farmers who have forgotten the old country language without learning the new. "Hello, Barney, was willst du?" "Morgen, Doctor. Die Frau is ja awful sick. All night she been having an awful pain in de belly." "How long she been this way?" "Wie lange?" I don't know, maybe 2 days." "Wie lang?" I don't know, maybe 2 days." "Why didn't you come for me yesterday instead of waking me up out of a sound sleep? Here it is, 2 o'clock. So spät warm, eh?" "Nun aber, I know it, but she got soch a lot worse last evening. I thought maybe all the time it go away, but it got a lot worse." "Any fever?" "Well, ja, I think she got fever." "Which side is the pain on?" "Huh, that's schmerzt I way. Which side is it on?" "Here, so, right here it is. Any rigidity there?" "Huh, is it rigidity there?" "Huh, is it rigid stiff? I mean, does the belly feel hard to the fingers?" "I don't know. She ain't said yet." "What she been eating?" "Vell, I think about vot will Reese eat. Maybe corned beef and cabbage and sausage, und so weiter." "Duck? See Weinemaru. All the time she holler like hell. I wish you." "Come." "Well, all right, but you call me earlier next time. Look here, Barney, you better install a phone telephone haben. Some of you Dutchmen will be dying one of these days before you can fetch the doctor." The door closing. Barney's wagon, the wheels silent in the snow, but the wagon body rattling. Kennicut clicking the receiver hook to rouse the night telephone operator, giving a number, waiting, cursing mildly, waiting again, and at last growling, "Hello, Gus, this is the doctor. Say, send me up a team. Guess snow's too thick for a machine. Going 8 miles south. All right. Huh? The hell I will. Don't you go back to sleep. Huh? Well, that's all right now. You didn't wait so very darn long. All right, Gus, shoot her along. Bye." His step on the stairs, his quiet moving about the frigid room while he dressed, his abstracted and meaningless cough. She was supposed to be asleep, she was too. Exquisitely drowsy to break the charm by speaking. On a slip of paper laid on the bureau, she could hear the pencil grinding against the marble slab. He wrote his destination. He went out, hungry, chilly, unprotesting, and she, before she fell asleep again, loved him for his sturdiness and saw the drama of his riding by night to the frightened household on the distant farm, pictured children standing at a window, waiting for him. He suddenly had in her eyes the heroism of a wireless operator on a ship in a collision, of an explorer fever-clawed, deserted by his bearers, but going on jungle-going. At 6, when the light faltered in as through ground glass and bleakly identified the chairs as gray rectangles, she heard his step on the porch, heard him at the furnace, the rattle of shaking the grate, the slow grinding removal of ashes, the shovel thrust into the coal bin. Free. She visioned the firebox. Flames turned to lemon and metallic gold as the coal dust sifted over them. Thin, twisty flutters of purple, ghost flames which gave no light, slipping up between the dark banked coals. It was luxurious in bed, and the house would be warm for her when she rose, she reflected. What a worthless cat she was! What were her aspirations beside his capability? She awoke again as he dropped into bed. "Seems just a few minutes ago that you started out. I've been away 4 hours. I've operated a woman for appendicitis in a Dutch kitchen. Came awful close to losing her too, but I pulled her through all right. Close squeak. Barney says he shot 10 rabbits last Sunday." He was instantly asleep, 1 hour of rest before he had to be up and ready for. The farmers who came in early. She marveled that in what was to her but a night-blurred moment, he should have been in a distant place, have taken charge of a strange house, have slashed a woman, saved a life. What wonder he detested the lazy Westlake and McGanum? How could the easy Guy Pollock understand this skill and endurance? Then Kennicott was grumbling, 7:15. Aren't you ever going to get up for breakfast? And he was not a hero scientist, but a rather irritable and commonplace man who needed a shave. They had coffee, griddle cakes, and sausages, and talked about Mrs. McGanum's atrocious alligator hide belt. Night witchery and morning disillusion were alike forgotten in the march of realities and days. 2. Familiar to the doctor's wife was the man with an injured leg, driven in from the country on a Sunday afternoon and brought to the house. He sat in a rocker in the back of a lumber wagon, his face pale from the anguish of the jolting. His leg was thrust out before him, resting on a starch box and covered with a leather-bound horse blanket. His drab, courageous wife drove the wagon, and she helped Kennicott support him as he hobbled up the steps into the house. "Fellow cut his leg with an axe, pretty bad gash. Halver Nelson 9 miles out," Kennicott observed. Carol fluttered at the back of the room, childishly excited when she was sent to fetch towels and a basin of water. Kennicott lifted the farmer into a chair and chuckled. There we are, Halver. We'll have you out fixing fences and drinking aquavit in a month. The farm wife sat on the couch, expressionless, bulky in a man's dog-skin coat and unplumbed layers of jackets. The flowery silk handkerchief, which she had worn over her head, now hung about her seamed neck. Her white wool gloves lay in her lap. Kennicott drew from the injured leg the thick red German sock, the innumerous other socks of gray and white wool, then the spiral bandage. The leg was of an unwholesome dead white, with the black hairs feeble and thin and flattened, and the scar a puckered line of crimson. Surely Carol shuddered. This was not human flesh, the rosy shining tissue of the amorous poets. Kennicott examined the scar, smiled at Halver and his wife, chanted, "Fine, bagosh." Couldn't be better. The Nelsons looked deprecating. The farmer nodded a cue to his wife, and she mourned. "Vell, how much they going to owe you, doctor?" "I guess it'll be, let's see, 1 drive out and 2 calls. I guess it'll be about $11 in all, Lena." "I don't know. They can pay you used a little while, doctor." Kennicott lumbered over to her, patted her shoulder, roared. "Why, Lord love you, sister, I won't worry if I never get it. You pay me next fall when you get your crop. Carrie, suppose you or Bea could shake up a cup of coffee and some cold lamb for the Nelsons. They got a long cold drive ahead." 3. He had been gone since morning. Her eyes ached with reading. Beta Sherwin could not come to tea. She wandered through the house, empty as the bleary street without. The problem of, will the doctor be home in time for supper, or shall I sit down without him, was important in a household. 6 was the rigid, the canonical supper hour, but at 6:30 he had not come. Much speculation with Bea. Had the obstetrical case taken longer than he had expected? Had he been called somewhere else? Was the snow much heavier out in the country so that he should have taken a buggy or even a cutter instead of the car? Here in town it had melted a lot, but still, a honking, a shout, the motor engine raced before it was shut off. She hurried to the window. The car was a monster at rest after furious adventures. The headlights blazed on the clots of ice in the road so that the tiniest lumps gave mountainous shadows, and the taillight cast a circle of ruby on the snow behind. Kennicott was opening the door, crying, "Here we are, old girl. Got stuck couple times, but we made it. By golly, we made it, and here we be. Come on, food, eatin's." She rushed to him, patted his fur coat, the long hair smooth but chilly to her. Fingers. She joyously summoned Bea. "All right, he's here. We'll sit right down. IV." There were, to inform the doctor's wife of his successes, no clapping audiences, nor book reviews, nor honorary degrees. But there was a letter written by a German farmer recently moved from Minnesota to Saskatchewan. "Dear Sir, as you have been treading me for a few weeks this summer and seen what is wrong with me, so in regarding to that, I want to thank you. The doctor air say what should be wrong with me and dey give me some medicine, but it didn't help me like what should didn't. Now dey claim to die I, what you didn't need a medicine at all what you ton. Well, I haven't been taking anything for about 1 is since 2 months, but I don't get better, so I like to air what you think about it. It feel like disconfeeble feeling around the stomach after eating, and that pain around hurting down the arm." and about 3 to 3 1/2 hour after eating, I feel weak like and disse and a dull headache. Now, you gust let me know what you think about me. I do. What you say? Lee. She encountered Guy Pollock at the drugstore. He looked at her as though he had a right to. He spoke softly. I haven't seen you the last few days. No. I've been out in the country with Will several times. He's so. Do you know that people like you and me can never understand people like him? We're a pair of hypercritical loafers, you and I, while he quietly goes and does things. She nodded and smiled and was very busy about purchasing boric acid. He stared after her and slipped away. When she found that he was gone, she was slightly disconcerted. VI. She could at times agree with Kennicott that the shaving and corset's familiarity of married life was not dreary vulgarity, but a wholesome frankness, that artificial reticences might merely be irritating. She was not much disturbed when for hours he sat about the living room in his honest socks. But she would not listen to his theory that all this romance stuff is simply moonshine elegant when you're courting, but no use busting yourself keeping it up all your life. She thought of surprises, games, to vary the days. She knitted an astounding purple scarf, which she hid under his supper plate. When he discovered it, he looked embarrassed and gasped. Is today an anniversary or something? Gosh, I'd forgotten it. Once she filled the thermos bottle with hot coffee, a cornflakes box with cookies, just baked by Bea, and bustled to his office at 3 in the afternoon. She hid her bundles in the hall and peeped in. The office was shabby. Kennicott had inherited it from a medical predecessor and changed it only by adding a white enameled operating table, a sterilizer, a Röntgen ray apparatus, and a small portable typewriter. It was a suite of 2 rooms, a waiting room with straight chairs, shaky pine table, and those coverless and unknown magazines which are found only in the offices of dentists and doctors. The room beyond, looking on Main Street, was business office, consulting room, operating room, and in an alcove, bacteriological and chemical laboratory. The wooden floors of both rooms were bare. The furniture was brown and scaly. Waiting for the doctor were 2 women as still as though they were paralyzed, and a man in a railroad brakeman's uniform, holding his bandaged right hand with his tanned left. They stared at Carol. She sat modestly in a stiff chair. Feeling frivolous and out of place. Kennicott appeared at the inner door, ushering out a bleached man with a trickle of wan beard and consoling him. All right, Dad. Be careful about the sugar and mind the diet I gave you. Got the prescription filled and come in and see me next week. Say, better not drink too much beer. All right, Dad. His voice was artificially hearty. He looked absently at Carol. He was a medical machine now, not a domestic machine. What is it, Carrie? He droned. No hurry. Just wanted to say hello. Well, self-pity because he did not divine that this was a surprise party rendered her sad and interesting to herself, and she had the pleasure of the martyrs in saying, bravely to him, "It's nothing special. If you're busy long, I'll trot home." While she waited, she ceased to pity and began to mock herself. For the first time, she observed the waiting room. Oh yes, the doctor's family had to have OB panels and a wide couch and an electric percolator. But any hole was good enough for sick, tired common people who were nothing but the one means, an excuse for the doctor's existing. No, she couldn't blame Kennicott. He was satisfied by the shabby chairs. He put up with them as his patients did. It was her neglected province she who had been going about talking of rebuilding the whole town. When the patients were gone, she brought in her bundles. What's those? Wondered Kennicott. Turn your back. Look out of the window." He obeyed, not very much bored. When she cried, "Now," a feast of cookies and small hard candies and hot coffee was spread on the roll-top desk in the inner room. His broad face lightened. "That's a new one on me. Never was more surprised in my life. And by golly, I believe I am hungry. Say, this is fine." When the first exhilaration of the surprise had declined, she demanded, "Will, I'm going to refurnish your waiting room. What's the matter with it? It's all right." "It is not. It's hideous. We can afford to give your patients a better place. And it would be good business." She felt tremendously politic. "Rats! I don't worry about the business. You look here now, as I told you. Just because I like to tuck a few dollars away, I'll be switched if I'll stand." "For your thinking I'm nothing but a dollar chasing. Stop it, quick. I'm not hurting your feelings. I'm not criticizing. I'm the adoring least one of thy harem. I just mean 2 days later, with pictures, wicker chairs, a rug, she had made the waiting room habitable, and Kennicott admitted, "Does look a lot better. Never thought much about it. Guess I need being bullied." She was convinced that she was gloriously content in her career as doctor's wife. VI. She tried to free herself from the speculation and disillusionment which had been twitching at her, sought to dismiss all the opinionation of an insurgent era. She wanted to shine upon the veal-faced, bristly-bearded Lyman Cass as much as upon Miles Bjornstam or Guy Pollock. She gave a reception for the Thanatopsis. Club, but her real acquiring of merit was in calling upon that Mrs. Bogart whose gossipy good opinion was so valuable to a doctor. Though the Bogart house was next door, she had entered it but 3 times. Now she put on her new moleskin cap, which made her face small and innocent. She rubbed off the traces of a lipstick and fled across the alley before her admirable resolution should sneak away. The age of houses, like the age of men, has small relation to their years. The dull green cottage of the good widow Bogart was 20 years old, but it had the antiquity of Cheops and the smell of mummy dust. Its neatness rebuked the street. The 2 stones by the path were painted yellow. The outhouse was so over-modestly masked with vines and lattice that it was not concealed at all. The last iron dog remaining in Gopher Prairie stood among whitewashed conch shells upon the lawn. The hallway was dismayingly scrubbed. The kitchen was an exercise in mathematics, with problems worked out in equidistant chairs. The parlor was kept for visitors. Carol suggested, "Let's sit in the kitchen. Please don't trouble to light the parlor stove." "No trouble at all." "My gracious, and you coming so seldom and all, and the kitchen is a perfect sight. I try to keep it clean, but Cy will track mud all over it. I've spoken to him about it 100 times if I've spoken once. No, you sit right there, dearie, and I'll make a fire. No trouble at all, practically no trouble at all." Mrs. Bogart groaned, rubbed her joints, and repeatedly dusted her hands while she made the fire. And when Carol tried to help, she lamented, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Guess I ain't good for much but toil and workin' anyway. Seems as though that's what a lot of folks think." The parlor was distinguished by an expanse of rag carpet from which, as they entered, Mrs. Bogart hastily picked one sad dead fly. In the center of the carpet was a rug depicting a red Newfoundland dog reclining in a green and yellow daisy field and labeled "Our Friend." The parlor organ, tall and thin, was adorned with a mirror partly circular, partly square, and partly diamond-shaped, and with brackets holding a pot of geraniums, a mouth organ, and a copy of the old-time hymnal. On the center table was a Sears Roebuck mail-order catalog, a silver frame with photographs of the Baptist church and of an elderly clergyman, and an aluminum tray containing a rattlesnake's rattle and a broken spectacle lens. Mrs. Bogart spoke of the eloquence of the Reverend Mr. Zetterell, the coldness of cold days, the price of poplar wood, Dave Dyer's new haircut, and Cy Bogart's essential piety. As I said to a Sunday school teacher, Cy may be a little wild, but that's because he's got so much better brains than a lot of these boys, and this farmer that claims he caught Cy stealing beggies is the liar, and I ought to have the law on him. Mrs. Bogart went thoroughly into the rumor that the girl waiter at Billy's lunch was not all she might be, or, rather, was quite all she might be. My lands, what can you expect when everybody knows what her mother was? And if these traveling salesmen would let her alone, she would be all right, though I certainly don't believe she ought to be allowed to think she can pull the wool over our eyes. The sooner she's sent to the school for incorrigible girls down at Sauk Center, the better for all. And won't you just have a cup of coffee, Carol dearie? I'm sure you won't mind old Auntie Bogart calling you by your first name when you think how long I've known Will, and I was such a friend of his dear lovely mother when she lived here. And was that fur cap expensive? But don't you think it's awful, the way folks talk in this town? Mrs. Bogart hitched her chair nearer. Her large face, with its disturbing collection of moles and lone black hairs, wrinkled cunningly. She showed her decayed teeth in a reproving smile, and in the confidential voice of one who sensed stale bedroom scandal she breathed, "I just don't see how folks can talk and act like they do. You don't know the things that go on under cover. This town, why, it's only the religious training I've given Cy that's kept him so innocent of things. Just the other day I never pay no attention to stories, but I heard it mighty good and straight that Harry Haydock is carrying on with a girl that clerks in a store down in Minneapolis, and poor Juanita, not knowing anything about it though, maybe it's the judgment of God, because before she married Harry she acted up with more than one boy. Well, I don't like to say it, and maybe I ain't up to date, like Cy says, but I always believed a lady shouldn't even give names to all sorts of dreadful things. But just the same, I know there was at they made a little and and then there's that old Jensen the grocer that thinks he's so plaguey smart, and I know he made up to a farmer's wife, and this awful man Bjornstam that does chores, and Nat Hicks, and there was, it seemed, no person in town who was not living a life of shame except Mrs. Bogart, and naturally she resented it. She knew. She had always happened to be there. Once, she whispered, she was going by when an indiscreet window shade had been left up a couple of inches. Once she had noticed a man and woman holding hands, and right at a Methodist sociable. Another thing, heaven knows, I never want to start trouble, but I can't help what I see from my back steps, and I notice your hired girl Bea carrying on with the grocery boys and all. Mrs. Bogart, I trust Bea as I would myself. Oh dearie, you don't understand me. I'm sure she's a good girl. I mean she's green, and I hope that none of these horrid young men that there are around town will get her into trouble. It's their parents' fault, letting them run wild and hear evil things. If I had my way there wouldn't be none of them, not boys nor girls neither, allowed to know anything about things till they was married. It's terrible the bald way that some folks talk. It just shows and gives away what awful thoughts they got inside them, and there's nothing can cure them except coming right to God and kneeling down like I do at prayer meeting every Wednesday evening and saying, "Oh God, I would be a miserable sinner except for thy grace." I'd make every last one of these brats go to Sunday school and learn to think about nice things instead of about cigarettes and goings-on and these dances. They have at the lodges are the worst thing that ever happened to this town. Lot of young men squeezing girls and finding out. Oh, it's dreadful. I've told the mayor he ought to put a stop to them. And there was one boy in this town. I don't want to be suspicious or uncharitable, but it was half an hour before Carol escaped. She stopped on her own porch and thought viciously, if that woman is on the side of the angels, then I have no choice. I must be on the side of the devil. But isn't she like me? She too wants to reform the town. She too criticizes everybody. She too thinks the men are vulgar and limited. Am I like her? This is ghastly. That evening she did not merely consent to play cribbage with Kennicott, she urged him to play, and she worked up a hectic interest in land deals and Sam. Clark. 8. In courtship days, Kennicott had shown her a photograph of Nels Erdstrom's baby and log cabin, but she had never seen the Erdstroms. They had become merely patients of the doctor. Kennicott telephoned her on a mid-December afternoon. "Want to throw your coat on and drive out to Erdstrom's with me? Fairly warm." Nils got the jaundice. Oh, yes. She hastened to put on woolen stockings, high boots, sweater, muffler, cap, mittens. The snow was too thick and the ruts frozen too hard for the motor. They drove out in a clumsy high carriage. Tucked over them was a blue woolen cover, prickly to her wrists, and outside of it a buffalo robe, humble and moth-eaten now, used. Ever since the bison herds had streaked the prairie a few miles to the west. The scattered houses between which they passed in town were small and desolate in contrast to the expanse of huge snowy yards and wide street. They crossed the railroad tracks and instantly were in the farm country. The big piebald horses snorted clouds of steam and started to trot. The carriage squeaked in rhythm. Kennicott drove with clucks of, "There, boy, take it easy," he was thinking. He paid no attention to Carol. Yet it was he who commented, "Pretty nice, over there," as they approached an oak grove where shifty winter sunlight quivered in the hollow between two snowdrifts. They drove from the natural prairie to a clear district which 20 years ago had been forest. The country seemed to stretch unchanging to the North Pole. Low hill, brush scraggly bottom, reedy creek, muskrat mound, fields with frozen brown clods thrust up through the snow. Her ears and nose were pinched. Her breath frosted her collar. Her fingers ached. "Getting colder," she said. "Yup." That was all their conversation for 3 miles. Yet she was happy. They reached Nels Erdstrom's at 4, and with a throb she recognized the courageous venture which had lured her to Gopher Prairie, the cleared fields, furrows among stumps, a log cabin chinked with mud and roofed with dry hay, but Nels had prospered. He used the log cabin as a barn, and a new house reared up, a proud, unwise Gopher Prairie house, the more naked and ungraceful in its glossy white paint and pink trimmings. Every tree had been cut down. The house was so unsheltered, so battered by the wind, so bleakly thrust out into the harsh clearing, that Carol shivered. That they were welcomed warmly enough in thee. kitchen, with its crisp new plaster, its black and nickel range, its cream separator in a corner. Mrs. Erdstrom begged her to sit in the parlor, where there was a phonograph and an oak and leather davenport, the prairie farmer's proofs of social progress. But she dropped down by the kitchen stove and insisted, "Please don't mind me." When Mrs. Erdstrom had followed the doctor out of the room, Carol glanced in a friendly way at the grained pine cupboard, the framed Lutheran confirmations attest, the traces of fried eggs and sausages on the dining table, against the J-word, aggressive. Brickwoikadish! She saw that a boy of 4 or 5 was staring at her from the hall, a boy in gingham shirt and faded corduroy trousers, but large-eyed, firm-mouthed, wide-browed. He vanished, then peeped in again, biting his knuckles, turning his shoulder toward her in shyness. Didn't she remember what was it? Kennicott sitting beside her at Fort Snelling, urging, "See how scared that baby is, needs some woman like you." Magic had fluttered about her, the magic of sunset and cool air and the curiosity of lovers. She held out her hands as much to that sanctity as to the boy. He edged into the room, doubtfully sucking his thumb. "Hello," she said. "What's your name?" He. You're quite right. I agree with you. Silly people like me always ask children their names. He. Come here and I'll tell you the story of, well, I don't know what it will be about, but it will have a slim heroine and a Prince Charming. He stood stoically while she spun nonsense. His giggling ceased. She was winning him. Then the telephone bell 2 long rings, 1 short. Mrs. Erdstrom galloped into the room, shrieked into the transmitter. "Vel? Yes, dis is Erdstrom's place. Hey! Oh, you bant de doctor?" Kennicott appeared, growled into the telephone. "Well, what do you want?" "Oh, hello, Dave. What do you want?" "Which Morgenroths?" "Adolph's." "All right." "Amputation?" "Yeah, I see." "Say, Dave, get Gus to harness up and take my surgical kit down there and have him take some chloroform. I'll go straight down from here. May not get home tonight." "You can." "Get me at Adolph's." "Huh. No, Carrie can give the anesthetic, I guess. Bye. Huh. No, tell me about that tomorrow. Too damn many people always listening in on this farmer's line." He turned to Carol. Adolph Morgenroth, farmer 10 miles southwest of town, got his arm crushed fixing his cowshed and a post caved in on him, smashed him up pretty bad, may have to amputate, Dave Dyer says. "Afraid we'll have to go right from here. Darn sorry to drag you clear down there with me. Please do. Don't mind me a bit. Think you could give the anesthetic? Usually have my driver do it. If you'll tell me how, I'll write. Say, did you hear me putting one over on these goats that are always rubbering in on party wires? I hope they heard me. Well, now, Bessie, don't." "You worry about Nels. He's getting along all right. Tomorrow you or one of the neighbors drive in and get this prescription filled at Dyer's. Give him a teaspoonful every 4 hours. Goodbye. Hello, here's the little fellow. My Lord, Bessie, it ain't possible this is the fellow that used to be so sickly? Why, say, he's a great big strapping Finska now, going to be bigger'n his daddy." Kennicott's bluffness made the child squirm with a delight which Carol could not evoke. It was a humble wife who followed the busy doctor out to the carriage, and her ambition was not to play Rachmaninoff better, nor to build town halls, but to chuckle at babies. The sunset was merely a flush of rose on a dome of silver, with oak twigs and thin poplar branches against it, but a silo on the horizon changed from a red tank to a tower of violet misted over with gray. The purple road vanished, and without lights, in the darkness of a world destroyed, they swayed on toward. Nothing. It was a bumpy, cold way to the Morganroth farm, and she was asleep when they arrived. It was no glary new house with a proud phonograph, but a low, whitewashed kitchen smelling of cream and cabbage. Adolph Morganroth was lying on a couch in the rarely used dining room. His heavy work-scarred wife was shaking her hands in anxiety. Carol felt that Kennicott would do something magnificent and startling, but he was casual. He greeted the man. "Well, well, Adolph, have to fix you up, eh?" Quietly to the wife. "Had die drugstore my schwarze Bag herjuxet, so schon. Wie viel Ohr ist seet? 7? Nun, lassen uns ein wenig Suppesor zust haben. Got any of that good beer left? Gibt's noch Bier?" He had supped in 4 minutes. His coat off, his sleeves rolled up, he was scrubbing his hands in a tin basin in the sink, using the bar of yellow kitchen soap. Carol had not dared to look into the farther room while she labored over the supper of beer, rye bread, moist corned beef, and cabbage set on the kitchen table. The man in there was groaning. In her one glance she had seen that his blue flannel shirt was open at a corded tobacco-brown neck, the hollows of which were sprinkled with thin black and gray hairs. He was covered with a sheet, like a corpse, and outside the sheet was his right arm wrapped in towels stained with blood. But Kennicott strode into the other room gaily, and she followed him. With surprising delicacy in his large fingers, he unwrapped the towels and revealed an arm which, below the elbow, was a mass of blood and raw flesh. The man. Bellowed. The room grew thick about her. She was very seasick. She fled to a chair in the kitchen. Through the haze of nausea she heard Kennicott grumbling, "Afraid it will have to come off, Adolph. What did you do? Fall on a reaper blade? We'll fix it right up. Carrie! Carol!" She couldn't. She couldn't get up. Then she was up, her knees like water, her stomach revolving 1,000 times a second, her eyes filmed, her ears full of roaring. She couldn't reach the dining room. She was going to faint. Then she was in the dining room, leaning against the wall, trying to smile, flushing hot and cold along her chest and sides, while Kennicott mumbled, "Say, help Mrs. Morganroth and me carry him in on the kitchen table." "No, first go out and shove those 2 tables together, and put a blanket on them and a clean sheet." It was salvation to push the heavy tables, to scrub them, to be exact in placing the sheet. Her head cleared. She was able to look calmly in at her husband, and the farmwife, while they undressed the wailing man, got him into a clean nightgown and washed his arm. Kennicott came to lay out his instruments. She realized that, with no hospital facilities, yet with no worry about it, her husband, was going to perform a surgical operation, that miraculous boldness of which one read in stories about famous surgeons. She helped them to move Adolph into the kitchen. The man was in such a funk that he would not use his legs. He was heavy and smelled of sweat and the stable. But she put her arm about his waist, her sleek head by his chest. She tugged at him. She clicked her tongue in imitation of Kennicott's cheerful noises. When Adolph was on the table, Kennicott laid a hemispheric steel and cotton frame on his face, suggested to Carol, "Now you sit here at his head and keep the ether dripping about this fast. See? I'll watch his breathing. Look who's here, real anesthetist. Oxner hasn't got a better one. Class, eh? Now. Adolph, take it easy. This won't hurt you a bit. Put you all nice and asleep, and it won't hurt a bit. Schweig mal, bald schlaft man great wie ein Kind. So, bald geht's besser." As she let the ether drip, nervously trying to keep the rhythm that Kennicott had indicated, Carol stared at her husband with the abandon of hero worship. He shook his head. Bad light, bad light. Here, Mrs. Morganroth, you stand right here and hold this lamp. Hearer, undizes lamp haltin so. By that streaky glimmer he worked, swiftly, at ease. The room was still. Carol tried to look at him, yet not look at the seeping blood, the crimson slash, the vicious scalpel. The ether fumes were sweet, choking. Her head seemed to be floating away from her body. Her arm was feeble. It was not the blood, but the grating of the surgical saw on the living bone that broke her, and she knew that she had been fighting off nausea, that she was beaten. She was lost in dizziness. She heard Kennicott's voice, sick. Trot outdoors, couple minutes. Adolf will stay under now. She was fumbling at a doorknob which whirled in insulting circles. She was on the stoop, gasping, forcing air into her chest, her head clearing. As she returned, she caught the scene as a whole. The cavernous kitchen, 2 milk cans, a leaden patch by the wall, hams dangling from a beam, bats of light at the stove door, and in the center, illuminated by a small glass lamp held by a frightened stout woman, Dr. Kennicott bending over a body which was humped under a sheet, the surgeon, his bare arms daubed with blood, his hands in pale yellow rubber gloves, his hands in pale yellow rubber gloves is Winnick, his face of an omord didet. He speaks a vulgar, common, incorrect German of life and death and birth and the soil. I read the French and German of sentimental lovers and Christmas garlands, and I thought that it was I who had the culture. She worshipped as she returned to her place. After a time he snapped, "That's enough. Don't give him any more ether." He was concentrated on tying an artery. His gruffness seemed heroic to her. As he shaped the flap of flesh, she murmured, "Oh, you are wonderful." He was surprised. "Why, this is a cinch. Now, if it had been like last week, give me some more water." Now, last week I had a case with an ooze in the peritoneal cavity, and by golly, if it wasn't a stomach ulcer that I hadn't suspected, and there! Say, I certainly am sleepy. Let's turn in here. Too late to drive home, and taste to me like a storm coming. IX. They slept on a feather bed with their fur coats over them. In the morning, they broke ice in the pitcher, the vast flowered and gilt pitcher. Kennicott's storm had not come. When they set out, it was hazy and growing warmer. After a mile, she saw that he was studying a dark cloud in the north. He urged the horses to the run, but she forgot his unusual haste in wonder at the tragic landscape. The pale snow, the prickles of old stubble, and the clumps of ragged brush faded into a gray obscurity. Under the hillocks were cold shadows. The willows about a farmhouse were agitated by the rising wind, and the patches of bare wood where the bark had peeled away were white as the flesh of a leper. The snowy sloughs were of a harsh flatness. The whole land was cruel, and a climbing cloud of slate-edged blackness dominated the sky. "Guess we're about in for a blizzard," speculated Kennicott. "We can make Ben." McGonagall's anyway. Blizzard? Really? Why? But still, we used to think they were fun when I was a girl. Daddy had to stay home from court, and we'd stand at the window and watch the snow. Not much fun on the prairie. Get lost, freeze to death, take no chances. He chirruped at the horses. They were flying now, the carriage rocking on the hard ruts. The whole air suddenly crystallized into large, damp flakes. The horses and the buffalo robe were covered with snow. Her face was wet. The thin butt of the whip held a white ridge. The air became colder. The snowflakes were harder. They shot in level lines, clawing at her face. She could not see 100 feet ahead. Kennicott was stern. He bent forward, the reins firm in his coonskin gauntlets. She was certain that he would get through. He always got through things. Save for his presence, the world and all normal living disappeared. They were lost in the boiling snow. He leaned close to Ball, letting the horses have their heads. "They'll get us home." With a terrifying bump, they were off the road, slanting with 2 wheels in the ditch, but instantly they were jerked back as the horses fled on. She gasped. She tried to, and did not, feel brave as she pulled the woolen robe up about her chin. They were passing something like a dark wall on the right. "I know that barn," he yelped. He pulled at the reins. Peeping from the cover, she saw his teeth pinch his lower lip, saw him scowl as he slackened and sawed and jerked sharply again at the racing horses. They stopped. "Farmhouse there, put rope around you and come on," he cried. It was like diving into icy water to climb out of the carriage. But on the ground she smiled at him, her face little and childish and pink above the buffalo robe over her shoulders. In a swirl of flakes which scratched at their eyes like a maniac darkness, he unbuckled the harness. He turned and plodded back, a ponderous furry figure, holding the horses' bridles, Carol's hand dragging at his sleeve. They came to the cloudy bulk of a barn whose outer wall was directly upon the road. Feeling along it, he found a gate, led them into a yard, into the barn. The interior was warm. It stunned them with its languid quiet. He carefully drove the horses into stalls. Her toes were coals of pain. "Let's run for the house," she said. "Can't. Not yet. Might never find it. Might get lost 10 feet away from it. Sit over in this stall, near the horses. We'll rush for the house when the blizzard lifts." "I'm so stiff. I can't walk." He carried her into the stall, stripped off her overshoes and boots, stopping to blow on his purple fingers as he fumbled at her laces. He rubbed her feet and covered her with the buffalo robe and horse blankets from the pile on the feed box. She was drowsy, hemmed in by the storm. She sighed. "You're so strong and yet so skillful and not afraid of blood or storm or used to it. Only thing that's bothered me was the chance the ether fumes might explode last night. I don't understand." "Why, Dave, the darn fool sent me ether instead of chloroform like I told him. And you know ether fumes are mighty inflammable, especially with that lamp right by the table. But I had to operate, of course, one chuck full of barnyard filth that way. You knew all the time that both you and I might have been blown up? You knew it while you were operating?" "Sure, didn't you? Why, what's the matter?" Chapter 16. Kennicott was heavily pleased by her Christmas presents, and he gave her a diamond bar pin. But she could not persuade herself that he was much interested in the rites of the morning. In the tree she had decorated, the 3 stockings she had hung, the ribbons and gilt seals and hidden messages. He said only, "Nice way to fix things, all right. What do you say we go down to Jack Elder's and have a game of 500 this afternoon?" She remembered her father's Christmas fantasies, the sacred old rag doll at the top of the tree, the score of cheap presents, the punch and carols, the roast chestnuts by the fire, and the gravity with which the judge opened the children's scrawly notes and took cognizance of demands for sled rides, for opinions upon the existence of Santa Claus. She remembered him reading out a long indictment of himself for being a sentimentalist against the peace and dignity of the state of Minnesota. She remembered his thin legs twinkling before their sled. She muttered unsteadily, "Must run up and put on my shoes, slippers, so cold." In the not very romantic solitude of the locked bathroom, she sat on the slippery edge of the tub and wept. I, Kennicott, had 5 hobbies: medicine, land investment, Carol, motoring, and hunting. It is not certain in what order he preferred them. Solid though his enthusiasms were in the matter of medicine, his admiration of this city surgeon, his condemnation of that for tricky ways of persuading country practitioners to bring in surgical patients, his indignation about fee-splitting, his pride in a new X-ray apparatus, none of these beatified him as did motoring. He nursed his 2-year-old Buick even in winter, when it was stored in the stable garage behind the house. He filled the grease cups, varnished a fender, removed from beneath the back seat the debris of gloves, copper washers. Crumpled maps, dust, and greasy rags. Winter noons he wandered out and stared owlishly at the car. He became excited over a fabulous trip we might take next summer. He galloped to the station, brought home railway maps, and traced motor routes from Gopher Prairie to Winnipeg or Des Moines or Grand Marais, thinking aloud and expecting her to be effusive about such academic questions as, "Now I wonder if we could stop at Baraboo and break the jump from La Crosse to Chicago." To him, motoring was a faith not to be questioned, a high church cult with electric sparks for candles and piston rings possessing the sanctity of altar vessels. His liturgy was composed of intoned and metrical road comments. "They say there's a pretty good hike from Duluth to International Falls." Hunting was equally a devotion, full of metaphysical concepts veiled from Carol. All winter he read sporting catalogs and thought about remarkable, past shots. "'Member that time when I got 2 ducks on a long chance just at sunset?" At least once a month he drew his favorite repeating shotgun, his pump gun, from its wrapper of greased Canton flannel. He oiled the trigger and spent silent, ecstatic moments aiming at the ceiling. Sunday mornings Carol heard him trudging up to the attic, and there, an hour later, she found him turning over boots, wooden duck decoys, lunch boxes, or reflectively squinting at old shells, rubbing their brass caps with his sleeve and shaking his head as he thought about their uselessness. He kept the loading tools he had used as a boy, a capper for shotgun shells, a mold for lead bullets. When once in a housewifely frenzy for getting rid of things, she raged, "Why don't you give these away?" He solemnly defended them. "Well, you can't tell. They might come in handy someday." She flushed. She wondered if he was thinking of the child they would have. When, as he put it, they were sure they could afford one. Mysteriously aching, nebulously sad, she slipped away, half convinced, but only half convinced that it was horrible and unnatural. This postponement of release of mother affection, this sacrifice to her opinionation and to his cautious desire for prosperity. But it would be worse if he were like Sam Clark, insisted on having children, she considered. Then, if Will were the prince, wouldn't I demand his child? Kennicott's land deals were both financial advancement and favorite game. Driving through the country, he noticed which farms had good crops. He heard the news about the restless farmer who was thinking about selling out here and pulling his freight for Alberta. He asked the veterinarian about the value of different breeds of stock. He inquired of Lyman Cass whether or not Energeiselton really had had a yield of 40 bushels of wheat to the acre. He was always consulting Julius Flickerbaugh, who handled more real estate than law and more law than justice. He studied township maps and read notices of auctions. Thus, he was able to buy a quarter section of land for $150 an acre, and to sell it in a year or two, after installing a cement floor in the barn and running water in the house, for 180 or even 200. He spoke of these details to Sam Clark rather often. In all his games, cars and guns and land, he expected Carol to take an interest. But he did not give her the facts which might have created interest. He talked only of the obvious and tedious aspects, never of his aspirations in finance, nor of the mechanical principles of motors. This month of romance, she was eager to understand his hobbies. She shivered in the garage while he spent half an hour in deciding whether to put alcohol or patent-on freezing liquid into the radiator, or to drain out the water entirely, or, no, then I wouldn't want to take her out if it turned warm still. Of course, I could fill the radiator again, wouldn't take so awful long. Just take a few pails of water still, if it turned cold on me again before I drained it. Of course there's some people that put in kerosene, but they say it rots the hose connections, and where did I put that lug? It was at this point that she gave up being a motorist and retired to the house. In their new intimacy, he was more communicative about his practice. He informed her, with the invariable warning not to tell, that Mrs. Sunderquist had another baby coming, that the hired girl at Howland's was in trouble. But when she asked technical questions, he did not know how to answer. When she inquired, "Exactly what is the method of taking out the tonsils?" He yawned. "Tonsillectomy? Why, you just... If there's pus, you operate. Just take 'em out. Seen the newspaper." What the devil did Bea do with it? She did not try again. 3. They had gone to the movies. The movies were almost as vital to Kennicott and the other solid citizens of Gopher Prairie as land speculation and guns and automobiles. The feature film portrayed a brave young Yankee who conquered a South American republic. He turned the natives from their barbarous habits of singing and laughing to the vigorous sanity, the pep and punch and go of the North. He taught them to work in factories, to wear classy college clothes, and to shout, "Oh, you baby doll, watch me gather in the Mazuma." He changed nature itself. A mountain which had borne nothing but lilies and cedars and loafing clouds was by his hustle so inspirited that it broke out in long wooden sheds and piles of iron ore to be converted into steamers, to carry iron ore to be converted into steamers, to carry iron ore to be converted into steamers, to carry iron ore. The intellectual tension induced by the master film was relieved by a livelier, more lyric and less philosophical drama, Max Schnarken and the Bathing Suit Babes, in a comedy of manners entitled Right on the Coco. Mr. Schnarken was at various high moments a cook, a lifeguard, a burlesque actor, and a sculptor. There was a hotel hallway up which policemen charged, only to be stunned by plaster busts hurled upon them from the innumerous doors. If the plot lacked lucidity, the dual motif of legs and pie was clear and sure. Bathing and modeling were equally sound occasions for legs. The wedding scene was but an approach to the thunderous climax when Mr. Schnarken slipped a piece of custard pie into the clergyman's rear pocket. The audience in the Rosebud Movie Palace squealed and wiped their eyes. They scrambled under the seats for overshoes, mittens, and mufflers, while the screen announced that next week Mr. Schnarkin might be seen in a new, rip-roaring, extra special super feature of the Clean Comedy Corporation entitled Under Molly's Bed. "I'm glad," said Carol to Kennicott as they stooped before the northwest gale which was torturing the barren street, "that this is a moral country. We don't allow any of these beastly Frank novels. Yump, Vice Society and Postal Department won't stand for them. The American people don't like filth. Yes, it's fine. I'm glad we have such dainty romances as Right on the Cocoa. Instead, say what in heck do you think you're trying to do? Kid me?" He was silent. She awaited his anger. She meditated upon his gutter patois, the Boeotian dialect characteristic of Gopher Prairie. He laughed puzzlingly. When they came into the glow of the house, he laughed again. He condescended. "I've got to hand it to you. You're consistent, all right. I'd have thought that after getting this look-in at a lot of good, decent farmers, you get over this high art stuff, but you hang right on." Well, to herself, he takes advantage of my trying to be good. Tell you, Carrie, there's just 3 classes of people: folks that haven't got any ideas at all, and cranks that kick about everything, and regular guys, the fellows with stick-to-itiveness, that boost and get the world's work done. Then I'm probably a crank. She smiled negligently. "No, I won't admit it. You do like to talk, but at a showdown you'd prefer Sam Clark to any damn long-haired artist." Oh well, mockingly. "My, we're just going to change everything, aren't we? Going to tell fellows that have been making movies for 10 years how to direct them, and tell architects how to build towns, and make the magazines publish nothing but a lot of highbrow stories about old maids and about wives that don't know what they want. Oh, we're a terror. Come on now, Carrie, come out of it. Wake up. You've got a fine nerve, kicking about a movie because it shows a few legs. Why, you're always touting these Greek dancers, or whatever they are, that don't even wear a shimmy." But, dear, the trouble with that film, it wasn't that it got in so many legs, but that it giggled coyly and promised to show more of them, and then didn't keep the promise. It was Peeping Tom's idea of humor. "I don't get you. Look here now." She lay awake while he rumbled with sleep. "I must go on. My crank ideas, he calls them." I thought that adoring him, watching him operate, would be enough. It isn't. Not after the first thrill. I don't want to hurt him, but I must go on. It isn't enough to stand by while he fills an automobile radiator and chucks me bits of information. If I stood by and admired him long enough, I would be content. I would. Become a nice little woman. The village virus. Already I'm not reading anything. I haven't touched the piano for a week. I'm letting the days drown in worship of a good deal, 10 plunks more per acre. I won't succumb. How? I failed at everything. The Thanatopsis, parties, pioneers, City Hall, Guy and Vida. But it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to reform the town now. I'm not trying to organize Browning clubs and sit in clean white kids yearning up at lecturers with ribbony eyeglasses. I am trying to save my soul. Will Kennicott, asleep there, trusting me, thinking he holds me, and I'm leaving him. All of me left him when he laughed at me. It wasn't enough for him that I admired him. I must change myself and grow like him. He takes advantage, no more. It's finished. I will go on. Avis. Her violin lay on top of the upright piano. She picked it up. Since she had last touched it, the dried strings had snapped, and upon it lay a gold and crimson cigar band. She longed to see Guy Pollock for the confirming of the brethren in the faith. But Kennicott's dominance was heavy upon her. She could not determine whether she was checked by fear or him, or by inertia, by dislike of the emotional labor of the scenes which would be involved in asserting independence. She was like the revolutionist at 50, not afraid of death, but bored by the probability of bad steaks and bad breaths, and sitting up all night on windy barricades. The second evening after the movies, she impulsively summoned Vida Sherwin and Guy to the house for popcorn and cider. In the living room, Vida and Kennicott debated the value of manual training in grades below the 8th. While Carol sat beside Guy at the dining table, buttering popcorn. She was quickened by the speculation in his eyes. She murmured, "Guy, do you want to help me?" "My dear, how?" "I don't know." He waited. "I think I want you to help me find out what has made the darkness of the women. Gray darkness and shadowy trees. We're all in it. 10 million women, young married women with good prosperous husbands, and businesswomen in linen collars, and grandmothers that gad out to teas, and wives of underpaid miners, and farm wives who really like to make butter and go to church. What is it we want and need? Will Kennicott there would say that we need lots of children and hard work. But it isn't that. There's the same discontent in women with 8 children and 1 more coming, always 1 more coming. And you find it in stenographers and wives who scrub, just as much as in girl college graduates who wonder how they can escape their kind parents. What do we want? Essentially, I think, you are like myself, Carol. You want to go back to an age of tranquility and charming manners. You want to enthrone good taste again. Just good taste? Fastidious people? Oh no. I believe all of us want the same things. We're all together. The industrial workers and the women and the farmers and the Negro race and the Asiatic colonies and even a few of the respectables. It's all the same revolt in all the classes that have waited and taken advice. I think perhaps we want a more conscious life. We're tired of drudging and sleeping and dying. We're tired of seeing just a few people able to be individualists. We're tired of always deferring hope till the next generation. We're tired of hearing the politicians and priests and cautious reformers and the husbands coax us, be calm, be patient. Wait, we have the plans for a utopia already made. Just give us a bit more time and we'll produce it. Trust us, we're wiser than you. For 10,000 years they've said that. We want our utopia now, and we're going to try our hands at it. All we want is everything for all of us. For every housewife and every longshoreman and every Hindu nationalist and every teacher. We want everything. We shan't get it. So we shan't ever be content. She wondered why he was wincing. He broke in, "See here, my dear, I certainly hope you don't class yourself with a lot of trouble making labor leaders. Democracy is all right theoretically, and I'll admit there are industrial injustices, but I'd rather have them than see the world reduced to a dead level of mediocrity. I refuse to believe that you have anything in common." With a lot of laboring men rowing for bigger wages so that they can buy wretched flivvers and hideous player pianos. And at the second in Buenos Aires, a newspaper editor broke his routine of being bored by exchanges to assert any injustice is better than seeing the world reduced to a gray level of scientific dullness. At this second, a clerk standing at the bar of a New York saloon stopped milling his secret fear of his nagging office manager long enough to growl at the chauffeur beside him. "Oh, you socialists make me sick. I'm an individualist. I ain't going to be nagged by no bureaus and take orders off labor leaders, and mean to say a hobo's as good as you and me. At this second Carol realized that for all Guy's love of dead elegances, his timidity was as depressing to her as the bulkiness of Sam Quart. She realized that he was not a mystery, as she had excitedly believed, not a romantic messenger from the world outside on whom she could count for escape. He belonged to Gopher Prairie, absolutely. She was snatched back from a dream of far countries and found herself on Main Street. He was completing his protest. You don't want to be mixed up in all this orgy of meaningless discontent. She soothed him. No, I don't. I'm not heroic. I'm scared by all the fighting that's going on in the world. I want nobility and adventure, but perhaps I want still more to curl on the hearth with someone I love. Would you? He did not finish it. He picked up a handful of popcorn, let it run through his fingers, looked at her wistfully. With the loneliness of one who has put away a possible love, Carol saw that he was a stranger. She saw that he had never been anything but a frame on which she had hung shining garments. If she had let him diffidently make love to her, it was not because she cared, but because she did not care. Because it did not matter. She smiled at him with the exasperating tactfulness of a woman checking a flirtation. A smile like an airy pat on the arm. She sighed. You're a dear to let me tell you my imaginary troubles. She bounced up and trilled. Shall we take the popcorn into them now? Guy looked after her desolately. While she teased Vida and Kennicott, she was repeating, I must go on. V.I. Miles Bjornston, the pariah Red Swede, had brought his circular saw and portable gasoline engine to the house to cut the cords of poplar for the kitchen range. Kennicott had given the order. Carol knew nothing of it till she heard the ringing of the saw and glanced out to see Bjornstam, in black leather jacket and enormous ragged purple mittens, pressing sticks against the whirling blade and flinging the stove lengths to one side. The red irritable motor kept up a red irritable tip-tip-tip-tip-tip-tip. The whine of the saw rose till it simulated the shriek of a fire alarm whistle at night, but always at the end it gave a lively metallic clang, and in the stillness she heard the flump of the cut stick falling on the pile. She threw a motor robe over her, ran out. Bjornstam welcomed her. Well, 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 here's old Miles, fresh as ever. Well, say that's all right. He ain't even begun to be cheeky yet. Next summer he's going to take you out on his horse trading trip, clear into Idaho. Yes, and I may go. How's Trix? Crazy about the town yet. No, but I probably shall be some day. Don't let 'em get you. Kick 'em in the face, he shouted at her while he worked. The pile of stove wood grew astonishingly. The pale bark of the poplar sticks was mottled with lichens of sage green and dusty gray. The newly sawed ends were fresh-colored with the agreeable roughness of a woolen muffler. To the sterile winter air the wood gave a scent of March sap. Kennicott telephoned that he was going into the country. Bjornstam had not finished his work at noon, and she invited him to have dinner with Bea in the kitchen. She wished that she were independent enough to dine with these her guests. She considered their friendliness. She sneered at social distinctions. She raged at her own taboos, and she continued to regard them as retainers, and herself as a lady. She sat in the dining room and listened through the door too. Bjornstam's booming and Bee's giggles. She was the more absurd to herself in that after the rite of dining alone, she could go out to the kitchen, lean against the sink, and talk to them. They were attracted to each other, a Swedish Othello and Desdemona, more useful and amiable than their prototypes. Bjornstam told his scapes, selling horses in a Montana mining camp, breaking a log jam, being impertinent to a two-fisted millionaire lumberman. Bea gurgled, "Oh my!" and kept his coffee cup filled. He took a long time to finish the wood. He had frequently to go into the kitchen to get warm. Carol heard him confiding to Bea, "You're a darn nice Swede girl. I guess if I had a woman like you, I wouldn't be such a sorehead. Gosh, your kitchen is clean. Makes an old Bach feel sloppy. Say, that's nice hair you got. Huh? Me fresh? Say, girl, if I ever do get fresh, you'll know it." "Why, I could." "Pick you up with one finger and hold you in the air long enough to read Robert J. Ingersoll clean through." "Ingersoll? Oh, he's a religious writer. Sure, you'd like him fine." When he drove off, he waved to Bea, and Carol, lonely at the window above, was envious of their pastoral. But I will go on. Chapter 17. They were driving down the lake to the cottages that moonlit January night, 20 of them in the bobsled. They sang Toyland and Seeing Nellie Home. They leaped from the low back of the sled to race over the slippery snow ruts, and when they were tired, they climbed on the runners for a lift. The moon-tipped flakes kicked up by the horses settled over the revelers and dripped down their necks, but they laughed, yelped, beat their leather mittens against their chests. The harness rattled, the sleigh bells were frantic. Jack Elder's setter sprang beside the horses, barking. For a time, Carol raced with them. The cold air gave fictive power. She felt that she could run on all night, leap 20 feet at a stride. But the excess of energy tired her, and she was glad to snuggle under the comforters which covered the hay in the sled box. In the midst of the babel she found enchanted quietude. Along the road, the shadows from oak branches were inked on the snow-like bars of music. Then the sled came out on the surface of Lake Minimashia. Across the thick ice was a veritable road, a shortcut for farmers. On the glaring expanse of the lake levels of hard crust, flashes of green ice blown clear. Chains of drifts, ribbed like the sea beach. The moonlight was overwhelming. It stormed on the snow. It turned the woods ashore into crystals of fire. The night was tropical and voluptuous. In that drugged magic, there was no difference between heavy heat and insinuating cold. Carol was dream-strayed. The turbulent voices, even Guy Pollock being connotated beside her, were nothing. She repeated, "Deep on the convent roof, the snows are sparkling to the moon." The words and the light blurred into one vast indefinite happiness, and she believed that some great thing was coming to her. She withdrew from the clamor. Into a worship of incomprehensible gods. The night expanded. She was conscious of the universe, and all mysteries stooped down to her. She was jarred out of her ecstasy as the bobsled bunked up the steep road to the bluff where stood the cottages. They dismounted at Jack Elder's shack. The interior walls of unpainted boards, which had been grateful in August, were forbidding in the chill. In fur coats and mufflers tied over caps, they were a strange company, bears and walruses talking. Jack Elder lighted the shavings waiting in the belly of a cast-iron stove, which was like an enlarged bean pot. They piled their wraps high on a rocker and cheered the rocker as it solemnly tipped over backward. Mrs. Elder and Mrs. Sam Clark made coffee in an enormous blackened tin pot. Vita Sherwin and Mrs. McGanum unpacked donuts and gingerbread. Mrs. Dave Dyer warmed up hot dogs, frankfurters, and rolls. Dr. Terry Gold after announcing, "Ladies and gents, prepare to be shocked." Shock line forms on the right, produced a bottle of bourbon whiskey. The others danced, muttering, "Ouch!" as their frosted feet struck the pine planks. Carol had lost her dream. Harry Haydock lifted her by the waist and swung her. She laughed. The gravity of the people who stood apart and talked made her the more impatient for frolic. Kennicott, Sam Clark, Jackson Elder, young Dr. McGanum, and James Madison Howland, teetering on their toes near the stove, conversed with the sedate pomposity of the commercialist. In details the men were unlike, yet they said the same things in the same hearty, monotonous voices. You had to look at them to see which was speaking. "Well, we made pretty good time coming up, from one anyone." "Yump, we hit it up after we struck the good going on the lake. Seems kind of slow, though, after driving an auto. Yump it does at bat. Say, how'd you make out with that Sphinx tire you got? Seems to hold out fine. Still, I don't know's I like it any better than the road eater cord." "Yump, nothing better than a road eater. Especially the cord. The cord's lots better than the fabric." "Yump, you said something road eater's a good tire. Say, how'd you come out with Pete Garsheim on his payments? He's paying up pretty good. That's a nice piece of land he's got." "Yump, that's a dandy farm. Yump, Pete's got a good place there." They glided from these serious topics into the jocose insults which are the wit of Main Street. Sam Clark was particularly apt at them. "What's this wild-eyed sale of summer caps you think you trying to pull off?" he clamored at Harry Haydock. "Did you steal 'em, or are you just overcharging us, as usual? Oh, say, speaking about caps, did I ever tell you the good one I've got on Will? The doc thinks he's a pretty good driver. Fact, he thinks he's almost got human intelligence, but one time he had his machine out in the rain, and the poor fish he hadn't put on chains, and thinks I—" Carol had heard the story rather often. She fled back to the dancers, and at Dave Dyer's masterstroke of dropping an icicle down Mrs. McGanum's back, she applauded hysterically. They sat on the floor, devouring the food. The men giggled amiably as they passed the whiskey bottle and laughed. There's a real sport. When Juanita Haydock took a sip, Carol tried to follow. She believed that she desired to be drunk and riotous. But the whiskey choked her, and as she saw Kennicott frown, she handed the bottle on repentantly. Somewhat too late, she remembered that she had given up domesticity and repentance. "Let's play charades," said Raimy Wutherspoon. "Oh yes, do let us," said Ella Stowbody. "That's the caper," sanctioned Harry Haydock. They interpreted the word making as May and King. The crown was a red flannel mitten cocked on Sam Clark's broad pink bald head. They forgot they were respectable. They made believe. Carol was stimulated to cry. "Let's form a dramatic club and give a play, shall we? It's been so much fun tonight." They looked affable. "Sure," observed Sam Clark loyally. "Oh, do let us." "I think it would be lovely to present Romeo and Juliet," yearned Ella Stowbody. Be a whale of a lot of fun, Dr. Terry Gould granted. But if we did, Carol cautioned, it would be awfully silly to have amateur theatricals. We ought to paint our own scenery and everything and really do something fine. There'd be a lot of hard work, would you all? We all be punctual at rehearsals, do you suppose? You bet. Sure, that's the idea. Fellow ought to be prompt at rehearsals. They all agreed. Then let's meet next week and form the Gopher Prairie Dramatic Association, Carol sang. She drove home loving these friends who raced through moonlit snow, had bohemian parties, and were about to create beauty in the theater. Everything was solved. She would be an authentic part of the town, yet escape the coma of the village virus. She would be free of Kennicott again, without hurting him, without his knowing. She had triumphed. The moon was small and high now and unheeding, too. Though they had all been certain that they longed for the privilege of attending committee meetings and rehearsals, the Dramatic Association, as definitely formed, consisted only of Kennicott, Carol, Guy Pollock, Vita Sherwin, Ella Stowbody, the Harry Haydocks, the Dave Dyers, Raymie Wutherspoon, Dr. Terry Gould, and 4 new candidates, flirtatious Rita Simons, Dr. and Mrs. Harvey Dillon, and Myrtle Cass, an uncomely but intense girl of 19. Of these 15, only 7 came to the first meeting. The rest telephoned their unparalleled regrets and engagements and illnesses and announced that they would be present at all other meetings through eternity. Carol was made president and director. She had added the Delons. Despite Kennicott's apprehension, the dentist and his wife had not been taken up by the Westlakes, but had remained as definitely outside really smart society as Willis Woodford, who was teller, bookkeeper, and janitor in Stowbody's bank. Carol had noted Mrs. Dillon dragging past the house during a bridge of the Jolly 17, looking in with pathetic lips at the splendor of the accepted. She impulsively invited the Dillons to the Dramatic Association meeting, and when Kennicott was brusque to them she was unusually cordial and felt virtuous. That self-approval balanced her disappointment at the smallness of the meeting and her embarrassment during Raymie Wutherspoon's repetitions of "The stage needs uplifting," and I believe that there are great lessons in some plays. Ella Stowbody, who was a professional, having studied elocution in Milwaukee, disapproved of Carol's enthusiasm for recent plays. Miss Stowbody expressed the fundamental principle of the American drama: the only way to be artistic is to present Shakespeare. As no one listened to her, she sat back and looked like Lady Macbeth. The little theaters, which were to give piquancy to American drama 3 or 4 years later, were only in embryo. But of this fast-coming revolt, Carol had premonitions. She knew from some lost magazine article that in Dublin were innovators called the Irish Players. She knew confusedly that a man named Gordon Craig had painted scenery, or had he written plays. She felt that in the turbulence of the drama she was discovering a history more important than the commonplace chronicles which dealt with senators and their pompous puerilities. She had a sensation of familiarity, a dream of sitting in a Brussels cafe and going afterward to a tiny gay theater under a cathedral wall. The advertisement in the Minneapolis paper leaped from the page to her eyes. The Cosmos School of Music, Oratory, and Dramatic Art announces a program of 4 one-act plays by Schnitzler, Shaw, Yeats, and Lord Dunsany. She had to be there. She begged Kennicott to run down to the cities with her. Well, I don't know. Be fun to take in a show, but why the deuce do you want to see those darn foreign plays, given by a lot of amateurs? Why don't you wait for a regular play later on? There's going to be some corkers coming, Lottie of Two Gun Rancho, and Comps and Crooks real Broadway stuff with the New York cast. What's this junk you want to see? How he lied to her husband. That doesn't listen so bad. Sounds racy. And, well, I could go to the motor show, I suppose. I'd like to see this new Hup Roadster. Well, she never knew which attraction made him decide. She had 4 days of delightful worry over the hole in her one good silk petticoat, the loss of a string of beads from her chiffon and brown velvet frock, the catsup stain on her best Georgette crepe blouse. She wailed, I haven't a single solitary thing that's fit to be seen in, and enjoyed herself very much indeed. Kennicott went about casually letting people know that he was going to run down to the cities and see some shows. As the train plodded through the Gopher Prairie on a windless day with the smoke from the engine clinging to the fields in giant cotton rolls, in a low and writhing wall which shut off the snowy fields, she did not look out of the window. She closed her eyes and hummed, and did not know that she was humming. She was the young poet attacking fame in Paris. In the Minneapolis station, the crowd of lumberjacks, farmers, and Swedish families with numerous children and grandparents and paper parcels, their foggy crowding and their clamor confused her. She felt rustic in this once familiar city after a year and a half of Gopher Prairie. She was certain that Kennicott was taking the wrong trolley car. By dusk, the liquor warehouses, Hebraic clothing shops, and lodging houses on Lower Hennepin Avenue were smoky, hideous, ill-tempered. She was battered by the noise and shuttling of the rush-hour traffic. When a clerk in an overcoat too closely fitted at the waist stared at her, she moved nearer to Kennicott's arm. The clerk was flippant and urban. He was a superior person, used to this tumult. Was he laughing at her? For a moment she wanted the secure quiet of Gopher Prairie. In the hotel lobby she was self-conscious. She was not used to hotels. She remembered with jealousy how often Juanita Hayden talked of the famous hotels in Chicago. She could not face the traveling salesman, baronial in large leather chairs. She wanted people to believe that her husband and she were accustomed to luxury and chill elegance. She was faintly angry at him for the vulgar way in which, after signing the register, Dr. W.P. Kennicott and wife, he bellowed at the clerk. Got a nice room with bath for us, old man. She gazed about haughtily, but as she discovered that no one was interested in her, she felt foolish and ashamed of her irritation. She asserted, this silly lobby is too florid. And simultaneously she admired it, the onyx columns with gilt capitals, the crown-embroidered velvet curtains at the restaurant door, the silk-roped alcove where pretty girls perpetually waited for mysterious men, the 2-pound boxes of candy, and the variety of magazines at the newsstand. The hidden orchestra was lively. She saw a man who looked like a European diplomat in a loose topcoat and a Homburg hat. A woman with a broad-tail coat, a heavy lace veil, pearl earrings, and a close black hat entered the restaurant. Heavens! That's the first really smart woman I've seen in a year, Carol exulted. She felt metropolitan. But as she followed Kennicott to the elevator, the coat check girl, a confident young woman, with cheeks powdered like lime, and a blouse low and thin and furiously crimson, inspected her, and under that supercilious glance Carol was shy again. She unconsciously waited for the bellboy to precede her into the elevator. When he snorted, "Go ahead," she was mortified. He thought she was a hayseed, she worried. The moment she was in their room with the bellboy safely out of the way, she looked critically at Kennicott. For the first time in months, she really saw him. His clothes were too heavy and provincial. His decent gray suit, made by Nat Hicks of Gopher Prairie, might have been of sheet iron. It had no distinction of cut, no easy grace like the diplomat's Burberry. His black shoes were blunt and not well polished. His scarf was a stupid brown. He needed a shave. But she forgot her doubt as she realized the ingenuities of the room. She ran about, turning on the taps of the bathtub, which gushed instead of dribbling like the taps at home, snatching the new wash rack out of its envelope of oiled paper, trying the rose-shaded light between the twin beds, pulling out the drawers of the kidney-shaped walnut desk to examine the engraved stationery, planning to write on it to everyone she knew, admiring the claret-colored velvet armchair and the blue rug, testing the ice water tap, and squealing happily when the water really did come out cold. She flung her arms about Kennicott, kissed him. "Like it, old lady? It's adorable. It's so amusing. I love you for bringing me. You really are a dear." He looked blankly indulgent and yawned and condescended. "That's a pretty slick arrangement on the radiator, so you can adjust it at any temperature you want. Must take a big furnace to run this place. Gosh, I hope Bea remembers to turn off the drafts tonight." Under the glass cover of the dressing table was a menu with the most enchanting dishes: breast of guinea hen de vitresse, pommes de terre à la russe, meringue chantilly, cateau bruxelles. I'm going to have a hot bath and put on my new hat with the wool flowers, and let's go down and eat for hours, and we'll have a cocktail, she chanted. While Kennicott labored over ordering, it was annoying to see him permit the waiter to be impertinent. But as the cocktail elevated her to a bridge among colored stars, as the oysters came in not canned oysters in the Gopher Prairie fashion, but on the half-shell, she cried, "If you only knew how wonderful it is not to have had to plan this dinner and order it at the butcher's and fuss and think about it, and then watch Bea cook it. I feel so free. And to have new kinds of food and different patterns of dishes and linen, and not worry about whether the pudding is being spoiled. Oh, this is a great moment for me, IV." They had all the experiences of provincials in a metropolis. After breakfast, Carol bustled to a hairdresser's, bought gloves and a blouse, and importantly met Kennicott in front of an optician's, in accordance with plans laid down, revised, and verified. They admired the diamonds and furs and frosty silverware and mahogany chairs and polished Morocco sewing boxes in shop windows, and were abashed by the throngs in the department stores, and were bullied by a clerk into buying too many shirts for Kennicott, and gaped at the clever novelty perfumes just in from New York. Carol got 3 books on the theater and spent an exultant hour in warning herself that she could not afford this Raja silk frock, in thinking how envious it would make Juanita Haydock, in closing her eyes and buying it. Kennicott went from shop to shop, earnestly hunting down a felt-covered device to keep the windshield of his car clear of rain. They dined extravagantly at their hotel at night, and next morning sneaked round the corner to economize at a child's restaurant. They were tired by 3. In the afternoon, and dozed at the motion pictures and said they wished they were back in Gopher Prairie, and by 11 in the evening they were again so lively that they went to a Chinese restaurant that was frequented by clerks and their sweethearts on paydays. They sat at a teak and marble table, eating eggs fouillon, and listened to a brassy automatic piano, and were altogether cosmopolitan. On the street, they met people from home, the McGanums. They laughed, shook hands repeatedly, and exclaimed, "Well, this is quite a coincidence." They asked when the McGanums had come down and begged for news of the town they had left 2 days before. Whatever the McGanums were at home, here they stood out, as so superior to all the undistinguishable strangers absurdly hurrying past that the Kennicotts held them as long as they could. The McGanums said goodbye as though they were going to Tibet instead of to the station to catch number 7 north. They explored Minneapolis. Kennicott was conversational and technical regarding gluten and cockle cylinders and number. I hard, when they were shown through the gray stone hulks and new cement elevators of the largest flour mills in the world. They looked across Loring Park in the parade to the towers of St. Mark's and the Percathedral, and the red roofs of houses climbing Kenwood Hill. They drove about the chain of garden-circled lakes and viewed the houses of the millers and lumbermen and real estate peers, the potentates of the expanding city. They surveyed the small eccentric bungalows with pergolas, the houses of pebbled bash and tapestry brick with sleeping porches above sun parlors, and one vast incredible chateau fronting the Lake of the Isles. They tramped through a shining new section of apartment houses. Not the tall, bleak apartments of eastern cities, but low structures of cheerful yellow brick, in which each flat had its glass-enclosed porch with swinging couch and scarlet cushions and Russian brass bowls. Between a waste of tracks and a raw-gouged hill, they found poverty in staggering shanties. They saw miles of the city which they had never known in their days of absorption in college. They were distinguished explorers, and they remarked in great mutual esteem, "I bet Harry Haydock's never seen the city like this. Why, he'd never have sense enough to study the machinery in the mills or go through all these outlying districts. Wonder folks in Gopher Prairie wouldn't use their legs and explore, the way we do." They had 2 meals with Carol's sister and were bored and felt that intimacy which beatifies married people when they suddenly admit that they equally dislike a relative of either of them. So it was with affection but also with weariness that they approached the evening on which Carol was to see the plays at the dramatic school. Kennicott suggested not going. "So darn tired from all this walking. Don't know but what." "We better turn in early and get rested up." It was only from duty that Carol dragged him and herself out of the warm hotel into a stinking trolley, up the brownstone steps of the converted residence which lugubriously housed the dramatic school. They were in a long whitewashed hall with a clumsy draw curtain across the front. The folding chairs were filled with people who looked washed and ironed. Parents of the pupils. Girl students, dutiful teachers. "Strikes me it's going to be punk. If the first play isn't good, let's beat it," said Kennicott hopefully. "All right," she yawned. With hazy eyes she tried to read the lists of characters which were hidden among lifeless advertisements of pianos, music dealers, restaurants, candy. She regarded the Schnitzler play with no vast interest. The actors moved and spoke stiffly. Just as its cynicism was beginning to rouse her village-dulled frivolity, it was over. "Don't think a whale of a lot of that. How about taking a sneak?" petitioned Kennicott. "Oh, let's try the next one, how he lied to her husband." The Shaw conceit amused her and perplexed Kennicott. "Strikes me it's darn fresh. Thought it would be racy." don't know as I think much of a play where a husband actually claims he wants a fellow to make love to his wife. No husband ever did that. Shall we shake a leg? I want to see this Yeats thing, Land of Heart's Desire. I used to love it in college. She was awake now, and urgent. I know you didn't care so much for Yeats when I read him aloud to you, but you just see if you don't adore him on the stage. Most of the cast were as unwieldy as oak chairs marching, and the setting was an arty arrangement of batik scarfs and heavy tables, but Mare Bruin was slim as Carol and larger-eyed, and her voice was a morning bell. In her, Carol lived, and on her lifting voice was transported from this sleepy small-town husband and all the rows of polite parents to the stilly loft of a thatched cottage, where in a green dimness, beside a window caressed by linden branches, she bent over a chronicle of twilight women and the ancient gods. "Well, gosh, nice kid played that girl good looker," said Kennicott. "Want to stay for the last piece, huh?" She shivered. She did not answer. The curtain was again drawn aside. On the stage they saw nothing but long green curtains and a leather chair. Two young men in brown robes like furniture covers were gesturing vacuously and droning cryptic sentences full of repetitions. It was Carol's first hearing of Dunsany. She sympathized with the restless Kennicott as he felt in his pocket for a cigar and unhappily put it back. Without understanding when or how, without a tangible change in the stilted intoning of the stage puppets, she was conscious of another time and place. Stately and aloof among vainglorious tiring maids, a queen in robes that murmured on the marble floor, she trod the gallery of a crumbling palace. In the courtyard elephants trumpeted, and swart men with beards dyed crimson stood with blood-stained hands folded upon their hilts, guarding the caravan from L. Sharnak, the camels with Tyrian stuffs of topaz and cinnabar. Beyond the turrets of the outer wall, the jungle glared and shrieked, and the sun was furious above drenched orchids. A youth came striding through the steel-bossed doors, the sword-bitten doors that were higher than 10 tall men. He was inflexible male, and under the rim of his planished morion were amorous curls. His hand was out to her. Before she touched it, she could feel its warmth. Gosh, all hemlock. What the dickens is all this stuff about, Carrie? She was no Syrian queen. She was Mrs. Dr. Kennicott. She fell with a jolt into a whitewashed hall and sat looking at two scared girls and a young man in wrinkled tights. Kennicott fondly rambled as they left the hall. What the deuce did that Lashbiel mean? Couldn't make head or tail of it. If that's highbrow drama. Give me a cowpuncher movie every time. Thank God that's over and we can get to bed. Wonder if we wouldn't make time by walking over to Nicollet to take a car. One thing I will say for that dump, they had it warm enough. Must have a big, hot air furnace, I guess. Wonder how much coal it takes to run 'em through the winter. In the car, he affectionately patted her knee, and he was for a second the striding youth in armor. Then he was Doc Kennicott of Gopher Prairie, and she was recaptured by Main Street. Never, not all her life, would she behold jungles and the tombs of kings. There were strange things in the world, they really existed, but she would never see them. She would recreate them in plays. She would make the dramatic association understand her aspiration. They would, surely they would. She looked doubtfully at the impenetrable reality of yawning trolley conductor and sleepy passengers, and placards advertising soap and underwear. Chapter 18. SHE hurried to the first meeting of the play reading committee. Her jungle romance had faded, but she retained a religious fervor, a surge of half-formed thought about the creation of beauty by suggestion. A Dunsany play would be too difficult for the Gopher Prairie Association. She would let them compromise on Shaw on Androcles and the Lion, which had just been published. The committee was composed of Carol, Vida Sherwin, Guy Pollock, Raymie Wutherspoon, and Juanita Haydock. They were exalted by the picture of themselves as being simultaneously businesslike and artistic. They were entertained by Vida in the parlor of Mrs. Elisha Gray's boarding house, with its steel engraving of granite Appomattox, its basket of stereoscopic views, and its mysterious stains on the gritty carpet. Vida was an advocate of culture buying and efficiency systems. She hinted that they ought to have, as at the committee meetings of the Thanatopsis, a regular order of business, and the reading of the minutes. But as there were no minutes to read, and as no one knew exactly what was the regular order of the business of being literary, they had to give up efficiency. Carol, as chairman, said politely, "Have you any ideas about what play we'd better give first?" She waited for them to look abashed and vacant, so that she might suggest Androcles. Guy Pollock answered with disconcerting readiness, "I'll tell you, since we're going to try to do something artistic and not simply fool around, I believe we ought to give something classic. How about the School for Scandal? Why don't you think that has been done a good deal?" "Yes, perhaps it has." Carol was ready to say, "How about Bernard Shaw?" when he treacherously went on, "How would it be then to give a Greek drama, say Oedipus Tyrannus?" "Why, I don't believe Vida Sherwin intruded. I'm sure that would be too hard for us. Now I've brought something that I think would be awfully jolly." She held out, and Carol incredulously took a thin gray pamphlet entitled McGinnerty's Mother-in-Law. It was the sort of farce which is advertised in school entertainment catalogues as rip-roaring knockout, 5 min, 3F, time, 2 Hrs, interior set, popular with churches and all high-class occasions. Carol glanced from the scabrous object to Vida and realized that she was not joking, but this is why it's just why, Vida, I thought you appreciated well-appreciated art." Vida snorted. "Oh, art. Oh yes, I do like art. It's very nice. But after all, what does it matter what kind of play we give, as long as we get the association started? The thing that matters is something that none of you have spoken of. That is, what are we going to do with the money if we make any? I think it would be awfully nice if we presented the high school with a full set of Stoddard's travel lectures." Carol moaned. "Oh, but Vida dear, do forgive me, but this farce. Now what I'd like us to give is something distinguished, say Shaw's Androcles. Have any of you read it?" "Yes, good play," said Guy Pollock. Then Raymie Wutherspoon astoundingly spoke up. "So have I. I read through all the plays in the public library, so's to be ready for this meeting. But I don't believe you grasp the irreligious ideas in this Androcles, Mrs. Kennicott. I guess the feminine mind is too innocent to understand all these immoral writers. I'm sure I don't want to criticize Bernard Shaw. I understand he is very popular with the highbrows in Minneapolis, but just the same, as far as I can make out, he's downright improper. The things he says, well, it would be a very risky thing for our young folks to see. It seems to me that a play that doesn't leave a nice taste in the mouth and that hasn't any message is nothing but, well, whatever it may be, it isn't art." So now I found a play that is clean, and there's some awfully funny scenes in it too. I laughed out loud reading it. It's called His Mother's Heart, and it's about a young man in college who gets in with a lot of free thinkers and boozers and everything, but in the end his mother's influence, Juanita Haydock, broke in with the derisive, "Oh rats, Raimi. Can the mother's influence? I say let's give something with some class to it. I bet we could get the rights to The Girl from Kankakee, and that's a real show." It ran for 11 months in New York. That would be lots of fun if it wouldn't cost too much, reflected Vida. Carol's was the only vote cast against The Girl from Kankakee. She disliked The Girl from Kankakee even more than she had expected. It narrated the success of a farm lassie in clearing her brother of a charge of forgery. She became secretary to a New York millionaire and social counselor to his wife. And after a well-conceived speech on the discomfort of having money, she married his son. There was also a humorous office boy. Carol discerned that both Juanita Haydock and Ella Stowbody wanted the lead. She let Juanita have it. Juanita kissed her, and in the exuberant manner of a new star presented to the executive committee her theory. What we want in a play is humor and pep. There's where American playwrights put it all over these darn old European glooms. As selected by Carol and confirmed by the committee, the persons of the play were John Grimm, a millionaire, Guy Pollock, his wife, Miss Vida Sherwin, his son, Dr. Harvey Dillon, his business rival. Raymond T. Weatherspoon, friend of Mrs. Grimm, Miss Ella Stowbody. The Girl from Kankakee, Mrs. Harold C. Haydock. Her brother, Dr. Terence Gould. Her mother, Mrs. David Dyer, stenographer. Miss Rita Simon's office boy. Miss Myrtle, caskmaid in the Grimm's home. Mrs. W. P. Kennicott, direction of Mrs. Kennicott. Among the minor lamentations was Maud Dyer's. Well, of course, I suppose I look old enough to be Juanita's mother, even if Juanita is 8 months older than I am, but I don't know as I care to have everybody noticing it, and, Carol pleaded, "Oh, my dear, you two look exactly the same age. I chose you because you have such a darling complexion, and you know with powder and a white wig, anybody looks twice her age, and I want the mother to be sweet, no matter who else is." Ella Stowbody, the professional, perceiving that it was because of a conspiracy of jealousy that she had been given a small part, alternated between lofty amusement and Christian patience. Carol hinted that the play would be improved by cutting, but as every actor except Vida and Guy and herself wailed at the loss of a single line, she was defeated. She told herself that, after all, a great deal could be done with direction and settings. Sam Clark had boastfully written about the Dramatic Association to his schoolmate Percy Bresnahan, president of the Velvet Motor Company of Boston. Bresnahan sent a check for $100. Sam added 25 and brought the fund to Carol, fondly crying, "There! That'll give you a start for putting the thing across swell." She rented the second floor of the City Hall for 2 months. All through the spring the association thrilled to its own talent in that dismal room. They cleared out the bunting, ballot boxes, handbills, leadless chairs. They attacked the stage. It was a simple-minded stage. It was raised above the floor, and it did have a movable curtain painted with the advertisement of a druggist dead these 10 years, but otherwise it might not have been recognized as a stage. There were 2 dressing rooms, one for men, one for women, on either side. The dressing room doors were also the stage entrances opening from the house, and many a citizen of Gopher Prairie had for his first glimpse of romance the bare shoulders of the leading woman. There were 3 sets of scenery: a woodland, a poor interior, and a rich interior. The last also useful for railway stations, offices, and as a background for the Swedish quartet from Chicago. There were 3 gradations of lighting: full on, half on, and entirely off. This was the only theater in Gopher Prairie. It was known as the Opera House. Once, strolling companies had used it for performances of The Two Orphans and Nellie the Beautiful Cloak Model and Othello, with specialties between acts, but now the motion pictures had ousted the gypsy drama. Carol intended to be furiously modern in constructing the office set, the drawing room for Mr. Grimm, and the humble home near Kankakee. It was the first time that anyone in Gopher Prairie had been so revolutionary as to use enclosed scenes with continuous side walls. The rooms in the Opera House sets had separate wing pieces for sides, which simplified dramaturgy, as the villain could always get out of the hero's way by walking out through the wall. The inhabitants of the humble home were supposed to be amiable and intelligent. Carol planned for them a simple set with warm color. She could see the beginning of the play, all dark save the high settles and the solid wooden table between them, which were to be illuminated by a ray from off-stage. The highlight was a polished copper pot filled with primroses. Less clearly, she sketched the Grimm drawing room as a series of cool, high white arches. As to how she was to produce these effects, she had no notion. She discovered that despite the enthusiastic young writers, the drama was not half so native and close to the soil as motor cars and telephones. She discovered that simple arts require sophisticated training. She discovered that to produce one perfect stage picture would be as difficult as to turn all of Gopher Prairie into a Georgian garden. She read all she could find regarding staging. She bought paint and lightwood. She borrowed furniture and drapes unscrupulously. She made Kennicott turn carpenter. She collided with the problem of lighting. Against the protests of Kennicott and Vida, she mortgaged the association by sending to Minneapolis for a baby spotlight, a strip light, a dimming device, and blue and amber bulbs, and with the gloating rapture of a born painter first turned loose among colors, she spent absorbed evenings in grouping, dimming painting with lights. Only Kennicott, Guy, and Vida helped her. They speculated as to how flats could be lashed together to form a wall. They hung crocus yellow curtains at the windows. They blacked the sheet iron stove. They put on aprons and swept. The rest of the association dropped into the theater every evening and were literary and superior. They had borrowed Carol's manuals of play production and had become extremely stagey in vocabulary. Juanita Haydock, Rita Simons, and Raymie Wutherspoon sat on a sawhorse, watching Carol try to get the right position for a picture on the wall in the first scene. "I don't want to hand myself anything, but I believe I'll give a swell performance in this first act," confided Juanita. "I wish Carol wasn't so bossy, though. She doesn't understand clothes. I want to wear, oh, a dandy dress. I have all scarlet, and I said to her, when I enter, wouldn't it knock their eyes out if I just stood there at the door in the straight scarlet thing? But she wouldn't let me." Young Rita agreed. "She's so much taken up with her old details and carpentering and everything that she can't see the picture as a whole. Now I thought it would be lovely if we had an office scene like the one in Little, but oh my, because I saw that in Duluth. But she simply wouldn't listen at all." Juanita sighed. I wanted to give one speech like Ethel Barrymore would if she was in a play like this. Harry and I heard her one time in Minneapolis. We had dandy seats in the orchestra. I just know I could imitate her. Carol didn't pay any attention to my suggestion. I don't want to criticize, but I guess Ethel knows more about acting than Carol does. Say, do you think Carol has the right dope about using a strip light behind the fund? Fireplace in the second act? I told her I thought we ought to use a bunch, offered Raimi, and I suggested it would be lovely if we used a cyclorama outside the window in the first act, and what do you think she said? Yes, and it would be lovely to have Eleanora Duse play the lead, she said, and aside from the fact that it's evening in the first act, you're a great technician, she said. I must say I think she was pretty sarcastic. I've been reading up, and I know I could build a cyclorama if she didn't want to run everything. Yes, and another thing, I think the entrance in the first act ought to be LUE, not L3E, from Juanita. And why does she just use plain white tormentors? What's a tormentor? Blurted Rita Simons. The savant stared at her ignorance. Carol did not resent their criticisms. She didn't very much resent their sudden knowledge so long as they let her make pictures. It was at rehearsals that the quarrels broke. No one understood that rehearsals were as real engagements as bridge games or sociables at the Episcopal Church. They gaily came in half an hour late, or they vociferously came in 10 minutes early, and they were so hurt that they whispered about resigning when Carol protested. They telephoned, "I don't think I'd better come out. Afraid the dampness might start my toothache." Or, "Guess Ken make it tonight. Dave wants me to sit in on a poker game." When, after a month of labor, as many as 9/11ths of the cast were often present at a rehearsal, when most of them had learned their parts and some of them spoke like human beings, Carol had a new shock in the realization that Guy Pollock and herself were very bad actors and that Raimi Wutherspoon was a surprisingly good one. For all her vision, she could not control her voice, and she was bored by the 50th repetition of her few lines as maid. Guy pulled his soft mustache, looked self-conscious, and turned Mr. Grimm into a limp dummy. But Raimi, as the villain, had no repressions. The tilt of his head was full of character. His drawl was admirably vicious. There was an evening when Carol hoped she was going to make a play, a rehearsal during which Guy stopped looking abashed. From that evening the play declined. They were weary. "We know our parts well enough now. What's the use of getting sick of them?" they complained. They began to skylark, to play with the sacred lights, to giggle when Carol was trying to make the sentimental Myrtle Cass into a humorous office boy, to act everything but the girl from Kankakee. After loafing through his proper part, Dr. Terry Gould had great. Applause for his burlesque of Hamlet. Even Raimi lost his simple faith and tried to show that he could do a vaudeville shuffle. Carol turned on the company. "See here, I want this nonsense to stop. We've simply got to get down to work." Juanita Haydock led the mutiny. "Look here, Carol, don't be so bossy. After all, we're doing this play principally for the fun of it, and if we have fun out of a lot of monkey shines, why then ye Peebly, you said one time that folks in P didn't get enough fun out of life. And now we are having a circus. You want us to stop." Carol answered slowly, "I wonder if I can explain what I mean. It's the difference between looking at the comic page and looking at Manny. I want fun. Out of this, of course, only I don't think it would be less fun but more to produce as perfect a play as we can. She was curiously exalted. Her voice was strained. She stared not at the company but at the grotesques scrawled on the backs of wing pieces by forgotten stagehands. I wonder if you can understand the fun of making a beautiful thing, the pride and satisfaction of it, and the holiness. The company glanced doubtfully at one another. In Gopher Prairie, it is not good form to be holy except at a church, between 10:30 and 12 on Sunday. But if we want to do it, we've got to work. We must have self-discipline. They were at once amused and embarrassed. They did not want to affront this mad woman. They backed off and tried to rehearse. Carol did not hear Juanita in front, protesting to Maud Dyer, if she calls it fun and holiness to sweat over. Her darned old play, well, I don't. Ivy Carol attended the only professional play which came to Gopher Prairie that spring. It was a tent show, presenting snappy new dramas under canvas. The hard-working actors doubled in brass and took tickets, and between acts sang about the moon in June and sold Dr. Wintergreen's Surefire tonic for ills of the heart, lungs, kidneys, and bowels. They presented Sunbonnet Nell, a dramatic comedy of the Ozarks, with J. Witherby Boothby wringing the soul by his resonant, "Ya ain't done right by my little gal, Mr. Cityman, but you're going to find that back in these yer hills there's honest folks and good shots." The audience, on planks beneath the patched tent, admired Mr. Boothby's beard and long rifle, stamped their feet in the dust at the spectacle of his heroism, shouted when the comedian aped the city lady's use of a lorganon by looking. Through a doughnut stuck on a fork, wept visibly over Mr. Boothby's little gal Nell, who was also Mr. Boothby's legal wife Pearl, and when the curtain went down, listened respectfully to Mr. Boothby's lecture on Dr. Wintergreen's tonic as a cure for tapeworms, which he illustrated by horrible pallid objects curled in bottles of yellowing alcohol. Carol shook her head. Juanita is right. I'm a fool. Holiness of the drama, Bernard Shaw. The only trouble with The Girl from Kankakee is that it's too subtle for Gopher Prairie. She sought faith in spacious, banal phrases, taken from books, the instinctive nobility of simple souls, need only the opportunity to appreciate fine things, and sturdy exponents of democracy. But these optimisms did not sound so loud as the laughter of the audience at the funny man's line, "Yes, by heckelum, I'm a smart fella." She wanted to give up the play, the dramatic association, the town. As she came out of the tent and walked with Kennicott down the dusty spring street, she peered at this straggling wooden village and felt that she could not possibly stay here through all of tomorrow. It was Miles Bjornstam who gave her strength, he and the fact that every seat for The Girl from Kankakee had been sold. Bjornstam was keeping company with Bea. Every night he was sitting on the back steps. Once when Carol appeared, he grumbled, "Hope you're going to give this Berg one good show. If you don't, reckon nobody ever will." It was the great night. It was the night of the play. The two dressing rooms were swirling with actors panting twitchy pale. Del Snafflin, the barber, who was as much a professional as Ella, having once gone on in a mob scene at a stock. Company performance in Minneapolis was making them up and showing his scorn for amateurs with "Stand Still." For the Lobo Mike, "How do you expect me to get your eyelids dark if you keep a wigglin'?" The actors were beseeching, "Hey, Del, Put some red in my nostrils, you put some in Rita's ghee, you didn't hardly do anything to my face. They were enormously theatric. They examined Dell's makeup box. They sniffed the scent of grease paint. Every minute they ran out to peep through the hole in the curtain. They came back to inspect their wigs and costumes. They read on the whitewashed walls of the dressing rooms the pencil inscriptions, "The Flora Flanders Comedy Company," and "This is a Bum Theater," and felt that they were companions of these vanished troopers. Carol, smart in maid's uniform, coaxed the temporary stagehands to finish setting the first act, wailed at Kennicott the electrician, "Now, for heaven's sake." Remember the change in cue for the Ambers in Act Two. Slipped out to ask Dave Dyer, the ticket taker, if he could get some more chairs. Warned the frightened Myrtle Cass to be sure to upset the wastebasket when John Grimm called, "Here, you ready?" Those Snafflin's orchestra of piano, violin, and cornet began to tune up, and everyone behind the magic line of the proscenic arch was frightened into paralysis. Carol wavered to the hole in the curtain. There were so many people out there, staring so hard. In the second row she saw Miles Bjornstam, not with Bea, but alone. He really wanted to see the play. It was a good omen. Who could tell? Perhaps this evening would convert Gopher Prairie to conscious beauty. She darted into the women's dressing room, roused Maud Dyer from her fainting panic, pushed her to the wings, and ordered the curtain up. It rose doubtfully. It staggered and trembled, but it did get up without catching this time. Then she realized that Kennicott had forgotten to turn off the house lights. Someone out front was giggling. She galloped round to the left wing, herself pulled the switch, looked so ferociously at Kennicott that he quaked and fled back. Mrs. Dyer was creeping out on the half-darkened stage. The play was begun. And with that instant Carl realized that it was a bad play, abominably acted. Encouraging them with lying smiles, she watched her work go to pieces. The setting seemed flimsy, the lighting commonplace. She watched Guy Pollock stammer and twist his mustache when he should have been a bullying magnate. Vida Sherwin, as Grimm's timid wife, chatter at the audience as though they were her class in high school English. Juanita, in the leading role, defy Mr. Mile. Grim as though she were repeating a list of things she had to buy at the grocery this morning. Ella Stowbody remark, "I'd like a cup of tea," as though she were reciting "Curfew shall not ring tonight." And Dr. Gold, making love to Rita Simons, squeak, my, you are a wonderful girl." Myrtle Cass, as the office boy, was so much pleased by the applause of her relatives, then so much agitated by the remarks of Cy Bogart, in the back row in reference to her wearing trousers, that she could hardly be got off the stage. Only Raymie was so unsociable as to devote himself entirely to acting. That she was right in her opinion of the play Carol was certain when Miles Bjornstam went out after the first act and did not come back. Between the second and third acts she called the company together and supplicated, "I want to know something. Before we have a chance to separate, whether we're doing well or badly tonight, it is a beginning. But will we take it as merely a beginning? How many of you will pledge yourself to start in with me right away tomorrow and plan for another play to be given in September?" They stared at her. They nodded at Juanita's protest. "I think one's enough for a while. It's going elegant tonight. But another play seems to me it'll be time enough to talk about that next fall. Carol, I hope you don't mean to hint and suggest we're not doing fine tonight. I'm sure the applause shows the audience think it's just dandy." Then Carol knew how completely she had failed. As the audience seeped out, she heard B.J. Gogerling the banker say to Howland the grocer, "Well, I think the folks did splendid, just as good as professionals, but I don't care much for these plays. What I like is a good movie." With auto accidents and holdups, and some get to it, and not all this talky talk. Then Carol knew how certain she was to fail again. She wearily did not blame them, company nor audience. Herself she blamed for trying to carve intaglios in good wholesome jack pine. It's the worst defeat of all. I'm beaten. By Main Street. I must go on, but I can't. She was not vastly encouraged by the Gopher Prairie dauntless. Would be impossible to distinguish among the actors when all gave such fine account of themselves in difficult roles of this well-known New York stage play. Guy Pollock as the old millionaire could not have been bettered for his fine impersonation of the gruff old millionaire. Mrs. Harry Haydock as the young lady from the West who so easily showed the New York four-flushers where they got off was a vision of loveliness and with fine stage presence. Miss Beta Sherwin, the ever-popular teacher in our high school, pleased as Mrs. Grimm. Dr. Gould was well suited in the role of young lover girls. You better look out, remember the doc, as a bachelor. The local 400 also report that he is a great hand at shaking the light fantastic tootsies in the dance. As the stenographer Rita Simons was pretty as a picture, and Miss Ella Stowbody's long and intensive study of the drama and kindred arts in Eastern schools was seen in the fine finish of her part. To no one is greater credit to be given than to Mrs. Will Kennicott, on whose capable shoulders fell the burden of directing. So kindly, Carol mused. So well meant, so neighborly, and so confoundedly untrue. Is it really my failure or theirs? She sought to be sensible. She elaborately explained to herself that it was. Hysterical to condemn Gopher Prairie because it did not foam over the drama. Its justification was in its service as a market town for farmers. How bravely and generously it did its work, forwarding the bread of the world, feeding and healing the farmers. Then, on the corner below her husband's office, she heard a farmer holding forth, "Sure, course I was beaten. The shipper and the grocers here wouldn't pay us a decent price for our potatoes, even though folks in the cities were howling for 'em. So we says, well, we'll get a truck and ship 'em right down to Minneapolis. But the commission merchants there were in cahoots with the local shipper here. They said they wouldn't pay us a cent more than he would, not even if they was nearer to the market. Well, we found we could get higher prices in Chicago, but when we tried to get freight cars to ship there, the railroads wouldn't let us have." And even though they had cars standing empty right here in the yards. There you got it, good market, and these towns keeping us from it. Gus, that's the way these towns work all the time. They pay what they want to for our wheat, but we pay what they want us to for their clothes. Doughbody and Dawson foreclose every mortgage they can, and put in tenant farmers. The Dauntless lies to us about the nonpartisan league. The lawyers sting us, the machinery dealers hate to carry us over bad years, and then their daughters put on swell dresses and look at us as if we were a bunch of hobos. Man, I'd like to burn this town, Kennicott observed. There's that old crank Wes Brannigan shooting off his mouth again. Gosh, but he loves to hear himself talk. They ought to run that fellow out of town. 7th. She felt old and detached through high school commencement week, which is the fate of youth in Gopher Prairie. Through baccalaureate sermon, senior parade, junior entertainment, commencement address by an Iowa clergyman who asserted that he believed in the virtue of virtuousness, and the procession of Decoration Day, when the few Civil War veterans followed Champ Perry in his rusty forage cap along the spring-powdered road to the cemetery. She met Guy. She found that she had nothing to say to him. Her head ached in an aimless way. When Kennicott rejoiced, "We'll have a great time this summer, move down to the lake early, and wear old clothes and act natural," she smiled, but her smile creaked. In the prairie heat she trudged along unchanging ways, talked about nothing to tepid people, and reflected that she might never escape from them. She was startled to find that she was using the word escape. Then, for 3 years, which passed like one curt paragraph, she ceased to find anything interesting save the Bjornstams and her baby. Chapter 19. In 3 years of exile from herself, Carol had certain experiences chronicled as important by the Dauntless or discussed by the Jolly 17. But the event unchronicled, undiscussed, and supremely controlling was her slow admission of longing to find her own people. Bea and Miles Bjornstam were married in June, a month after The Girl from Kankakee. Miles had turned respectable. He had renounced his criticisms of state and society. He had given up roving as horse trader and wearing red mackinaws in lumber camps. He had gone to work as engineer in Jackson Elder's planing mill. He was to be seen upon the streets endeavoring to be neighborly with suspicious men whom he had taunted for years. Carol was the patroness and manager of the wedding. Juanita Haydock mocked, "You're a chump to let a good hired girl like Bea go. Besides, how do you know?" It's a good thing, her marrying a sassy bum like this awful red Swede person. Get wise. Chase the man off with a mop and hold on to your Svenska while the holding's good. Huh? Me go to their Scantahoofian wedding? Not a chance. The other matrons echoed Juanita. Carol was dismayed by the casualness of their cruelty, but she persisted. Miles had exclaimed to her, "Jack Elder says maybe he'll come to the wedding." "Gee, it would be nice to have Bea meet the boss as a reg'lar married lady. Someday I'll be so well off that Bea can play with Mrs. Elder and you. Watch us." There was an uneasy knot of only 9 guests at the service in the unpainted Lutheran church. Carol, Kennicott, Guy Pollock, and the Champ Perrys, all brought by Carol. Bea's frightened rustic parents, her cousin Tina, and Pete, Miles's ex-partner in horse trading, a surly, hairy man who had bought a black suit and come 1,200 miles from Spokane for the event. Miles continuously glanced back at the church door. Jackson Elder did not appear. The door did not once open after the awkward entrance of the first guests. Miles's hand closed on Bea's arm. He had, with Carol's help, made his shanty over into a cottage with white curtains and a canary and a chintz chair. Carol coaxed the powerful matrons to call on Bea. They half scoffed, half promised to go. Bea's successor was the oldish, broad, silent Oscarina, who was suspicious of her frivolous mistress for a month, so that Juanita Haydock was able to crow, "There, smarty, I told you you'd run into the domestic problem." But Oscarina adopted Carol as a daughter, and with her as faithful to the kitchen as Bea had been, there was nothing changed in Carol's life. 3. She was unexpectedly appointed to the town library board by old Jensen, the new mayor. The other members were Dr. Westlake, Lyman Cass, Julius Flickerbaugh the attorney, Guy Pollock, and Martin Mahoney, former livery stable keeper and now owner of a garage. She was delighted. She went to the first meeting rather condescendingly, regarding herself as the only one besides Guy who knew anything about books or library methods. She was planning to revolutionize the whole system. Her condescension was ruined and her humility wholesomely increased when she found the board in the shabby room on the second floor of the house, which had been converted into the library, not discussing the weather and longing to play checkers, but talking about books. She discovered that amiable old Dr. Westlake read everything in verse and light fiction, that Lyman Cass, the veal, faced, bristly bearded owner of the mill had tramped through Gibbon, Hume, Grote, Prescott, and the other thick historians, that he could repeat pages from them and did. When Dr. Westlake whispered to her, "Yes, Lim is a very well-informed man, but he's modest about it," she felt uninformed and immodest and scolded at herself that she had missed the human potentialities in this vast Gopher Prairie. When Dr. Westlake quoted the Paradiso, Don Quixote, Wilhelm Meister, and the Koran, she reflected that no one she knew, not even her father, had read all four. She came diffidently to the second meeting of the board. She did not plan to revolutionize anything. She hoped that the wise elders might be so tolerant as to listen to her suggestions about changing the shelving of the juveniles. Yet after 4 sessions of the library board, she was where she had been before the first session. She had found that for all their pride in being reading men, Westlake and Cass, and even Guy, had no conception of making the library familiar to the whole town. They used it, they passed resolutions about it, and they left it as dead as Moses. Only the Henty books and the Elsie books and the latest optimisms by moral female novelists and virile clergymen were in general demand, and the board themselves were interested only in old, stilted volumes. They had no tenderness for the noisiness of youth discovering great literature. If she was egotistic about her tiny learning, they were at least as much so regarding theirs. And for all their talk of the need of additional library tax, none of them was willing to risk censure by battling for it, though they now had so small a fund that, after paying for rent, heat, light, and Miss Villets's salary, they had only $100 a year for the purchase of books. The incident of the 17 cents killed her none too enduring interest. She had come to the board meeting singing with a plan. She had made a list of 30 European novels of the past 10 years, with 20 important books on psychology, education, and economics which the library lacked. She had made Kennicott promise to give $15. If each of the board would contribute the same, they could have the books. Lim Cass looked alarmed, scratched himself, and protested, "I think it would be a bad precedent for the board members to contribute money." Not that I mind, but it wouldn't be fair established precedent." "Gracious, they don't pay us a cent for our services, certainly can't expect us to pay for the privilege of serving." Only Guy looked sympathetic, and he stroked the pine table and said nothing. The rest of the meeting they gave to a bellicose investigation of the fact that there was 17 cents less than there should be in the fund. Miss Villets was summoned. She spent half an hour in explosively defending herself. The 17 cents were gnawed over, penny by penny, and Carol, glancing at the carefully inscribed list which had been so lovely and exciting an hour before, was silent. and sorry for Miss Phillips, and sorry for herself. She was reasonably regular in attendance till her 2 years were up, and Beta Sherwin was appointed to the board in her place. But she did not try to be revolutionary. In the plodding course of her life there was nothing changed and nothing new. Ivy Kennicott made an excellent land deal, but as he told her none of the details, she was not greatly exalted or agitated. What did agitate her was his announcement, half whispered and half blurted, half tender and half coldly medical, that they ought to have a baby, now they could afford it. They had so long agreed that perhaps it would be just as well not to have any children for a while yet, that childlessness had come to be natural. Now she feared and longed. And did not know. She hesitatingly assented and wished that she had not assented. As there appeared no change in their drowsy relations, she forgot all about it, and life was planless. Idling on the porch of their summer cottage at the lake, on afternoons when Kennicott was in town, when the water was glazed and the whole air languid, she pictured 100 escapes. Fifth Avenue in a snowstorm, with limousines, golden shops, a cathedral spire. A reed hut on fantastic piles above the mud of a jungle river, a suite in Paris, immense high grave rooms with lambrequins and a balcony, the enchanted mesa, an ancient stone mill in Maryland at the turn of the road, between rocky brook and abrupt hills, an upland moor of sheep and flitting cool sunlight, a clanging dock where steel cranes unloaded steamers from Buenos Aires and Sinclair, a Munich concert hall, and a famous Liszt playing to her. One scene had a persistent witchery. She stood on a terrace overlooking a boulevard by the warm sea. She was certain, though she had no reason for it, that the place was Mentone. Along the drive below her swept barouches, with the mechanical tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot, and great cars with polished black hoods and engines, quiet as the sigh of an old man. In them were women erect, slender, enameled, and expressionless as marionettes, their small hands upon parasols, their unchanging eyes always forward, ignoring the men beside them, tall men with gray hair and distinguished faces. Beyond the drive were painted sea and painted sands, and blue and yellow pavilions. Nothing moved except the gliding carriages, and the people were small and wooden, spots in a picture drenched with gold and hard. Bright blues. There was no sound of sea or winds, no softness of whispers nor of falling petals, nothing but yellow and cobalt and staring light, and the never-changing clot-tot-tot-tot-tot. She startled. She whimpered. It was the rapid ticking of the clock which had hypnotized her into hearing the steady hoofs. No aching color of the sea and pride of supercilious people, but the reality of a round-bellied nickel alarm clock on a shelf against a fuzzy, unplaned pine wall, with a stiff gray wash-rag hanging above it and a kerosene stove standing below. 1,000 dreams governed by the fiction she had read, drawn from the pictures she had envied, absorbed her drowsy lake afternoons, but always in the midst of them. Kennicott came out from town, drew on khaki trousers which were plastered with dry fish scales, asked, "Enjoying yourself?" and did not listen to her answer. And nothing was changed, and there was no reason to believe that there ever would be change. Wheat cranes. At the lake cottage, She missed the passing of the trains. She realized that in town she had depended upon them for assurance that there remained a world beyond. The railroad was more than a means of transportation to Gopher Prairie. It was a new god, a monster of steel limbs, oak ribs, flesh of gravel, and a stupendous hunger for freight. A deity created by man that he might keep himself respectful to property, as elsewhere he had elevated and served as tribal gods the mines, cotton mills, motor factories, colleges, army. The East remembered generations when there had been no railroad and had no awe of it. But here the railroads had been before time was. The towns had been staked out on barren prairie as convenient points for future train halts, and back in 1860 and 1870 there had been much profit, much opportunity to found aristocratic families in the possession of advanced knowledge as to where the towns would arise. If a town was in disfavor, the railroad could ignore it, cut it off from commerce, slay it. To Gopher Prairie, the tracks were eternal verities and boards of railroad directors and omnipotence. The smallest boy or the most secluded grandam could tell you whether number 32 had a hot box last Tuesday, whether number 7 was going to put on an extra day coach, and the name of the president of the road was familiar to every breakfast table. Even in this new era of motors, the citizens went down to the station to see the trains go through. It was their romance, their only mystery besides Mass at the Catholic Church, and from the trains came lords of the outer world, traveling salesmen with piping on their waistcoats and visiting cousins from Milwaukee. Gopher Prairie had once been a division point. The roundhouse and repair shops were gone, but 2 conductors still retained residence, and they were persons of distinction, men who traveled and talked to strangers, who wore uniforms with brass buttons, and knew all about these crooked games of con men. They were a special caste, neither above nor below the haydocks, but apart, artists and adventurers. The night telegraph operator at the railroad station was the most melodramatic figure in town, awake at 3 in the morning, alone in a room hectic with clatter of the telegraph key. All night he talked to operators 20, 50, 100 miles away. It was always to be expected that he would be held up by robbers. He never was, but round him was a suggestion of masked faces at the window, revolvers, cords binding him to a chair, his struggle to crawl to the key before he fainted. During blizzards, everything about the railroad was melodramatic. There were days when the town was completely shut off, when they had no mail, no express, no fresh meat, no newspapers. At last the rotary snowplow came through, bucking the drifts, sending up a geyser, and the way to the outside was open again. The brakemen, in mufflers and fur caps, running along the tops of ice-coated freight cars, the engineers scratching frost from the cab windows and looking out, inscrutable, self-contained, pilots of the prairie sea. They were heroism. They were to Carol, the daring of the quest in a world of groceries and sermons. To the small boys, the railroad was a familiar playground. They climbed the iron. Ladders on the sides of the boxcars, built fires behind piles of old ties, waved to favorite brakemen, but to Carol it was magic. She was motoring with Kennicott, the car lumping through darkness, the lights showing mud puddles and ragged weeds by the road. A train coming. A rapid chugga, 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 chugga. It was hurling past the Pacific Flyer, an arrow of golden flame. Light from the firebox splashed the underside of the trailing smoke. Instantly, the vision was gone. Carol was back in the long darkness, and Kennicott was giving his version of that fire and wonder. No, 19. Must be 'bout 10 minutes late. In town, she listened from bed to the express whistling in the cut a mile north. Ugh! Faint, nervous, distrait, horn of the free night riders journeying to the tall towns, where were laughter and banners and the sound of bells. A zoo, the world going by a zoo. Fainter, more wistful, gone. Down here there were no trains. The stillness was very great. The prairie encircled the lake, lay round her, raw, dusty, thick. Only the train could cut it. Someday she would take a train, and that would be a great taking. Vi. She turned to the Chautauqua as she had turned to the Dramatic Association, to the library board. Besides the permanent Mother Chautauqua in New York, there are, all over these states, commercial Chautauqua companies which send out to every smallest town troops of lecturers and entertainers to give a week of culture under canvas. Living in Minneapolis, Carol had never encountered the ambulant Chautauqua, and the announcement of its coming to Gopher Prairie gave her hope that others might be doing the vague things which she had attempted. She pictured a condensed university course brought to the people. Mornings when she came in from the lake with Kennicott, she saw placards in every shop window, and strung on a cord across Main Street, a line of pennants alternately worded, "The Bolin Chautauqua coming," and "A solid week of inspiration and enjoyment." But she was disappointed when she saw the program. It did not seem to be a tabloid university. It did not seem to be any kind of a university. It seemed to be a combination of vaudeville performance, IMZA, bell, lecture, and the graduation exercises of an elocution class. She took her doubt to Kennicott. He insisted, "Well, maybe it won't be so awful darn intellectual, the way you and I might like it, but it's a whole lot better than nothing." Vida Sherwin added, "They have some splendid speakers. If the people don't carry off so much actual information, they do get a lot of new ideas, and that's what counts." During the Chautauqua, Carol attended 3 evening meetings, 2 afternoon meetings, and 1 in the morning. She was impressed by the audience, the sallow women in skirts and blouses, eager to be made to think, the men in vests and shirt sleeves, eager to be allowed to laugh, and the wriggling children eager to sneak away. She liked the plain benches, the portable stage under its red marquee, the great tent over all, shadowy above strings of incandescent bulbs at night, and by day, casting an amber radiance on the patient crowd. The scent of dust and trampled grass and sun-baked wood gave her an illusion of Syrian caravans. She forgot the speakers while she listened to noises outside the tent, 2 farmers talking hoarsely, a wagon creaking down Main Street, the crow of a rooster. She was content, but it was the contentment of the lost hunter stopping to rest. For from the Chautauqua itself she got nothing but wind and chaff and heavy laughter, the laughter of yokels at old jokes, a mirthless and primitive sound like the cries of beasts on a farm. These were the several instructors in the condensed university's 7-day course, 9 lecturers, 4 of them ex-ministers, and 1 an ex-congressman, all of them delivering inspirational addresses. The only facts or opinions which Carol derived from them were: Lincoln was a celebrated president of the United States, but in his youth extremely poor. James J. Puttermint. Hill was the best-known railroad man of the West, and in his youth extremely poor. Honesty and courtesy in business are preferable to boorishness and exposed trickery, but this is not to be taken personally. since all persons in Gopher Prairie are known to be honest and courteous. London is a large city. A distinguished statesman once taught Sunday school. 4 Inaternaners who told Jewish stories, Irish stories, German stories, Chinese stories, and Tennessee mountaineer stories, most of which Carol had heard. A lady elocutionist who recited Kipling and imitated children. A lecturer with motion pictures of an Andean exploration. Excellent pictures and a halting narrative. 3 brass bands, a company of 6 opera singers, a Hawaiian sextet, and 4 youths who played saxophones and guitars disguised as washboards. The most applauded pieces were those, such as the Lucia Inevitability, which the audience had heard most often. The local superintendent, who remained through the week while the other enlighteners went to other chautauquas for their daily performances. The superintendent was a bookish, underfed man who worked hard at rousing artificial enthusiasm, at trying to make the audience cheer by dividing them into competitive squads and telling them that they were intelligent, and made splendid communal noises. He gave most of the morning lectures, droning with equal unhappy facility about poetry, the Holy Land, and the injustice to employers in any system of profit-sharing. The final item was a man who neither lectured, inspired, nor entertained, a plain little man with his hands in his pockets. All the other speakers had confessed. I cannot keep from telling the citizens of your beautiful city that none of the talent on this circuit have found a more charming spot or more enterprising and hospitable people. But the little man suggested that the architecture of Gopher Prairie was haphazard, and that it was sottish to let the lakefront be monopolized by the cinder-heaped wall of the railroad embankment. Afterward the audience grumbled, maybe that guy's got the right dope, but what's the use of looking on the dark side of things all the time? New ideas are first-rate, but not all this criticism. Enough trouble in life without. Looking for it. Thus the Chautauqua, as Carol saw it. After it, the town felt proud and educated. 2 weeks later, the Great War smote Europe. For a month, Gopher Prairie had the delight of shuddering. Then, as the war settled down to a business of trench fighting, they forgot. When Carol talked about the Balkans and the possibility of a German Revolution, Kennicott yawned. Oh yes, it's a great old scrap, but it's none of our business. Folks out here are too busy growing corn to monkey with any fool war that those foreigners want to get themselves into. It was Miles Bjornstam who said, I can't figure it out. I'm opposed to wars, but still, seems like Germany has got to be licked because them junkers stands in the way of progress. She was calling on Miles and Bea early in autumn. They had received her with cries, with dusting of chairs, and a running to fetch water for coffee. Miles stood and beamed at her. He fell often and joyously into his old irreverence about the lords of Gopher Prairie, but always with a certain difficulty. He added something decorous and appreciative. Lots of people have come to see you, haven't they? Carol hinted. Why, Bea's cousin Tina comes in right along, and the foreman at the mill. And oh, we have good times. Say, take a look at that Bea. Wouldn't you think she was a canary bird? To listen to her and to see that Scandahoofian towhead of hers? But say, know what she is? She's a mother hen. Way she fusses over. Me way she makes old Miles wear a necktie. Hate to spoil her by letting her hear it, but she's one pretty darn nice hell. What do we care if none of the dirty snobs come and call? We've got each other. Carol worried about their struggle, but she forgot it in the stress of sickness and fear. For that autumn she knew that a baby was coming, that at last life promised to be interesting in the peril of the great change. Chapter 20. The baby was coming. Each morning she was nauseated, chilly, bedraggled, and certain that she would never again be attractive. Each twilight she was afraid. She did not feel exalted, but unkempt and furious. The period of daily sickness crawled into an endless time of boredom. It became difficult for her to move about, and she raged that she, who had been slim and light-footed, should have to lean on a stick and be heartily commented upon by street gossips. She was encircled by greasy eyes. Every matron hinted, "Now that you're going to be a mother, dearie, you'll get over all these ideas of yours and settle down." She felt that willy-nilly she was being initiated into the assembly of housekeepers. With the baby for hostage, she would never escape. Presently she would be drinking coffee and rocking and talking about diapers. I could stand fighting them. I'm used to that. But this being taken as a matter of course, I can't stand it, and I must stand it. She alternately detested herself for not appreciating the kindly women, and detested them for their advice, lugubrious hints as to how much she would suffer in labor, details of baby hygiene based on long experience and total misunderstanding, superstitious cautions about the things she must eat and read and look at in prenatal care for the baby's soul, and always a pest of simpering baby talk. Mrs. Champeri bustled in to lend Ben-Hur as a preventive of future infant immorality. The widow Bogart appeared trailing pinkish exclamations. "And how is our lovely Iddlemuzzy today? My, ain't it just like they always say? Being in a family way does make the girlie so lovely. Just like a Madonna." Tummy, her whisper was tinged with salaciousness. "Does oo feel the dear itsy one stirring, the pledge of love?" I remember with sigh, of course he was so big I do not look lovely, Mrs. Bogart. My complexion is rotten, and my hair is coming out, and I look like a potato bag, and I think my arches are falling. And he? Isn't a pledge of love, and I'm afraid he will look like us, and I don't believe in mother devotion, and the whole business is a confounded nuisance of a biological process," remarked Carol. Then the baby was born, without unusual difficulty, a boy with straight back and strong legs. The first day she hated him for the tides of pain and hopeless fear he had caused. She resented his raw ugliness. After that, she loved him with all the devotion and instinct at which she had scoffed. She marveled at the perfection of the miniature hands, as noisily as did Kennicott. She was overwhelmed by the trust with which the baby turned to her. Passion for him grew with each unpoetic, irritating thing she had to do for him. He was named Hugh, for her father. Hugh developed into a thin, healthy child with a large head and straight, delicate hair of a faint brown. He was thoughtful and casual, a Kennicott. For 2 years, nothing else existed. She did not, as the cynical matrons had prophesied, give up worrying about the world and other folks' babies soon as she got one of her own to fight for. The barbarity of that willingness to sacrifice other children so that one child might have too much was impossible to her. But she would sacrifice herself. She understood consecration, she who answered Kennicott's hints about having Hugh christened. "I refuse to insult my baby and myself by asking an ignorant young man in a frock coat to sanction him, to permit me to have him. I refuse to subject him to any devil-chasing rites. If I didn't give my baby, enough sanctification in those 9 hours of hell, then he can't get any more out of the Reverend Mr. Zitterel." "Well, Baptists hardly ever christen kids. I was kind of thinking more about Reverend Warren," said Kennicott. He was her reason for living, promise of accomplishment in the future. Shrine of adoration and a diverting toy. I thought I'd be a dilettante mother, but I'm as dismayingly natural as Mrs. Bogart, she boasted. For 2 years, Carol was a part of the town, as much one of our young mothers as Mrs. McGonagall. Her opinionation seemed dead. She had no apparent desire for escape. Her brooding centered on Hugh. While she wondered at the pearled texture of his ears, she exulted. I feel like an old woman, with a skin like sandpaper beside him, and I'm glad of it. He is perfect. He shall have everything. He shan't always stay here in Gopher Prairie. I wonder which is really the best, Harvard or Yale or Oxford. The people who hemmed her in had been brilliantly reinforced by Mr. and Mrs. Whittier in Smil, Kennicott's Uncle Whittier and Aunt Bessie. The true Main Streetite defines a relative as a person to whose house you go uninvited to stay as long as you like. If you hear that Lim Cass on his journey east has spent all his time visiting an oyster center, it does not mean that he prefers that village to the rest of New England, but that he has relatives there. It does not mean that he has written to the relatives these many years, nor that they have ever given signs of a desire to look upon him. But you wouldn't expect a man to go and spend good money at a hotel in Boston when his own third cousins live right in the same state, would you? When the Smails sold their creamery in North Dakota, they visited Mr. Smail's sister, Kennicott's mother, at Lac Qui Meurt, then plodded on to Gopher Prairie to stay with their nephew. They appeared unannounced before the baby was born, took their welcome for granted, and immediately began to complain of the fact that their room faced north. Uncle Whittier and Aunt Bessie assumed that it was their privilege as relatives to laugh at Carol, and their duty as Christians to let her know how absurd her notions were. They objected to the food, to Oscarina's lack of friendliness, to the wind, the rain, and the immodesty of Carol's maternity gowns. They were strong and enduring. For an hour at a time they could go on heaving questions about her father's income, about her theology, and about the reason why she had not put on her rubbers when she had gone across the street. For fussy discussion they had a rich, full genius, and their example developed in Kennicott a tendency to the same form of affectionate flaying. If Carol was so indiscreet as to murmur that she had a small headache, instantly the two Smails and Kennicott were at it. Every 5 minutes, every time she sat down or rose or spoke to Oscarina, they twanged, "Is your head better now? Where does it hurt? Don't you keep hartshorn in the house? Didn't you walk too far today? Have you tried hartshorn? Don't you keep some in the house so it will." Be handy? Does it feel better now? How does it feel? Do your eyes hurt too? What time do you usually get to bed? As late as that? Well, how does it feel now? In her presence, Uncle Whittier snorted at Kennicott. Carol get these headaches often, huh? Be better for her if she didn't go gadding around to all these bridge whist parties and took some care of herself once in a while. They kept it up, commenting, questioning, till her determination broke and she bleated, "For heaven's sake, don't discuss it, my head's all right." She listened to the Smails and Kennicott, trying to determine by dialectics whether the copy of the Dauntless, which Aunt Bessie wanted to send to her sister in Alberta, ought to have 2 or 4 cents postage on it. Carol would have taken it to the drugstore and weighed it, but then she was a dreamer, while they, were practical people as they frequently admitted, so they sought to evolve the postal rate from their inner consciousnesses, which, combined with entire frankness and thinking aloud, was their method of settling all problems. The Smales did not believe in all this nonsense about privacy and reticence. When Carol left a letter from her sister on the table, she was astounded to hear from Uncle Whittier, "I see your sister says her husband is doing fine. You ought to go see her oftener. I asked Will and he says you don't go see her very often. My, you ought to go see her oftener." If Carol was writing a letter to a classmate or planning the week's menus, she could be certain that Aunt Bessie would pop in and titter, "Now don't let me disturb you. I just wanted to see where you were. Don't stop. I'm not going to stay only a second. I just wondered if you could possibly have thought that I didn't eat the onions this noon because I didn't think they were properly cooked." But I told him not Prashina is careless of some things. She doesn't appreciate the big wages you pay her, and she is so cranky. All these Swedes are so cranky, I don't really see why you have a Swede. But that wasn't it. I didn't eat them not because I didn't think they weren't cooked proper. It was just I find an onions, or raw ones and real ones. It's Jerry sever billiard with them is fair sell the adibit demi but is. Carol was discovering that the one thing that can be more disconcerting than intelligent hatred is demanding love. She supposed that she was being gracefully dull and standardized in the Smaleses. Presence, but they scented the heretic, and with forward stooping delight, they sat and tried to drag out her ludicrous concepts for their amusement. They were like the Sunday afternoon mob starting at monkeys in the zoo, poking fingers and making faces and giggling at the resentment of the more dignified race. With a loose-lipped, superior, village smile, Uncle Whittier hinted, "What's this I hear about your thinking Gopher Prairie ought to be all tore down and rebuilt, Carrie? I don't know where folks get these newfangled ideas. Lots of farmers in Dakota gettin' 'em these days. About cooperation. Think they can run stores better, and storekeepers. Huh! Whit and I didn't need no cooperation as long as we was farming," triumphed Aunt Bessie. "Carrie, tell your old auntie now, don't you ever go to church on Sunday? You do go sometimes, but you ought to go every Sunday. When you're as old as I am, you'll learn that no matter how smart folks think they are, God knows a whole lot more than they do, and then you'll realize and be glad to go and listen to your pastor." In the manner of one who has just beheld a two-headed calf, they repeated that they had never heard jarred such funny ideas. They were staggered to learn that a real Tanjavernators, miters and dedic, miters that nativols, bocaters billen that they re, bocaters that not bear any special and guaranteed form of curse, that there are ethical authorities outside of the Hebrew Bible, that men have drunk wine yet not died in the gutter, that the capitalistic system of distribution and the Baptist wedding ceremony were not known in the Garden of Eden, that mushrooms are as edible as corn haste, that coin bijadderst, but that nut that is unlikely, but scratchy flannels next the skin in winter, that a violin is not inherently more immoral than a chapel organ, that some poets do not have long hair, and that Jews are not always peddlers or pants makers. "Where does she get all them berries?" marveled Uncle Whittier Smale, while Aunt Bessie inquired, "Do you suppose there's many folks got notions like hers? My! If there are," and her tone settled the fact that there were not, "I just don't know what the world's coming to." Patiently, more or less, Carol awaited the exquisite day when they would announce departure. After 3 weeks, Uncle Whittier remarked, "We kinda like Gopher Prairie. Guess maybe we'll stay here. We'd been wondering what we'd do. Now we've sold the creamery and my farms." So I had a talk with old Jensen about his grocery, and I guess I'll buy him out in storekeep for a while. He did. Carol rebelled. Kennicott soothed her. Oh, we won't see much of them. They'll have their own house. She resolved to be so chilly that they would stay away. But she had no talent for conscious insolence. They found a house, but Carol was never safe from their appearance with a hearty, "Thought we'd drop in this evening and keep you from being lonely. Why, you ain't had them curtains washed yet." Invariably, whenever she was touched by the realization that it was they who were lonely, they wrecked her pitying affection by comments, questions, advice. They immediately became friendly with all of their own race, with the Luke Dawsons, the Deacon Pearsons, and Mrs. Bogart, and brought them along in the evening. Aunt Bessie was a bridge over whom the older women, bearing gifts of counsel and the ignorance of experience, poured into Carol's island of reserve. Aunt Bessie urged the good widow Bogart, "Drop in and see Carrie real often." Young folks today don't understand housekeeping like we do. Mrs. Bogart showed herself perfectly willing to be an associate relative. Carol was thinking up protective insults when Kennicott's mother came down to stay with Brother Whittier for 2 months. Carol was fond of Mrs. Kennicott. She could not carry out her insults. She felt trapped. She had been kidnapped by the town. She was Aunt Bessie's niece, and she was to be a mother. She almost expected herself, to sit forever talking of babies, cooks, embroidery stitches, the price of potatoes, and the taste of husbands in the matter of spinach. She found her refuge in the Jolly 17. She suddenly understood that they could be depended upon to laugh with her at Mrs. Bogart, and she now saw Juanita Haydock's gossip not as vulgarity, but as gaiety and remarkable analysis. Her life had changed, even before Hugh appeared. She looked forward to the next bridge of the Jolly 17 and the security of whispering with her dear friends Maud Dyer and Juanita and Mrs. McGanum. She was part of the town. Its philosophy and its feuds dominated her. 3. She was no longer irritated by the cooing of the matrons, nor by their opinion that diet didn't matter so long as the little ones had plenty of lace and moist kisses. But she concluded that in the care of babies, as in politics, intelligence was superior to quotations about pansies. She liked best to talk about Hugh to Kennicott, Vida, and the Bjornstams. She was happily domestic when Kennicott sat by her on the floor to watch baby make faces. She was delighted when Miles, speaking as one man to another, admonished Hugh, "I wouldn't stand them skirts if I was you. Come on, join the union and strike. Make 'em give you pants." As a parent, Kennicott was moved to establish the first Child Welfare Week held in Gopher Prairie. Carol helped him weigh babies and examine their throats, and she wrote out the diets for mute German and Scandinavian mothers. The aristocracy of Gopher Prairie, even the wives of the rival doctors, took part, and for several days there was community spirit and much uplift. But this reign of love was overthrown when the prize for Best Baby was awarded, not to decent parents, but to Bea and Miles Bjornstam. The good matrons glared at Olaf Bjornstam with his blue eyes, his honey-colored hair, and magnificent back, and they remarked, "Well, Mrs. Kennicott, maybe that Swede brat is as healthy as your husband says he is, but let me tell you I hate to think of the future that awaits any boy with a hired girl for a mother and an awful irreligious socialist for a pa." She raged, but so violent was the current of their respectability, so persistent was Aunt Bessie in running to her with their blabber, that she was embarrassed when she took Hugh to play with Olaf. She hated herself for it, but she hoped that no one saw her go into the Bjornstam shanty. She hated herself and the town's indifferent cruelty when she saw Bea's radiant devotion to both babies alike, when she saw Miles staring at them wistfully. He had saved money, had quit Elder's planing mill, and started a dairy on a vacant lot near his shack. He was proud of his 3 cows and 60 chickens, and got up nights to nurse them. "I'll be a big farmer before you can bat an eye. I tell you that young fellow Olaf is going to go east to college along with the Haydock kids. Lots of folks dropping in to chin with Bea and me now. Say!" Ma Bogart come in one day. She was I liked the old lady fine, and the mill foreman comes in right along. "Oh, we got lots of friends, you bet." Ivy. Though the town seemed to Carol to change no more than the surrounding fields, there was a constant shifting these 3 years. The citizen of the prairie drifts always westward. It may be because he is the heir of ancient migrations, and it may be because he finds within his own spirit so little adventure that he is driven to seek it by changing his horizon. The towns remain unvaried, yet the individual faces alter like classes in college. The Gopher Prairie jeweler sells out, for no discernible reason, and moves on to Alberta or the state of Washington, to open a shop precisely like his former one, in a town precisely like the one he has left. There is, except among professional men and the wealthy, small permanence either of residence or occupation. A man becomes farmer, grocer, town policeman, dairyman, restaurant owner, postmaster, insurance agent, and farmer, all over again, and the community more or less patiently suffers from his lack of knowledge in each of his experiments. Old Jensen the grocer and Doll the butcher moved on to South Dakota and Idaho. Luke and Mrs. Dawson picked up 10,000 acres of prairie soil in the magic portable form of a small checkbook and went to Pasadena, to a bungalow and sunshine and cafeterias. Chet Dashaway sold his furniture and undertaking business and wandered to Los Angeles where, the Dauntless reported, our good friend Chester has accepted a fine position with a real estate firm, and his wife has in the charming social circles of the Queen City of the Southwest Land that same popularity which she enjoyed in our own society sets. Rita Simons was married to Terry Gould and rivaled Juanita Haydock as the gayest of the young married set. But Juanita also acquired merit. Harry's father died. Harry became senior partner in the Bon-Ton store, and Juanita was more acidulous and shrewd and cackling than ever. She bought an evening frock and exposed her collarbone to the wonder of the Jolly 17 and talked of moving to Minneapolis. To defend her position against the new Mrs. Terry Gould, she sought to attach Carol to her faction by giggling that some folks might call Rita innocent, but I've got a hunch that she isn't half as ignorant of things as brides are supposed to be, and of course Terry isn't 1, 2, 3 as a doctor alongside of your husband. Carol herself would gladly have followed Mr. Ole Jensen and migrated even to another Main Street. Flight from familiar tedium to new tedium would have for a time the outer look and promise of adventure. She hinted to Kennicut of the probable medical advantages of Montana and Oregon. She knew that he was satisfied with Gopher Prairie, but it gave her vicarious hope to think of going to ask for railroad folders at the station, to trace the maps with a restless forefinger. Yet to the casual eye she was not discontented. She was not an abnormal and distressing traitor to the faith of Main Street. The settled citizen believes that the rebel is constantly in a stew of complaining, and, hearing of a Carol Kennish, he gasps, "What an awful person! She must be a holy terror to live with. Glad my folks are satisfied with things way they are." Actually, it was not so much as 5 minutes a day that Carol devoted to lonely desires. It is probable that the agitated citizen has within his circle at least one inarticulate rebel with aspirations as wayward as Carol's. The presence of the baby had made her take Gopher Prairie and the Brown House seriously as natural places of residence. She pleased Kennicott by being friendly with the complacent maturity of Mrs. Clark and Mrs. Elder, and when she had often enough been in conference upon the elder's new Cadillac car, or the job which the oldest Clark boy had taken in the office of the flour mill, these topics became important, things to follow up day by day. With 9/10 of her emotion concentrated upon Hugh, she did not criticize shops, streets, acquaintances. This year or two, she hurried to Uncle Whittier's store for a package of cornflakes. She abstractedly listened to Uncle Whittier's denunciation of Martin Mahoney for asserting that the wind last Tuesday had been south and not southwest. She came back along streets that held no surprises nor the startling faces of strangers, thinking of Hugh's teething all the way. She did not reflect that this store, these drab blocks, made up all her background. She did her work, and she triumphed over winning from the Clarks at 500. The most considerable event of the 2 years after the birth of Hugh occurred when Vida Sherwin resigned from the high school and was married. Carol was her attendant, and as the wedding was at the Episcopal Church, all the women wore new kid slippers and long white kid gloves and looked refined. For years Carol had been little sister to Vida, and had never in the least known to what degree Vida loved her and hated her, and in curious, strained ways was bound to her. Chapter 21. Gray steel that seems unmoving because it spins so fast in the balanced flywheel. Gray snow in an avenue of elms. Gray dawn with the sun behind it. This was the gray of Vida Sherwin's life at 36. She was small and active and sallow. Her yellow hair was faded and looked dry. Her blue silk blouses and modest lace collars and high black shoes and sailor hats were as literal and uncharming as a schoolroom desk. But her eyes determined her appearance, revealed her as a personage and a force, indicated her faith in the goodness and purpose of everything. They were blue, and they were never still. They expressed amusement, pity, enthusiasm. If she had been seen in sleep, with the wrinkles beside her eyes stilled and the creased lids hiding the radiant irises, she would have lost her potency. She was born in a hill-smothered Wisconsin village where her father was a prosy minister. She labored through a sanctimonious college. She taught for 2 years. In an iron-range town of blurry-faced Tatars and Montenegrins and wastes of ore, and when she came to Gopher Prairie, its trees and the shining spaciousness of the wheat prairie made her certain that she was in paradise. She admitted to her fellow teachers that the school building was slightly damp, but she insisted that the rooms were arranged so conveniently, and then that bust of President McKinley at the head of the stairs, it's a lovely artwork, and isn't it an inspiration to have the brave, honest, martyr president to think about? She taught French, English, and history, and the sophomore Latin class, which dealt in monoclete discourse and the ablative absolute nature, called indirect discourse and the ablative absolute. Each year she was reconvinced that the pupils were beginning to learn more quickly. She spent 4 winters in building up the debating society, and when the debate really was lively one Friday afternoon, and the speakers of pieces did not forget their lines, she felt rewarded. She lived an engrossed, useful life, and seemed as cool and simple as an apple, but secretly she was creeping among fears, longing, and guilt. She knew what it was, but she dared not name it. She hated even the sound of the word sex. When she dreamed of being a woman of the harem with great white warm limbs, she awoke to shudder, defenseless in the dusk of her room. She prayed to Jesus, always to the Son of God, offering him the terrible power of her adoration, addressing him as the eternal lover, growing passionate, exalted, large, as she contemplated his splendor. Thus she mounted to endurance and surcease. By day, rattling about in many activities, she was able to ridicule her blazing nights of darkness. With spurious cheerfulness, she announced everywhere, "I guess I'm a born spinster, and no one will ever marry a plain schoolma'am like me. And you men, great big, noisy, bothersome creatures, we women wouldn't have you round the place, dirtying up nice clean rooms, if it wasn't that you have to be petted and guided. We just ought to say scat to all of you." But when a man held her close at a dance, even when Professor George Edwin Mott patted her hand paternally as they considered the naughtinesses of Cy Bogart, she quivered and reflected how superior she was to have kept her virginity. In the autumn of 1911, a year before Dr. Will Kennicott was married, Vida was his partner at a 500 tournament. She was 34 then, Kennicott about 36. To her he was a superb, boyish, diverting creature. All the heroic qualities in a manly, magnificent body. They had been helping the hostess to serve the Waldorf salad and coffee and gingerbread. They were in the kitchen, side by side on a bench, while the others ponderously supped in the room beyond. Kennicott was masculine and experimental. He stroked Vita's hand. He put his arm carelessly about her shoulder. "Don't," she said sharply. "You're a cunning thing," he offered, patting the back of her shoulder in an exploratory manner. While she strained away, she longed to move nearer to him. He bent over, looked at her knowingly. She glanced down at his left hand as it touched her knee. She sprang up, started noisily and needlessly to wash the dishes. He helped her. He was too lazy to adventure further and too used to women in his profession. She was grateful for the impersonality of his talk. It enabled her to gain control. She knew that she had skirted wild thoughts. A month after, on a sleighing party, under the buffalo robes in the bobsled, he whispered, "You pretend to be a grown-up school teacher, but you're nothing but a kiddie." His arm was about her. She resisted. "Don't you like the poor lonely bachelor?" he yammered in a fatuous way. "No, I don't. You don't care for me in the least. You're just practicing on me." "You're so mean. I'm terribly fond of you." "I'm not of you. And I'm not going to let myself be fond of you either." He persistently drew her toward him. She clutched his arm. Then she threw off the robe, climbed out of the sled, raced after it with Harry Haydock. At the dance which followed the sleigh ride, Kennicott was devoted to the watery prettiness of Maud Dare, and Vida was noisily interested in getting up a Virginia reel. Without seeming to watch Kennicott, she knew that he did not once look at her. That was all of her first love affair. He gave no sign of remembering that he was terribly fond. She waited for him, she reveled in longing, and in a sense of guilt because she longed, she told herself that she did not want part of him. Unless he gave her all his devotion, she would never let him touch her. And when she found that she was probably lying, she burned with scorn. She fought it out in prayer. She knelt in a pink flannel nightgown, her thin hair down her back, her forehead as full of horror as a mask of tragedy, while she identified her love for the Son of God with her love for a mortal, and wondered if any other woman had ever been so sacrilegious. She wanted to be a nun and observe perpetual adoration. She bought a rosary, but she had been so bitterly reared as a Protestant that she could not bring herself to use it. Yet none of her intimates in the school and in the boarding house knew of her abyss of passion. They said she was so optimistic. When she heard that Kennicott was to marry a girl, pretty, young, and imposingly from the cities, Bida despaired. She congratulated Kennicott. Carelessly ascertained from him the hour of marriage. At that hour, sitting in her room, Vida pictured the wedding in St. Paul. Full of an ecstasy which horrified her, she followed Kennicott and the girl who had stolen her place, followed them to the train, through the evening, the night. She was relieved when she had worked out a belief that she wasn't really shameful, that there was a mystical relation between herself and Carol, so that she was vicariously yet veritably with Kennicott, and had the right to be. She saw Carol during the first 5 minutes in Gopher Prairie. She stared at the passing motor, at Kennicott and the girl beside him. In that fog world of transference of emotion, Vida had no normal jealousy but a conviction that, since through Carol she had received Kennicott's love, then Carol was a part of her, an astral self, a heightened and more beloved self. She was glad of the girl's charm, of the smooth black hair, the airy head, and young shoulders. But she was suddenly angry. Carol glanced at her for a quarter second, but looked past her at an old roadside barn. If she had made the great sacrifice, at least she expected gratitude and recognition. Vida raged, while her conscious schoolroom mind fussily begged her to control this insanity. During her first call, half of her wanted to welcome a fellow reader of books. The other half itched to find out whether Carol knew anything about Kennicott's former interest in herself. She discovered that Carol was not aware that he had ever touched another woman's hand. Carol was an amusing, naive, curiously learned child. While Vida was most actively describing the glories of the Thanatopsis and complimenting this librarian on her training as a worker, she was fancying that this girl was the child born of herself and Kennicott, and out of that symbolizing, she had a comfort she had not known for months. When she came home, after supper with the Kennicotts and Guy Pollock, she had a sudden and rather pleasant backsliding from devotion. She bustled into her room. She slammed her hat on the bed and chattered. "I don't care. I'm a lot like her, except a few years older. I'm light and quick, too, and I can talk just as well as she can, and I'm sure men are such fools. I'd be 10 times as sweet to make love to as that dreamy baby, and I am as good-looking." But as she sat on the bed and stared at her thin thighs, defiance oozed away. She mourned, "No, I'm not. Dear God, how we fool ourselves. I pretend I'm spiritual. I pretend my legs are graceful. They aren't. They're skinny, old maidish. I hate it. I hate that impertinent young woman. A selfish cat taking his love for granted. No, she's adorable. I don't think she ought to be so friendly with Guy Pollock. For a year, Vida loved Carol, longed to, and did not pry into the details of her. Relations with Kennicott, enjoyed her spirit of play as expressed in childish tea parties, and, with the mystic bond between them forgotten, was healthily vexed by Carol's assumption that she was a sociological messiah come to save Gopher Prairie. This last facet of Vida's thought was the one which, after a year, was most often turned to the light. In a testy way she brooded, "These people that want to change everything all of a sudden, without doing any work, make me tired. Here I have to go and work for 4 years, picking out the pupils for debates and drilling them and nagging at them to get them to look up references and begging them to choose their own subjects 4 years to get up a couple of good debates. And she comes rushing in and expects in 1 year to change the whole town into a lollipop paradise, with everybody stopping everything else to grow tulips and drink tea. And it's a comfy, homey old town, too." She had such an outburst after each of Carol's campaigns for better. Thanatopsis programs, for Shavian plays, for more human schools, but she never betrayed herself and always she was penitent. Vida was, and always would be, a reformer, a liberal. She believed that details could excitingly be altered, but that things in general were comely and kind and immutable. Carol was, without understanding or accepting it, a revolutionist, a radical, and therefore possessed of constructive ideas, which only the destroyer can have, since the reformer believes that all the essential constructing has already been done. After years of intimacy, it was this unexpressed opposition more than the fancied loss of Kennicott's love which held Vida irritably fascinated. But the birth of Hugh revived the transcendental emotion. She was indignant that Carol should not be utterly fulfilled in having borne Kennicott's child. She admitted that Carol seemed to have affection and immaculate care for the baby. But she began to identify herself now with Kennicott, and in this phase to feel that she had endured quite too much from Carol's instability. She recalled certain other women who had come from the outside and had not appreciated Gopher Prairie. She remembered the rector's wife who had been chilly to callers and who was rumored throughout the town to have said, a lie, I can't endure this bucolic heartiness in the responses." The woman was positively known to have worn handkerchiefs in her bodice as padding. Oh, the town had simply roared at her. Of course the rector and she were got rid of in a few months. Then there was the mysterious woman with the dyed hair and penciled eyebrows who wore tight English dresses like Basques, who smelled of stale musk, who flirted with the men and got them to advance money for her expenses in a lawsuit, who laughed at Vida's reading at a school entertainment and went. Off owing a hotel bill and the $300 she had borrowed. Vida insisted that she loved Carol, but with some satisfaction she compared her to these traducers of the town. Vida had enjoyed Raymie Wutherspoon's singing in the Episcopal choir. She had thoroughly reviewed the weather with him at Methodist sociables and in the Bon Ton, but she did not really know him till she moved to Mrs. Gurrie's boarding house. It was 5 years after her affair with Kennicott. She was 39, Rainey perhaps a year younger. She said to him, and sincerely, "My, you can do anything with your brains and tact and that heavenly voice. You are so good in The Girl from Kankakee. You made me feel terribly stupid. If you'd gone on the stage, I believe you'd be just as good as anybody in Minneapolis. But still, I'm not sorry you stuck to business. It's such a constructive career." "Do you really think so? yearned Raimi across the applesauce. It was the first time that either of them had found a dependable intellectual companionship. They looked down on Willis Woodford, the bank clerk, and his anxious baby-centric wife, the silent Lyman Casses, the slangy traveling man, and the rest of Mrs. Garay's unenlightened guests. They sat opposite, and they sat late. They were exhilarated to find that they agreed in confession of faith. People like Sam Clark and Harry Haydock aren't earnest about music and pictures and eloquent sermons and really refined movies, but then, on the other hand, people like Carol Kennish put too much stress on all this art. Folks ought to appreciate lovely things, but just the same, they got to be practical, and they got to look at things in a practical way. Smiling, passing each other the press-glass pickle dish, seeing Mrs. Garay's linty supper cloth irradiated by the light of intimacy, Vida and Raimi talked about Carol's rose-colored turban, Carol's sweetness, Carol's new low shoes, Carol's erroneous theory that there was no need of strict discipline in school, Carol's amiability in the Bon-Ton, Carol's flow of wild ideas, which, honestly, just simply made you nervous trying to keep track of them. About the lovely display of gents' shirts in the Bon-Ton window as dressed by Raimi, about Raimi's offertory last Sunday, the fact that there weren't any of these new solos as nice as Jerusalem the Golden, and the way Raimi stood up to Juanita Haydock when she came into the store and tried to run things, and he as much as told her that she was so anxious to have folks think she was smart and bright that she said things she didn't mean. And anyway, Raimi was running the shoe department, and if Juanita, or a heated-eyed gather duck the sigma about Vida's new jabot, which made her look 32 Vida's estimate, or 22 Raimi's estimate, Vida's plan to have the high school debating society give a playlet, and the difficulty of keeping the younger boys well behaved on the playground when a big lubber like Cy Bogart acted up so. About the picture postcard which Mrs. Dawson had sent to Mrs. Cass from Pasadena, showing roses growing right outdoors in February, the change in time on number 4, the reckless way Dr. Gould always drove his auto, the reckless way almost all these people drove their autos, the fallacy of supposing that these socialists could carry on a government for as much as 6 months if they ever did have a chance to try out their theories, and the crazy way in which Carol jumped from subject to subject. Vida had once beheld Raimi as a thin man with spectacles, mournful drawn-out face and colorless, stiff hair. Now she noted that his jaw was square, that his long hands moved quickly and were bleached in a refined manner, and that his trusting eyes indicated that he had led a clean life. She began to call him Ray, and to bounce in defense of his unselfishness and thoughtfulness every time Juanita Haydock or Rita Gould giggled about him at the Jolly 17. On a Sunday afternoon of late autumn, they walked down to Lake Minnewashi. Ray said that he would like to see the ocean. It must be a grand sight. It must be much grander than a lake, even a great big lake. Vida had seen it, she stated modestly. She had seen it on a summer trip to Cape Cod. Have you been clear to Cape Cod, Massachusetts? I knew you traveled, but I never realized you'd been that far. Made taller and younger by his interest, she poured out. Oh my, yes. It was a wonderful trip. So many points of interest to Massachusetts historical. There's Lexington, where we turned back the redcoats, and Longfellow's home at Cambridge and Cape Cod, just everything, fishermen and whale ships and sand dunes and everything. She wished that she had a little cane to carry. He broke off a willow branch. My, you're strong, she said. No, not very. I wish there was a YMs and a Keelowns, here, so I could take up regular exercise. I used to think I could do pretty good acrobatics if I had a chance. I'm sure you could. You're unusually lithe for a large man. Oh no, not so very. But I wish we had a Y. M? It would be dandy to have lectures and everything, and I'd like to take a class in improving the memory. I believe a fellow ought to go on educating himself and improving his mind even if he is in business, don't you, Vida? I guess I'm kind of fresh to call you Vida. I'd been calling you Ray for weeks. He wondered why she sounded tart. He helped her down the bank to the edge of the lake, but dropped her hand abruptly, and as they sat on a willow log and he brushed her sleeve, he delicately moved over and murmured, "Oh, excuse me, accident." She stared at the mud-brown chilly water, the floating gray reeds. "You look so thoughtful," he said. She threw out her hands. "I am. Will you kindly tell me what's the use of anything?" "Oh, don't mind me. I'm a moody old hind. Tell me about your plan for getting a partnership in the Bon Ton." "I do think you're right, Harry Haydock, and that mean old Simons ought to give you one." He hymed the old unhappy wars in which he had been Achilles and the mellifluous Nestor, yet gone his righteous ways unheeded by the cruel kings. Why, if I've told him once, I've told him a dozen times to get in a side line of lightweight pants for gents' summer wear, and of course here they go and let a cheap kike like Rifkin beat them to it and grab the trade right off 'em, and then Harry said, you know how Harry is. Maybe he don't mean to be grouchy, but he's such a sore head. He gave her a hand rise. "If you don't mind, I think a fellow is awful if a lady goes on a walk with him and she can't trust him and he tries to flirt with her and all." "I'm sure you're highly trustworthy," she snapped, and she sprang up without his aid. Then, smiling excessively, "Don't you think Carol sometimes fails to appreciate Dr. Will's ability?" Three, Ree habitually asked her about his window trimming, the display of the new shoes, the best music for the entertainment at the Eastern Star, and though he was recognized as a professional authority on what the town called gents' furnishings, about his own clothes, she persuaded him not to wear the small bow ties, which made him look like an elongated Sunday school scholar. Once she burst out, "Ray, I could shake you. Do you know you're too apologetic? You always appreciate other people too much. You fuss over Carol Kennicott when she has some crazy theory that we all ought to turn anarchists or live on figs and nuts or something. And you listen when Harry Haydock tries to show off and talk about turnovers and credits and things you know lots better than he does. Look folks in the eye. Glare at 'em. Talk deep. You're the smartest man in town if you only." "Knew it. You are." He could not believe it. He kept coming back to her for confirmation. He practiced glaring and talking deep, but he circuitously hinted to Vida that when he had tried to look Harry Haydock in the eye, Harry had inquired, "What's the matter with you, Raymie? Got a pain?" But afterward Harry had asked about Kent Beatum's socks in a manner which, Ray felt, was somehow different from his former condescension. They were sitting on the squat yellow satin settee in the boarding-house parlor, as Ray re-announced that he simply wouldn't stand it many more years if Harry didn't give him a partnership. His gesticulating hand touched Vida's shoulders. "Oh, excuse me," he pleaded. "It's all right." "Well, I think I must be running up to my room. Headache, she said briefly. Ivy Ray and she had stopped in at Dyer's for a hot chocolate on their way home from the movies that March evening. Vida speculated, "Do you know that I may not be here next year?" "What do you mean?" With her fragile, narrow nails, she smoothed the glass slab which formed the top of the round table at which they sat. She peeped through the glass at the perfume boxes of black and gold and citron in the hollow table. She looked about at shelves of red rubber water bottles, pale yellow sponges, wash rags with blue borders, hairbrushes of polished cherrybacks. She shook her head like a nervous medium coming out of a trance, stared at him unhappily, demanded, "Why should I stay here? And I must make up my mind. Now, time to renew our teaching contracts for next year. I think I'll go teach in some other town. Everybody here is tired of me. I might as well go. Before folks come out and say they're tired of me, I have to decide tonight. I might as well. Oh, no matter. Come, let's skip. It's late." She sprang up, ignoring his wail of Vida. "Wait, sit down. Gosh, I'm flabbergasted. Gee, Vida." She marched out. While he was paying his check, she got ahead. He ran after her, blubbering, "Vida, wait." In the shade of the lilacs in front of the Gujeling house, he came up with her, stayed her flight by a hand on her shoulder. "Oh, don't. What does it matter?" she begged. She was sobbing, her soft wrinkly lids soaked with tears. "Who cares for my affection or help? I might as well drift on, forgotten. Oh, Ray, please don't hold me. Let me go. I'll just decide." "Not to renew my contract here and drift way off." His hand was steady on her shoulder. She dropped her head, rubbed the back of his hand with her cheek. They were married in June. They took the old Jensen house. "It's small," said Bida, "but it's got the dearest vegetable garden, and I love having time to get near to nature for once." Though she became Vida Wotherspoon technically, and though she certainly had no ideals about the independence of keeping her name, she continued to be known as Vida Sherwin. She had resigned from the school, but she kept up one class in English. She bustles about on every committee of the Panatopsis. She was always popping into the restroom to make Mrs. Nodelkus sweep the floor. She was appointed to the library board to succeed Carol. She taught the senior girls' class in the Episcopal Sunday School and tried to revive the King's Daughters. She exploded into self-confidence and happiness. Her draining thoughts were by marriage turned into energy. She became daily and visibly more plump, and though she chattered as eagerly, she was less obviously admiring of marital bliss, less sentimental about babies, sharper in demanding that the entire town share her reforms, the purchase of a park, the compulsory cleaning of backyards. She penned Harry Haydock at his desk in the Bon Ton. She interrupted his joking. She told him that it was Ray who had built up the shoe department and men's department. She demanded that he be made a partner. Before Harry could answer, she threatened that Ray and she would start a rival shop. "I'll clerk behind the counter myself, and a certain party is all ready to put up the money." She rather wondered who the certain party was. Ray was made a 1/6 partner. He became a glorified floorwalker, greeting the men with new poise, no longer coyly subservient to pretty women. When he was not affectionately coercing people into buying things they did not need, he stood at the back of the store, glowing, abstracted, feeling masculine as he recalled the tempestuous surprises of love revealed by Vida. The only remnant of Vida's identification of herself with Carol was a jealousy when she saw Kennicott and Ray together, and reflected that some people might suppose that Kennicott was his superior. She was sure that Carol thought so, and she wanted to shriek, "You needn't try to gloat. I wouldn't have your poky old husband. He hasn't one single bit of Ray's spiritual nobility." Chapter 22. The greatest mystery about a human being is not his reaction to sex or praise, but the manner in which he contrives to put in 24 hours a day. It is this which puzzles the longshoreman about the clerk, the Londoner about the bushman. It was this which puzzled Carol in regard to the married Vida. Carol herself had the baby, a larger house to care for, all the telephone calls for Kennicott when he was away, and she read everything, while Vida was satisfied with newspaper headlines. But after detached brown years in boarding houses, Vida was hungry for housework, for the most pottering detail of it. She had no maid, nor wanted one. She cooked, baked, swept, washed supper cloths with the triumph of a chemist in a new laboratory. To her the hearth was veritably the altar. When she went shopping she hugged the cans of soup, and she bought a mop or a side of bacon as though she were preparing for a reception. She knelt beside a bean sprout and crooned, "I raised this with my own hands. I brought this new life into the new world. I love her for being so happy," Carol brooded. "I ought to be that way. I worship the baby, but the housework. Oh, I suppose I'm fortunate, so much better off than farm women on a new clearing or people in a slum." It has not yet been recorded that any human being has gained a very large or permanent contentment from meditation upon the fact that he is better off than others. In Carol's own 24 hours a day she got up, dressed the baby, had breakfast, talked to Oscarina about the day's shopping, put the baby on the porch to play, went to the butcher's to choose between steak and pork chops, bathed the baby, nailed up a shelf, had dinner, put the baby to bed for a nap, paid the iceman, read for an hour, took the baby out for a walk, called on Vida, had supper, put the baby to bed, to darn socks, listened to Kennicott's yawning. Comment on what a fool Dr. McGanum was to try to use that cheap X-ray outfit of his on an epithelioma, repaired a frock, drowsily heard Kennicott stoke the furnace, tried to read a page of Thorstein Veblen, and the day was gone. Except when Hugh was vigorously naughty, or whiny, or laughing, or saying, "I like my chair" with thrilling maturity, she was always enfeebled by loneliness. She no longer felt superior about that misfortune. She would gladly have been converted to Vida's satisfaction in Gopher Prairie and mopping the floor. Carol drove through an astonishing number of books from the public library and from city shops. Kennicott was at first uncomfortable over her disconcerting habit of buying them. A book was a book, and if you had several thousand of them right here in the library, free, why the dickens should you spend your good money? After worrying about it for 2 or 3 years, he decided that this was one of the funny ideas which she had caught as a librarian and from which she would never entirely recover. The authors whom she read were most of them frightfully annoyed by the Vedischer winds. They were young American sociologists, young English realists, Russian horrorists, Anatole France, Roland, Nexo, Wells, Shaw, Key, Edgar Lee Masters, Theodore Dreiser, Sherwood Anderson, Henry Mencken, and all the other subversive philosophers and artists whom women were consulting everywhere, in batik curtain studios in New York, in Kansas farmhouses, San Francisco drawing rooms, Alabama schools for Negroes. From them she got the same confused desire which the million other women felt, the same determination to be class conscious without discovering the class of which she was to be conscious. Certainly her reading precipitated her observations of Main Street of Gopher Prairie and of the several adjacent Gopher Prairies which she had seen on drives with Kennicott. In her fluid thought certain convictions appeared, jaggedly, a fragment of an impression at a time, while she was going to sleep or manicuring her nails or waiting for Kennicott. These convictions she presented to Vida Witherspoon beside a radiator, over a bowl of not very good walnuts and pecans from Uncle Whittier's grocery, on an evening when both Kennicott and Raymie had gone out of town with the other officers of the ancient and affiliated order of Spartans to inaugurate a new chapter at Wilsokanen's. Vida had come to the house for the night. She helped in putting Hugh to bed, sputtering the while about his soft skin. Then they talked till midnight. What Carol said that evening, what she was passionately thinking, was also emerging in the minds of women in 10,000 Gopher Prairies. Her formulations were not pat solutions, but visions of a tragic futility. She did not utter them so compactly that they can be given in her words. They were roughened with, "Well, you see, and if you get what I mean, and I don't know that I'm making myself clear." But they were definite enough and indignant enough. 3. In reading popular stories and seeing plays, asserted Carol, she had found only two traditions of the American small town. The first tradition, repeated in scores of magazines every month, is that the American village remains the one sure abode of friendship, honesty, and clean, sweet, marriageable girls. Therefore, all men who succeed in painting in Paris or in finance in New York at last become weary of smart women, return to their native towns, assert that cities are vicious, marry their childhood sweethearts, and, presumably, joyously abide in those. Towns until death. The other tradition is that the significant features of all villages are whiskers, iron dogs upon lawns, gold bricks, checkers, jars of gilded cattails, and shrewd comic old men who are known as hicks, and who ejaculate, "Well, I swan." This altogether admirable tradition rules the vaudeville stage, facetious illustrators, and syndicated newspaper humor. But out of actual life it passed 40 years ago. Carol's small town thinks not in hoss-swapping, but in cheap motor cars, telephones, ready-made clothes, silos, alfalfa, Kodaks, phonographs, leather-upholstered Morris chairs, bridge prizes, oil stocks, motion pictures, land deals, unread sets of Mark Twain, and a chain and advertisement. With such a small town life, a Kennicott or a Champ Perry is content, but there are also hundreds of thousands, particularly women and young men, who are not at all content. The more intelligent young people and the fortunate widows. Flee to the cities with agility and, despite the fictional tradition, resolutely stay there, seldom returning even for holidays. The most protesting patriots of the towns leave them in old age, if they can afford it, and go to live in California or in the cities. The reason, Carol insisted, is not a whiskered rusticity. It is nothing so amusing. It is an unimaginatively standardized background, a sluggishness of speech and manners, a rigid ruling of the spirit by the desire to appear respectable. It is contentment, the contentment of the quiet dead, who are scornful of the living for their restless walking. It is negation canonized as the one positive virtue. It is the prohibition of happiness. It is slavery self-sought and self-defended. It is dullness made God. A savorless people, gulping tasteless food, and sitting afterward, coatless, and thoughtless in rocking chairs prickly with inane decorations, listening to mechanical music, saying mechanical things about the excellence of Ford automobiles, and viewing themselves as the greatest race in the world. IV. She had inquired as to the effect of this dominating dullness upon foreigners. She remembered the feeble, exotic quality to be found in the first-generation Scandinavians. She recalled the Norwegian fair at the Lutheran church to which Bea had taken her. There, in the bondestue, the replica of a Norse farm kitchen, pale women in scarlet jackets embroidered with gold thread and colored beads, in black skirts with a line of blue-green striped aprons and ridged caps very pretty to set off a fresh face, had served ramigradog sweet cakes and sour milk puddings spiced with cinnamon. For the first time in Gopher Prairie, Carol had found novelty. She had reveled in the mild foreignness of it. But she saw these Scandinavian women zealously exchanging their spiced puddings and red jackets for fried pork chops and congealed white blouses, trading the ancient Christmas hymns of the fjords for She's My Jazzland Cutie, being Americanized into uniformity, and in less than a generation losing in the grayness whatever pleasant new customs they might have added to the life of the town. Their sons finished the process. In ready-made clothes and ready-made high school phrases, they sank into propriety, and the sound American customs had absorbed without one trace of pollution, another alien invasion. And along with these foreigners, she felt herself being ironed into glossy mediocrity, and she rebelled in fear. The respectability of the Gopher Prairie, said Carol, is reinforced by vows of poverty and chastity in the matter of knowledge. Except for half a dozen in each town, the citizens are proud of that achievement of ignorance, which it is so easy to come by. To be intellectual or artistic, or in their own word, to be highbrow, is to be priggish and of dubious virtue. Large experiments in politics and in cooperative distribution, ventures requiring knowledge, courage, and imagination, do originate in the West and Middle West, but they are not of the towns, they are of the farmers. If these heresies are supported by the townsmen, it is only by occasional teachers, doctors, lawyers, the labor unions, and workmen like Miles Bjornstam, who are punished by being mocked as cranks, as half-baked parlor socialists. The editor and the rector preach at them. The cloud of serene ignorance submerges them in unhappiness and futility. Hervita observed. Yes, well, do you know, I've always thought that Ray would have made a wonderful rector. He has what I call an essentially religious soul. He'd have read the service beautifully. I suppose it's too late now, but as I tell him, he can also serve the world by selling shoes, and I wonder if we oughtn't to have family prayers. Doubtless, all small towns, in all countries, in all ages, Carol admitted, have a tendency to be not only dull, but mean, bitter, infested with curiosity. In France or Tibet, quite as much as in Wyoming or Indiana, these timidities are inherent in isolation. But a village in a country which is taking pains to become altogether standardized and pure, which aspires to succeed Victorian England as the chief mediocrity of the world, is no longer merely provincial, no longer downy and restful in its leaf-shadowed ignorance. It is a force seeking to dominate the earth, to drain the hills and sea of color, to set Dante at boosting Gopher Prairie, and to dress the high gods in classy college colas. Sure of itself, it bullies other civilizations as a traveling salesman in a brown derby, conquers the wisdom of China, and tax advertisements of cigarettes over arches for centuries dedicate to the sayings of Confucius. Such a society functions admirably in the large production of cheap automobiles, dollar watches, and safety razors. But it is not satisfied until the entire world also admits that the end and joyous purpose of living is to ride in flivvers, to make advertising pictures of dollar watches, and in the twilight to sit talking not of love and courage, but of the convenience of safety razors. And such a society, such a nation, is determined by the Gopher Prairies. The greatest manufacturer is but a busier Sam Clark, and all the rotund senators and presidents are village lawyers and bankers grown 9 feet tall. Though a Gopher Prairie regards itself as a part of the great world, compares itself to Rome and Vienna, it will not acquire the scientific spirit, the international mind, which would make it great. It picks at information which will visibly procure money or social distinction. Its conception of a community ideal is not the grand manner, the noble aspiration, the fine aristocratic pride, but cheap labor for the kitchen and rapid increase in the price of land. It plays at cards on greasy oilcloth in a shanty, and does not know that prophets are walking and talking on the terrace. If all the provincials were as kindly as Champéry and Sam Clark, there would be no reason for desiring the town to seek great traditions. It is the Harry Haydocks, the Dave Dyers, the Jackson Elders, small busy men crushingly powerful in their common purpose, viewing themselves as men of the world, but keeping themselves men of the cash register and the comic film, who make the town a sterile oligarchy. Via, she had sought to be definite in analyzing the surface ugliness of the Gopher Prairies. She asserted that it is a matter of universal similarity, of flimsiness of construction, so that the towns resemble frontier camps, of neglect of natural advantages, so that the hills are covered with brush, the lakes shut off by railroads, and the creeks lined with dumping grounds, of depressing sobriety of color, rectangularity of buildings, and excessive breadth and straightness of the gashed streets, so that there is no escape from gales and from sight of grim sweep. And that the universal similarity that is the physical expression of the philosophy of dull safety. 9/10 of the American towns are so alike that it is the completest boredom to wander from one to another. Always west of Pittsburgh, and often east of it, there is the same lumber yard, the same railroad station, the same Ford garage, the same creamery, the same box-like houses and two-story shops. The new, more conscious houses are alike in their very attempts at diversity, the same bungalows, the same square houses of stucco or tapestry brick. The shops show the same standardized, nationally advertised wares. The newspapers of sections 3,000 miles apart have the same syndicated features. The boy in Arkansas displays just such a flamboyant, ready-made suit as is found on just such a boy in Delaware. Both of them iterate the same slang phrases from the same sporting pages, and if one of them is in college and the other is a barber, no one may surmise which is which. If Kennicott were snatched from Gopher Prairie and instantly conveyed to a town leagues away, he would not realize it. He would go down apparently the same Main Street. Almost certainly it would be called Main Street. In the same drugstore he would see the same young man serving the same ice cream soda to the same young woman with the same magazines and phonograph records under her arm. Not till he had climbed to his office and found another sign on the door, another Dr. Kennicott inside, would he understand that something curious had presumably happened. Finally, behind all her comments, Carol saw the fact that the prairie towns no more exist to serve the farmers who are their reason of existence than do the great capitals. They exist to fatten on the farmers, to provide for the townsmen large motors and social preferment, and, unlike the capitals, they do not give to the district in return for usury a stately and permanent center, but only this ragged camp. It is a parasitic Greek civilization, minus the civilization. There we are then, said Carol. The remedy? Is there any? Criticism, perhaps, for the beginning of the beginning. Oh, there's nothing that attacks the tribal. God mediocrity that doesn't help a little. And probably there's nothing that helps very much. Perhaps someday the farmers will build and own their market towns. Think of the club they could have. But I'm afraid I haven't any reform program. Not anymore. The trouble is spiritual, and no league or party can enact a preference for gardens rather than dumping grounds. There's my confession. W. Well? In other words, all you want is perfection? Yes, why not? How you hate this place. How can you expect to do anything with it if you haven't any sympathy? But I have. And affection. Or else, I wouldn't fume so. I've learned that Gopher Prairie isn't just an eruption on the prairie, as I thought first, but as large as new. York. In New York, I wouldn't know more than 40 or 50 people, and I know that many here. Go on, say what you're thinking. Well, my dear, if I did take all your notions seriously, it would be pretty discouraging. Imagine how a person would feel, after working hard for years and helping to build up a nice town, to have you airily flit in and simply say, rotten. Think that's fair? Why not? It must be just as discouraging for the Gopher Prairieite to see Venice and make comparisons. It would not. I imagine gondolas are kind of nice to ride in, but we've got better bathrooms. But, my dear, you're not the only person in this town who has done some thinking for herself. Although, pardon my rudeness, I'm afraid you think so. I'll admit we lack some things. Maybe our theater isn't as good as shows in Paris. All right, I don't want to see any foreign culture suddenly forced. On us, whether it's street planning or table manners or crazy communistic ideas. Vida sketched what she termed practical things that will make a happier and prettier town, but that do belong to our life, that actually are being done. Of the Thanatopsis Club she spoke. Of the restroom, the fight against mosquitoes, the campaign for more gardens and shade trees and sewers matters, not fantastic and nebulous and distant, but immediate and sure. Carol's answer was fantastic and nebulous enough. Yes, yes, I know, they're good. But if I could put through all those reforms at once, I'd still want startling, exotic things. Life is comfortable and clean enough here already, and so secure. What it needs is to be less secure, more eager. The civic improvements which I'd like the Thanatopsis to advocate are Strindberg plays and classic dancers' exquisite legs beneath Tula, and I can see him so clearly. A thick, black-bearded, cynical Frenchman who would sit about and drink and sing opera and tell bawdy stories and laugh at our proprieties and quote Rabelais and not be ashamed to kiss my hand. Huh, not sure about the rest of it, but I guess that's what you and all the other discontented young women really want, some stranger kissing your hand. At Carol's gasp, the old squirrel-like Vida darted out and cried, "Oh, my dear, don't take that too seriously. I just meant, I know, you just meant it. Go on. Be good for my soul. Isn't it funny? Here we all are. Me trying to be good for Gopher Prairie's soul, and Gopher Prairie trying to be good for my soul. What are my other sins? Oh, there's plenty of them. Possibly someday we shall have your fat, cynical Frenchman Horrible, sneering, tobacco-stained object, ruining his brains and his digestion with vile liquor. But thank heaven, for a while, we'll manage to keep busy with our lawns and pavements. You see, these things really are coming. The Thanatopsis is getting somewhere, and you, her tone italicized the words, to my great disappointment, are doing less, not more, than the people you laugh at. Sam Clark, on the school board, is working for better school ventilation. Ella Stowbody, whose elocuting you always think is so absurd, has persuaded the railroad to share the expense of a parked space at the station, to do away with that vacant lot. You sneer so easily. I'm sorry, but I do think there's something essentially cheap in your attitude, especially about religion. If you must know, you're not a sound reformer at all. You're an impossibilist, and you give up too easily. You gave up on the new city hall, the anti-fly campaign, club papers, the library board, the dramatic association, just because we didn't graduate into Ibsen the very first thing. You want perfection all at once. Do you know what the finest thing you've done is, aside from Breen? Hugh into the world? It was the help you gave Dr. Will during Baby Welfare Week. You didn't demand that each baby be a philosopher and artist before you weighed him, as you do with the rest of us. And now, I'm afraid perhaps I'll hurt you. We're going to have a new school building in this town in just a few years, and we'll have it without one bit of help or interest from you. Professor Mott and I and some others have been digging away at the moneyed men for years. We didn't call on you because you would never stand the pounding year after year without one bit of encouragement, and we've won. I've got the promise of everybody who counts that just as soon as war conditions permit, they'll vote the bonds for the schoolhouse. And we'll have a wonderful building, lovely brown brick, with big windows and agricultural and manual training departments. When we get it, that'll be my answer to all your theories. I'm glad, and I'm ashamed I haven't had any part in getting it. But please don't think I'm unsympathetic if I ask one question. Will the teachers in the hygienic new building go on informing the children that Persia is a yellow spot on the map and Caesar, the title of a book of grammatical puzzles? Vida was indignant. Carol was apologetic. They talked for another hour, the eternal Mary and Martha, an immoralist Mary and a reformist Martha. It was Vida who conquered. The fact that she had been left out of the campaign for the new school building disconcerted Carol. She laid her dreams of perfection aside. When Vida asked her to take charge of a group of campfire girls, she obeyed and had definite pleasure out of the Indian dances and ritual and costumes. She went more regularly to the Thanatopsis. With Vida as lieutenant and unofficial commander, she campaigned for a village nurse to attend poor families, raised the fund herself, saw to it that the nurse was young and strong and amiable and intelligent. Yet all the while she beheld the burly, cynical Frenchman and the diaphanous dancers as clearly as the child sees its air-born playmates. She relished the campfire girls not because, in Vida's words, this scout training will help so much to make them good wives, but because she hoped that the Sioux dances would bring subversive color into their dinginess. She helped Ella Stowbody to set out plants in the tiny triangular park at the railroad station. She squatted in the dirt with a small curved trowel and the most decorous of gardening gauntlets. She talked to Ella about the public spiritedness of fuchsias and cannas. and she felt that she was scrubbing a temple deserted by the gods and empty even of incense and the sound of chanting. Passengers looking from trains saw her as a village woman of fading prettiness, incorruptible virtue, and no abnormalities. The baggaman heard her say, "Oh yes, I do think it will be a good example for the children." And all the while she saw herself running garlanded through the streets of Babylon. Plantin led her to botanizing. She never got much farther than recognizing the tiger lily and the wild rose, but she rediscovered Hugh. "What does the buttercup say, Mummy?" he cried, his hand full of straggly grasses, his cheek gilded with pollen. She knelt to embrace him. She affirmed that he made life more than full. She was altogether reconciled for an hour, but she awoke at night to hovering death. She crept away from the hump of bedding that was Kennicott, tiptoed into the bathroom, and, by the mirror in the door of the medicine cabinet, examined her pallid face. Wasn't she growing visibly older in ratio as Vida grew plumper and younger? Wasn't her nose sharper? Wasn't her neck granulated? She stared and choked. She was only 30. But the 5 years since her marriage, had they not gone by as hastily and stupidly as though she had been under ether? Would time not slink past till death? She pounded her fist on the cool, enameled rim of the bathtub and raged mutely against the indifferent gods. "I don't care. I won't endure it. They lie so beaten Will and Aunt Bessie. They tell me I ought to be satisfied with Hugh and a good home and planting 7 nasturtiums in a station garden. I am I. When I die the world will be annihilated. As far as I'm concerned, I am I. I'm not content to leave the sea and the ivory towers to others. I want them for me. Damn Beta. Damn all of them. Do they think they can make me believe that a display of potatoes at Howland and Gould's is enough beauty and strangeness? Chapter 23. When America entered the Great European War, Vida sent Raimi off to an officers' training camp less than a year after her wedding. Raimi was diligent and rather strong. He came out the first lieutenant of infantry and was one of the earliest sent abroad. Carol grew definitely afraid of Vida as Vida transferred the passion which had been released in marriage to the cause of the war, as she lost all tolerance. When Carol was touched by the desire for heroism in Raimi and tried tactfully to express it, Vida made her feel like an impertinent child. By enlistment and draft, the sons of Lyman Cass, Nat Hicks, Sam Clark joined the army. But most of the soldiers were the sons of German and Swedish farmers unknown to Carol. Dr. Terry Gould and Dr. McGanum became captains in the medical corps and were stationed at camps in Iowa and Georgia. They were the only officers besides Raimi from the Gopher Prairie district, Kennicott. Wanted to go with them, but the several doctors of the town forgot medical rivalry and, meeting in council, decided that he would do better to wait and keep the town well till he should be needed. Kennicott was 42 now, the only youngish doctor left in a radius of 18 miles. Old Dr. Westlake, who loved comfort like a cat, protestingly rolled out at night for country calls and hunted through his collar box for his GAR button. Carol did not quite know what she thought about Kennicott's going. Certainly she was no Spartan wife. She knew that he wanted to go. She knew that this longing was always in him, behind his unchanged trudging and remarks about the weather. She felt for him an admiring affection, and she was sorry that she had nothing more than affection. Cy Bogart was the spectacular warrior of the town. Cy was no longer the weedy boy who had sat in the loft speculating about Carol's egotism and the mysteries of generation. He was 19 now, Tall, broad, busy, the town sport, famous for his ability to drink beer, to shake dice, to tell undesirable stories, and, from his post in front of Dyer's drugstore, to embarrass the girls by jollying them as they passed. His face was at once peach-bloomed and pimply. Cy was to be heard publishing it abroad that if he couldn't get the widow Bogart's permission to enlist, he'd run away and enlist without it. He shouted that he hated every dirty Hun. By gosh, if he could just poke a bayonet into one big fat hiney and learn him some decency and democracy, he'd die happy. Cy got much reputation by whipping a farm boy named Adolf Polkbauer for being a damn hyphenated German. This was the younger Polkbauer, who was killed in the Argonne while he was trying to bring the body of his Yankee captain back to the lines. At this time, Cy Bogart was still dwelling in Gopher Prairie and planning to go to war. Everywhere Carol heard that the war was going to bring a basic change in psychology, to purify and uplift everything from marital relations to national politics, and she tried to exult in it. Only she did not find it. She saw the women who made bandages for the Red Cross giving up bridge and laughing at having to do without sugar. But over the surgical dressings they did not speak of God and the souls of men, but of Miles Bjornstam's impudence, of Terry Gold's scandalous carryings on with a farmer's daughter 4 years ago, of cooking cabbage, and of altering blouses. Their references to the war touched atrocities only. She herself was punctual and efficient at making dressings, but she could not, like Mrs. Lyman Cass and Mrs. Bogart, fill the dressings with hate for enemies. When she protested to Beda, "The young do the work while these old ones sit." Around and interrupt us and gag with hate, because they're too feeble to do anything but hate. Then Vida turned on her. "If you can't be reverent, at least don't be so pert and opinionated, now when men and women are dying. Some of us, we have given up so much, and we're glad to. At least we expect that you others shan't try to be witty at our expense." There was weeping. Carol did desire to see the Prussian autocracy defeated. She did persuade herself that there were no autocracies save that of Prussia. She did thrill to motion pictures of troops embarking in New York, and she was uncomfortable when she met Miles Bjornstam on the street, and he croaked, "How's tricks?" "Things going fine with me. Got 2 new cows." "Well, have you become a patriot?" "Eh? Sure. They'll bring democracy, the democracy of death." "Yes, sure. In every war since the Garden of Eden, the workmen have gone out to fight each other for perfectly good reasons handed to them by their bosses. Now me, I'm wise. I'm so wise that I don't know anything about the war." It was not a thought of the war that remained with her after Miles's declamation, but a perception that she and Vida and all of the good intentioners who wanted to do something for the common people were insignificant because the common people were able to do things for themselves, and highly likely to, as soon as they learned the fact. The conception of millions of workmen like Miles taking control frightened her, and she scuttled rapidly away from the thought of a time when she might no longer retain the position of Lady Bountiful to the Bjornstams and Bees and Oscarinas, whom she loved and patronized. Thury. It was in June, 2 months after America's entrance into the war, that the momentous event happened, the visit of the great Percy Bresnahan, the millionaire president of the Velvet Motor Car Company of Boston, the one native son who was always to be mentioned to strangers. For 2 weeks there were rumors. Sam Clark cried to Kennicott, "Say, I hear Perce Bresnahan is coming. By golly, it'll be great to see the old scout, eh? Finally, the Dauntless printed on the front page with the #1 head, a letter from Bresnahan to Jackson Elder. Dear Jack, well, Jack, I find I can make it. I'm to go to Washington as a $1 a year man for the government in the aviation motor section and tell them how much I don't know about carburetors. But before I start in being a hero, I want to shoot out and catch me a big black bass and cuss out you and Sam Clark and Harry. Haydock and Will Kennicott and the rest of you pirates. I'll land in GP on June 7 on number 7 from MFPL's. Shake a day. Tell Bert Tybee to save me a glass of beer. Sincerely yours, Purse. All members of the social, financial, scientific, literary, and sporting sets were at number 7 to meet Bresnahan. Mrs. Lyman Cass was beside Dill Snafflin the barber, and Juanita Haydock almost cordial to Miss Villets, the librarian. Carol saw Bresnahan laughing down at them from the train vestibule, big, immaculate, overjawed, with the eye of an executive. In the voice of the professional good fellow, he bellowed, "Howdy, folks," as she was introduced to him, not he to her. Bresnahan looked into her eyes, and his handshake was warm, unhurried. He declined the offers of motors. He walked off, his arm about the shoulder of Nat Hicks, the sporting tailor, with the elegant Harry Haydock carrying one of his enormous pale leather bags, Del Snafflin the other, Jack Elder bearing an overcoat, and Julius Flickerbaugh the fishing tackle. Carol noted that though Bresnahan wore spats and a stick, no small boy jeered. She decided, I must have Will get a double-breasted blue coat and a wing collar and a dotted bow tie like his. That evening, when Kennicott was trimming the grass along the walk with sheep shears, Bresnahan rolled up, alone. He was now in corduroy trousers, khaki shirt open at the throat, a white boating hat, and marvelous canvas and leather shoes. On the job there, old Will. Say, my lord, this is living, to come back and get into a regular man-sized pair of pants. They can talk all they want to about the city, but my idea of a good time is to loaf around and see you boys and catch a gamey bass. He hustled up the walk and blared at Carol. Where's that little fellow? I hear you've got one fine big he-boy that you're holding out on me. He's gone to bed rather briefly. I know, and rules are rules these days. Kids get routed through the shop like a motor. But look here, sister. I'm one great hand at busting rules. Come on now, let Uncle Perce have a look at him. Please now, sister. He put his arm about her waist. It was a large, strong, sophisticated arm and very agreeable. He grinned at her with a devastating knowingness, while Kennicott glowed inanely. She flushed. She was alarmed by the ease with which the big city man invaded her guarded personality. She was glad in retreat to scamper ahead of the two men upstairs to the hall room in which Hugh slept. All the way Kennicott muttered, "Well, well, say, gee Whittakers, but it's good to have you back. Certainly is good to see you." Hugh lay on his stomach, making an earnest business of sleeping. He burrowed his eyes in the dwarf blue pillow to escape the electric light, then sat up abruptly, small and frail in his woolly night drawers, his floss of brown hair wild, the pillow clutched to his breast. He wailed. He stared at the stranger in a manner of patient dismissal. He explained confidentially to Carol, "Daddy wouldn't let it be morning yet. What does the pillow say?" Bresnahan dropped his arm caressingly on Carol's shoulder. He pronounced, "My lord, you're a lucky girl to have a fine young husk like that. I figure Will knew what he was doing when he persuaded you to take a chance on an old bum like him. They tell me you come from St. Paul." We're going to get you to come to Boston someday." He leaned over the bed. "Young man, you're the slickest sight I've seen this side of Boston. With your permission, may we present you with a slight token of our regard and appreciation of your long service?" He held out a red rubber Pierrot. Hugh remarked, "Gimme it," hid it under the bedclothes, and stared at Bresnahan as though he had never seen the man before. For once Carol permitted herself the spiritual luxury of not asking, "Why, Hugh dear, what do you say when someone gives you a present?" The great man was apparently waiting. They stood in inane suspense till Bresnahan led them out, rumbling, "How about planning a fishing trip, Will?" He remained for half an hour. Always he told Carol what a charming person she was. Always he looked at her knowingly. Yes, he probably would make a woman fall in love with him, but it wouldn't last a week. I'd get tired of his confounded buoyancy, his hypocrisy. He's a spiritual bully. He makes me rude to him in self-defense. Oh yes, he is glad to be here. He does like us. He's so good an actor that he convinces his own self. I'd hate him in Boston. He'd have all the obvious big city things. Limousines. Discreet evening clothes. Order a clever dinner at a smart restaurant. Drawing room decorated by the best firm, but the pictures giving him away. I'd rather talk to Guy Pollock in his dusty office. How I lie. His arm coaxed my shoulder and his eyes dared me not to admire him. I'd be afraid of him. I hate him. Oh, the inconceivable, egotistic imagination of women. All this stew of analysis about a man, a good, decent, friendly, efficient man, because he was kind to me as Will's wife. IV. The Kennicotts, the Elders, the Clarks, and Bresnahan went fishing at Red Squaw Lake. They drove 40 miles to the lake in Elder's new Cadillac. There was much laughter and bustle at the start, much storing of lunch baskets and jointed poles, much inquiry as to whether it would really bother Carol to sit with her feet up on a roll of shawls. When they were ready to go, Mrs. Clark lamented, "Oh, Sam, I forgot my magazine," and Bresnahan bullied, "Come on now, if you women think you're going to be literary, you can't go with us tough guys." Everyone laughed a great deal, and as they drove on, Mrs. Clark explained that though probably she would not have read it, still she might have wanted to, while the other girls had a nap in the afternoon, and she was right in the middle of a serial. It was an awfully exciting story. It seems that this girl was a Turkish dancer, only she was really the daughter of an American lady and a Russian prince, and men kept running after her, just disgustingly, but she remained pure, and there was a scene while the Maine floated under the lake where Carol was a little resentful of the manner in which the men assumed that they did not care to fish. "I don't want to go with them, but I would like the privilege of refusing." The lunch was long and pleasant. It was a background for the talk of the great man come home, hints of cities and large imperative affairs and famous people, jocosely modest admissions that yes, their friend Perce was doing about as well as most of these Boston swells that think so much of themselves because they come from rich old families and went to college and everything. Believe me, it's us new businessmen that are running Beantown today, and not a lot of fussy old bucks snoozing in their clubs. Carol realized that he was not one of the sons of Gopher Prairie who, if they do not actually starve in the East, are invariably spoken of as highly successful, and she found behind his too incessant flattery a genuine affection for his mates. It was in the matter of the war that he most favored and thrilled them, dropping his voice while they bent nearer. There was no one within 2 miles to overhear. He disclosed the fact that in both Boston and Washington he'd been getting a lot of inside stuff on the war. Right straight from headquarters, he was in touch with some men, couldn't name them, but they were darn high up in both the War and State Departments, and he would say, only for Pete's sake, they mustn't breathe one word of this. It was strictly on the QT, and not generally known outside of Washington, but just between ourselves. And they could take this for gospel. Spain had finally decided to join the Entente allies in the Grand Scrap. Yes, sir, there'd be 2 million fully equipped Spanish soldiers fighting with us in France in 1 month now. Some surprise for Germany. All right, how about the prospects for revolution in Germany? Reverently asked Kennicott. The authority grunted, nothing to it. The one thing you can bet on is that no matter what happens to the German people, win or lose, they'll stick by the Kaiser till hell freezes over. I got that absolutely straight from a fellow who's on the inside of the inside in Washington. No, sir, I don't pretend to know much about international affairs, but one thing you can put down as settled is that Germany will be a Hohenzollern empire for the next 40 years. At that, I don't know is it so bad. The Kaiser and the Junkers keep a firm hand on a lot of these red agitators who'd be worse than a king if they could get control. I'm terribly interested in this uprising that overthrew the Tsar in Russia, suggested Carol. She had finally been conquered by the man's wizard knowledge of affairs. Kennicott apologized for her. Carrie's nuts about this Russian Revolution. Is there much to it, Perce? There is not. Bresnahan said flatly, I can speak by the book there. Carol, honey, I'm surprised to find you talking like a New York Russian Jew or one of these long hairs. I can tell you, only you don't need to let everyone in on it. This is confidential. I got it from a man who's close to the State Department, but as a matter of fact, the Tsar will be back in power before the end of the year. You read a lot about his retiring and about his being killed, but I know he's got a big army back of him, and he'll show these damn agitators, lazy beggars hunting for a soft berth, bossing the poor goats that fall for him, he'll show 'em where they get off. Carol was sorry to hear that the Tsar was coming back, but she said nothing. The others had looked vacant at the mention of a country so far away as Russia. Now they edged in and asked Bresnahan what he thought about the Packard car, investments in Texas oil wells, the comparative merits of young men born in Minnesota and in Massachusetts, the question of prohibition, the future cost of motor tires, and wasn't it true that American aviators put it all over these Frenchmen? They were glad to find that he agreed with them on every point. As she heard Bresnahan announce, we're perfectly willing to talk to any. Committee the men may choose, but we're not going to stand for some outside agitator butting in and telling us how we're going to run our plant. Carol remembered that Jackson Elder, now meekly receiving new ideas, had said the same thing in the same words. While Sam Clark was digging up from his memory a long and immensely detailed story of the crushing things he had said to a Pullman porter named George, Bresnahan hugged his knees and rocked and watched Carol. She wondered if he did not understand the laboriousness of the smile with which she listened to Kennicott's account of the good one he had on Carrie, that marital, coyly improper 10 times told tale of how she had forgotten to attend to Hugh because she was all head up pounding the box, which may be translated as eagerly playing the piano. She was certain that Bresnahan saw through her when she pretended not to hear Kennicott's invitation to join a game of cribbage. She feared the comments he might make. She was irritated by her fear. She was equally irritated when the motor returned through Gopher Prairie to find that she was proud of sharing in Bresnahan's kudos as people waved and Juanita Haydock leaned from a window. She said to herself, as though I cared whether I'm seen with a spat phonograph, and simultaneously everybody has noticed how much Will and I are playing with Mr. Bresnahan. The town was full of his stories, his friendliness, his memory for names, his clothes, his trout flies, his generosity. He had given $100 to Father Klubach, the priest, and 100 to the Reverend Mr. Zitteril, the Baptist minister, for Americanization work. At the Bonton, Carol heard Nat Hicks the tailor exulting, "Old Purse certainly pulled a good one on this fella Bjornstam that always is shooting off his mouth. He's supposed to have settled down since he got married. But Lord, those fellows that think they know it all, they never change. Well, the Red Sweet got the grand raz handed to him all right. He had the nerve to breeze up to Perce at Dave Dyer's, and he said to Perce, "I've always wanted to look at a man that was so useful that folks would pay him $1,000,000 for existing." And Perce gave him the once over and come right back, "Have, eh?" he says. "Well," he says, "I've been looking for a man so useful, sweeping floors that I could pay him $4 a day. Want the job, my friend." Ha, ha, ha! Say, you know how lippy Bjorn Stam is. Well, for once he didn't have a thing to say. He tried to get fresh and tell what a rotten town this is, and Perce come right back at him. "If you don't like this country, you better get out of it and go back to Germany, where you belong." Say, maybe us fellows didn't give Bjornstam the horse laugh, though. Oh, Perce is the white-haired boy in this burg. All righty, V. Bresnahan had borrowed Jackson Elder's motor. He stopped at the Kennicotts. He bawled at Carol, rocking with Hugh on the porch, "Better come for a ride." She wanted to snub him. "Thanks so much, but I'm being maternal." "Bring him along, bring him along." Bresnahan was out of the seat, stalking up the sidewalk, and the rest of her protests and dignities were feeble. She did not bring Hugh along. Bresnahan was silent for a mile in words, but he looked at her as though he meant her to know that he understood everything she thought. She observed how deep was his chest. "Lovely fields over there," he said. "You really like them? There's no profit in them." He chuckled. "Sister, you can't get away with it. I'm on to you. You consider me a big bluff. Well, maybe I am. But so are you, my dear, and pretty enough so that I'd try to make love to you if I weren't afraid you'd slap me. Mr. Bresnahan, do you talk that way to your wife's friends? And do you call them sister? As a matter of fact, I do, and I make 'em like it. Score two." But his chuckle was not so rotund, and he was very attentive to the ammeter. In a moment he was cautiously attacking. "That's a wonderful boy, Will Kennicott. Great work these country practitioners are doing." The other day in Washington, I was talking to a big scientific shark, a professor in Johns Hopkins Medical School, and he was saying that no one has ever sufficiently appreciated the general practitioner and the sympathy and help he gives folks. These crack specialists, the young scientific fellows, they're so cocksure and so wrapped up in their laboratories that they miss the human element. Except in the case of a few freak diseases that no respectable human being would waste his time having, it's the old doc that keeps a community well, mind and body. And strikes me that Will is one of the steadiest and clearest-headed counter-practitioners I've ever met. Eh? I'm sure he is. He's a servant of reality. Come again? Yes. All of that, whatever that is. Say, child, you don't care a whole lot for Gopher Prairie if I'm not mistaken. Nope. There's where you're missing a big chance. There's nothing to these cities. Believe me, I know. This is a good town as they go. You're lucky to be here. I wish I could shy on. Very well, why don't you? Huh? Why Lord can't get away for... You don't have to stay. I do. So I want to change it. Do you know that men like you, prominent men, do quite a reasonable amount of harm by insisting that your native towns and native states are perfect? It's you who encourage the denizens not to change. They quote you and go on believing that they live in paradise, and she clenched her fist. The incredible dullness of it. Suppose you were right. Even so, don't you think you waste a lot of thundering on one poor, scared little town? Kind of mean. I tell you it's dull. Dull! The folks don't find it dull. These couples like the Haydocks have a high old time, dances and cards. They don't. They're bored. Almost everyone here is. Vacuousness and bad manners and spiteful gossip, that's what I hate. Those things, course, they're here. So are they in Boston. And every place else. Why, the faults you find in this town are simply human nature and never will be changed. Perhaps. But in Boston, all the good Carols, I'll admit I have no faults, can find one another and play. But here I'm alone, in a stale pool, except as it's stirred by the great Mr. Bresnahan. My lord, to hear you tell it, a fellow, to think that all the denizens, as you impolitely call 'em, are so confoundedly unhappy that it's a wonder they don't all up and commit suicide. But they seem to struggle along somehow. They don't know what they miss, and anybody can endure anything. Look at. Men in mines and in prisons. He drew up on the south shore of Lake Minniemashie. He glanced across the reeds reflected on the water, the quiver of wavelets like crumpled tinfoil, the distant shores patched with dark woods, silvery oats and deep yellow wheat. He patted her hand. Sis Carol, you're a darling girl, but you're difficult. Know what I think? Yes. Humph. Maybe you do, but my humble, not too humble opinion is that you like to be different. You like to think you're peculiar. Why, if you knew how many tens of thousands of women, especially in New York, say just what you do, you'd lose all the fun of thinking you're a lone genius, and you'd be on the bandwagon whooping it up for Gopher Prairie and a good decent family life. There's always about 1,000,000 young women just out of college who want to teach there. Grandmothers, how to suck eggs. How proud you are of that homely rustic metaphor. You use it at banquets and directors' meetings, and boast of your climb from a humble homestead. Huh. You may have my number. I'm not telling. But look here, you're so prejudiced against Gopher Prairie that you overshoot the mark. You antagonize those who might be inclined to agree with you in some particulars. But great guns, the town can't be all wrong. No, it isn't. But it could be. Let me tell you a fable. Imagine a cave woman complaining to her mate. She doesn't like one single thing. She hates the damp cave, the rats running over her bare legs, the stiff skin garments, the eating of half-raw meat, her husband's bushy face, the constant battles, and the worship of the spirits who will hoodoo her unless she gives the priests her best claw necklace. Her man protests, but it can't all be wrong, and he thinks he has reduced her to. Absurdity. Now you assume that a world which produces a Percy Bresnahan and a Velvet Motor Company must be civilized. It is. Aren't we only about halfway along in barbarism? I suggest Mrs. Bogart as a test, and we'll continue in barbarism just as long as people as nearly intelligent as you continue to defend things as they are, because they are. You're a fair spieler, child. But by golly, I'd like to see you try to design a new manifold, or run a factory, and keep a lot of your fellow Reds from Czechoslovensky Magia God knows wherea on the job. You'd drop your theory so darn quick. I'm not any defender of things as they are. Sure, they're rotten, only I'm sensible. He preached his gospel, love of outdoors, playing the game, loyalty to friends. She had the neophyte's shock of discovery that, outside of tracks, conservatives do not tremble and find no answer when an iconoclast turns on them, but retort. With agility and confusing statistics. He was so much the man, the worker, the friend, that she liked him when she most tried to stand out against him. He was so much the successful executive that she did not want him to despise her. His manner of sneering at what he called parlor socialists, though the phrase was not overwhelmingly new, had a power which made her wish to placate his company of well-fed, speed-loving administrators. When he demanded, "Would you like to associate with nothing but a lot of turkey-necked, horn-spectacled nuts that have adenoids and need a haircut, and that spend all their time kicking about conditions and never do a lick of work?" she said, "No, but just the same." When he asserted, "Even if your cave woman was right in knocking the whole works, I bet some red-blooded regular fellow, some real he-man, found her a nice dry cave and not any whining, criticizing radical," she wriggled her head feebly between a nod and a shake. His large hands, sensual lips, easy voice supported his self-confidence. He made her feel young and soft as Kennicott had once made her feel. She had nothing to say when he bent his powerful head and experimented. "My dear, I'm sorry I'm going away from this town. You'd be a darling child to play with. You are pretty. Some day in Boston, I'll show you how we buy a lunch. Well, hang it, gotta be starting back." The only answer to his gospel of beef which she could find when she was home was a wail of, "But just the same." She did not see him again before he departed for Washington. His eyes remained. His glances at her lips and hair and shoulders had revealed to her that she was not a wife and mother alone, but a girl. That there still were men in the world, as there had been in college days. That admiration led her to study Kennicott, to tear at the shroud of intimacy, to perceive the strangeness of the most familiar. Chapter 24. All that midsummer month Carol was sensitive to Kennicott. She recalled 100 grotesqueries, her comic dismay at his having chewed tobacco, the evening when she had tried to read poetry to him, matters which had seemed to vanish with no trace or sequence. Always she repeated that he had been heroically patient in his desire to join the army. She made much of her consoling affection for him in little things. She liked the homeliness of his tinkering about the house, his strength and handiness as he tightened the hinges of a shutter, his boyishness when he ran to her to be comforted because he had found rust in the barrel of his pump gun. But at the highest he was to her another Hugh, without the glamour of Hugh's unknown future. There was, late in June, a day of heat lightning. Because of the work imposed by the absence of the other doctors, the Kennicotts had not moved to the lake cottage, but remained in town, dusty and irritable. In The afternoon when she went to Olison and McGuire's, formerly Dahl and Olison's, Carol was vexed by the assumption of the youthful clerk, recently come from the farm, that he had to be neighborly and rude. He was no more brusquely familiar than a dozen other clerks of the town, but her nerves were heat-scorched. When she asked for codfish for supper, he grunted, "What you want that darned old dry stuff for? I like it. Punk! Guess the doc can afford something better than that. Try some of the new weenies we got in. Swell. The Haydocks use 'em." She exploded. "My dear young man, it is not your duty to instruct me in housekeeping, and it doesn't particularly concern me. What the Haydocks condescend to approve." He was hurt. He hastily wrapped up the leprous fragment of fish. He gaped as she trailed out. She lamented, "I shouldn't have spoken so. He didn't mean anything. He doesn't know when he is being rude." Her repentance was not proof against Uncle Whittier when she stopped in at his grocery for salt and a package of safety matches. Uncle Whittier, in a shirt collarless and soaked with sweat in a brown streak down his back, was whining at a clerk. "Come on now, get a hustle on, and lug that pound cake up to Mrs. Cass's. Some folks in this town think a storekeeper ain't got nothing to do but chase out phone orders. Hello, Carrie. That dress you got on looks kind of low in the neck to me. Maybe decent and modest. I suppose I'm old-fashioned, but I never thought much of showing the whole town a woman's bust." He. "Afternoon, Mrs. Hicks. Sage, just out of it. Let me sell you some other spices." Heh, Uncle Whittier was nasally indignant. "Certainly. Got plenty other spices just as good as sage for any purpose whatever. What's the matter with with allspice?" When Mrs. Hicks had gone, he raged, "Some folks don't know what they want." Sweating sanctimonious bully my husband's uncle, thought Carol. She crept into Dave Dyer's. Dave held up his arms with, "Don't shoot, I surrender." She smiled, but it occurred to her that for nearly 5 years Dave had kept up this game of pretending that she threatened his life. As she went dragging through the prickly hot streets, she reflected that a citizen of Gopher Prairie does not have jests. He has a jest. Every cold morning for 5 winters Lyman Cass had remarked, "Fair to Midland chilly get worse before it gets better." 50 times had Ezra Stowbody informed the public that Carol had once asked, "Shall I endorse this check on the back?" 50 times had Sam Clark called to her, "Where'd you steal that hat?" 50 times had the mention of Barney Cahoon, the town drayman, like a nickel in a slot produced from Kennicott, the apocryphal story of Barney's directing a minister, "Come down to the depot and get your case of religious books, they're leaking." She came home by the unvarying route. She knew every house front, every street crossing, every billboard, every tree, every dog. She knew every blackened banana skin and empty cigarette box in the gutters. She knew every greeting. When Jim Hallen stopped and gaped at her, there was no possibility that he was about to confide anything but his grudging, "Well, har you, tay-day." All her future life, this same red-labeled bread crate in front of the bakery, this same thimble-shaped crack in the sidewalk a quarter of a block beyond Stowbody's granite hitching post. She silently handed her purchases to the silent Oscarina. She sat on the porch. Rocking, fanning, twitchy with Hugh's whining. Kennicott came home, grumbled, "What the devil is the kid yapping about?" "I guess you can stand it 10 minutes if I can stand it all day." He came to supper in his shirt sleeves, his vest partly open, revealing discolored suspenders. "Why don't you put on your nice Palm Beach suit and take off that hideous vest?" she complained. "Too much trouble. Too hot to go upstairs." She realized that for perhaps a year she had not definitely looked at her husband. She regarded his table manners. He violently chased fragments of fish about his plate with a knife and licked the knife after gobbling them. She was slightly sick. She asserted, "I'm ridiculous. What do these things matter? Don't be so simple." But she knew that to her they did matter, these solecisms and mixed tenses of the table. She realized that they found little to say, that, incredibly, they were like the talked-out couples whom she had pitied at restaurants. Bresnahan would have spouted in a lively, exciting, unreliable manner. She realized that Kennicott's clothes were seldom pressed. His coat was wrinkled. His trousers would flap at the knees when he arose. His shoes were unblacked, and they were of an elderly shapelessness. He refused to wear soft hats, cleaved to a hard derby as a symbol of virility and prosperity, and sometimes he forgot to take it off in the house. She peeped at his cuffs. They were frayed in prickles of starched linen. She had turned them once, she clipped them every week, but when she had begged him to throw the shirt away last, Sunday morning at the crisis of the weekly bath, he had uneasily protested, "Oh, it'll wear quite a while yet." He was shaved by himself, or more socially by Dal Snafflin, only 3 times a week. This morning had not been one of the 3 times. Yet he was vain of his new turn down collars and sleek ties. He often spoke of the sloppy dressing of Dr. McGanum, and he laughed at old men who wore detachable cuffs or Gladstone collars. Carol did not care much for the creamed codfish that evening. She noted that his nails were jagged and ill-shaped from his habit of cutting them with a pocket knife and despising a nail file as effeminate and urban. That they were invariably clean, that his were the scoured fingers of the surgeon, made his stubborn untidiness the more jarring. They were wise hands, kind hands, but they were not the hands of love. She remembered him in the days of courtship. He had tried to please her then, had touched her by sheepishly wearing a colored band on his straw hat. Was it possible that those days of fumbling for each other were gone so completely? He had read books to impress her, had said she recalled it ironically that she was to point out his every fault, had insisted once, as they sat in the secret place beneath the walls of Fort Snelling, she shut the door on her thoughts. That was sacred ground. But it was a shame that she nervously pushed away her cake and stewed apricots. After supper, when they had been driven in from the porch by mosquitoes, when Kennicott had for the 200th time in 5 years commented, "We must." "Have a new screen on the porch lets all the bugs in." They sat reading, and she noted and detested herself for noting, and noted again his habitual awkwardness. He slumped down in one chair, his legs up on another, and he explored the recesses of his left ear with the end of his little finger. She could hear the faint smack he kept it up. He blurted, "Oh, forgot tell you, some of the fellows comin' in to play poker this evening. Suppose we could have some crackers and cheese and beer?" She nodded. He might have mentioned it before. Oh well, it's his house. The poker party straggled in, Sam Clark, Jack Elder, Dave Dyer, Jim Howland. To her they mechanically said, "Devanin." But to Kennicott, in a heroic male manner, "Well, well, shall we start playing?" "Got a hunch. I'm going to lick." somebody real bad. No one suggested that she join them. She told herself that it was her own fault because she was not more friendly, but she remembered that they never asked Mrs. Sam Clark to play. Bresnahan would have asked her. She sat in the living room, glancing across the hall at the men as they humped over the dining table. They were in shirt sleeves, smoking, chewing, spitting incessantly, lowering their voices for a moment so that she did not hear what they said, and afterward giggling hoarsely, using over and over the canonical phrases, "Three to dole," "I raise you a thinneth." "Come on now, ante up. What do you think this is? A pink tea?" The cigar smoke was acrid and pervasive. The firmness with which the men mouthed their cigars made the lower part of their faces expressionless, heavy, unappealing. They were like politicians cynically dividing appointments. How could they understand her world? Did that faint and delicate world exist? Was she a fool? She doubted her world, doubted herself, and was sick in the acid, smoke-stained air. She slipped back into brooding upon the habituality of the house. Kennicott was as fixed in routine as an isolated old man. At first, he had amorously deceived himself into liking her experiments with food, the one medium in which she could express imagination. But now he wanted only his round of favorite dishes: steak, roast beef, boiled pig's feet, oatmeal, baked apples. Because at some more flexible period he had advanced from oranges to grapefruit, he considered himself an epicure. During their first autumn she had smiled over his affection for his hunting coat, but now that the leather had come unstitched, in dribbles of pale yellow, thread and tatters of canvas, smeared with dirt of the fields and grease from gun cleaning, hung in a border of rags. She hated the thing. Wasn't her whole life like that hunting coat? She knew every nick and brown spot on each piece of the set of china purchased by Kennicott's mother in 1895, discreet china with a pattern of washed-out forget-me-nots, rimmed with blurred gold, the gravy boat in a saucer which did not match, the solemn and evangelical covered vegetable dishes, the two platters. 20 times had Kennicott sighed over the fact that Bea had broken the other platter, the medium-sized one. The kitchen. Damp black iron sink, damp whitey yellow drain board with shreds of discolored wood, which from long scrubbing were as soft as cotton thread. Work table, alarm clock, stove bravely blackened by Oscarina, but an abomination in its loose doors and broken drafts, an oven that never would keep an even heat. Carol had done her best by the kitchen, painted it white, put up curtains, replaced the 6-year-old calendar by a color print. She had hoped for tiling and a kerosene range for summer cooking, but Kennicott always postponed these expenses. She was better acquainted with the utensils in the kitchen than with Wittesherwen or Guy Pollock. The can opener, whose soft gray metal handle was twisted from some ancient effort to pry open a window, was more pertinent to her than all the cathedrals in Europe, and more significant than the future of Asia was the never-settled weekly question as to whether the small kitchen knife with the unpainted handle or the second-best buckhorn carving knife was better. For cutting up cold chicken for Sunday supper. Tie. She was ignored by the males till midnight. Her husband called, "Suppose we could have some eats, Carrie." As she passed through the dining room, the men smiled on her, belly smiles. None of them noticed her while she was serving the crackers and cheese and sardines and beer. They were determining the exact psychology of Dave Dyer in standing pat. 2 hours before. When they were gone, she said to Kennicott, "Your friends have the manners of a barroom. They expect me to wait on them like a servant. They're not so much interested in me as they would be in a waiter, because they don't have to tip me. Unfortunately, well, good night." So rarely did she nag in this petty hot weather fashion that he was astonished, rather than angry. "Hey, wait, what's the idea? I must say I don't get you. The boys' barroom? Why, Perce Bresnahan was saying there isn't a finer bunch of royal good fellows anywhere than just the crowd that were here tonight." They stood in the lower hall. He was too shocked to go on with his duties of locking the front door and winding his watch and the clock. "Bresnahan, I'm sick of him." She meant nothing in particular. "Why, Carrie, he's one of the biggest men in the country. Boston just eats out of his hand. I wonder if it does. How do we know but that in Boston, among well-bred people, he may be regarded as an absolute lout? The way he calls women sister, and the way, now look here, that'll do. Of course I know you don't mean it. You're simply hot and tired and trying to work off your peeve on me. But just the same, I won't stand your jumping on Perce. It's just like your attitude toward the war, so darn afraid that America will become militaristic. But you are the pure patriot. By God, I am." "Yes, I heard you talking to Sam Clark tonight about ways of avoiding the income tax." He had recovered enough to lock the door. He clumped upstairs ahead of her, growling, "You don't know what you're talking about. I'm perfectly willing to pay my full tax. Fact, I'm in favor of the income tax, even though I do think it's a penalty on frugality and enterprise. Fact, it's an unjust, darn fool tax. But just the same, I'll pay it. Only, I'm not idiot enough to pay more than the government makes me pay, and Sam and I were just figuring out whether all automobile expenses oughtn't to be exemptions. I'll take a lot off you, Carrie, but I don't propose for 1 second to stand your saying I'm not patriotic. You know mighty well and good that I've tried to get away and join the army. And at the beginning of the whole fracas, I've said right along that we ought to have entered the war the minute Germany invaded Belgium. You don't get me at all. You can't appreciate a man's work. You're abnormal. You fuss so much with these spool novels and books and all this highbrow junk. You like to argue." It ended, a quarter of an hour later, in his calling her a neurotic before he turned away and pretended to sleep. For the first time they had failed to make peace. There are 2 races of people, only 2, and they live side by side. His calls mine neurotic. Mine calls his stupid. We'll never understand each other, never. And it's madness for us to debate, to lie together in a hotbed in a creepy room, enemies yoked. There. It clarified in her the longing for a place of her own. "While it's so hot, I think I'll sleep in the spare room," she said next day. Not a bad idea. He was cheerful and kindly. The room was filled with a lumbering double bed and a cheap pine bureau. She stored the bed in the attic, replaced it by a cot which, with a denim cover, made a couch by day, put in a dressing table, a rocker transformed by a cretonne cover, had Miles Bjornstam build bookshelves. Kennicott slowly understood that she meant to keep up her seclusion in his queries, changing the whole room, putting your books in there. She caught his dismay. But it was so easy, once her door was closed, to shut out his worry. That hurt her the ease of forgetting him. Aunt Bessie Smale sleuthed out this anarchy. She yammered, "Why, Carrie, you ain't going to sleep all alone by yourself. I don't believe in that. Married folks should have the same room, of course. Don't go getting silly notions. No telling what a thing like that might lead to. Suppose I up and told your Uncle Whit that I wanted a room of my own." Carol spoke of recipes for corn pudding, but from Mrs. Dr. Westlake she drew encouragement. She had made an afternoon call on Mrs. Westlake. She was for the first time invited upstairs, and found the suave old woman sewing in a white and mahogany room with a small bed. "Oh, do you have your own royal apartments and the doctor his?" Carol hinted. "Indeed I do. The doctor says it's bad enough to have to stand my temper at meals." Mrs. Westlake looked at her sharply. "Why don't you do the same thing?" "I've been thinking about it." Carol laughed in an embarrassed way. "Then you wouldn't regard me as a complete hussy if I wanted to be by myself now and then?" "Why, child, every woman ought to get off by herself and turn over her thoughts about children, and God, and how bad her complexion is, and the way men don't really understand her, and how much work she finds to do in the house, and how much patience it takes to endure some things in a man's love." "Yes," Carol said it in a gasp, her hands twisted together. She wanted to confess not only her hatred for the Aunt Bessies, but her covert irritation toward those she best loved, her alienation from Kennicott, her disappointment in Guy Pollock, her uneasiness in the presence of Vida. She had enough self-control to confine herself to, yes, men, the dear blundering souls, we do have to get off and laugh at them. Of course we do. Not that you have to laugh at Dr. Kennicott so much, but my man, heavens, now there's a rare old bird, reading storybooks when he ought to be tending to business. Marcus Westlake, I say to him, you're a romantic old fool. And does he get angry? He does not. He chuckles and says, yes, my beloved, folks do say that married people grow to resemble each other. Drat him. Mrs. Westlake laughed comfortably. After such a disclosure, what could Carol do but return the courtesy by remarking that as for Kennicott, he wasn't romantic enough, the darling. Before she left, she had babbled to Mrs. Westlake her dislike for Aunt Bessie, the fact that Kennicott's income was now more than $5,000 a year, her view of the reason why Beta had married Ramey, which included some thoroughly insincere praise of Ramey's kind heart, her opinion of the library board, just what Kennicott had said about Mrs. Carthel's diabetes, and what Kennicott thought of the several surgeons in the cities. She went home soothed by confession, inspirited by finding a new friend. Ivy, the tragicomedy of the domestic situation. Oscarina went back home to help on the farm, and Carol had a succession of maids, with gaps between. The lack of servants was becoming one of the most cramping problems of the prairie town. Increasingly, the farmers' daughters rebelled against village dullness and against the unchanged attitude of the Wainitas toward hired girls. They went off to city kitchens or to city shops and factories that they might be free and even human after hours. The Jolly 17 were delighted at Carol's desertion by the loyal Oscarina. They reminded her that she had said, I don't have any trouble with maids. See how Oscarina stays on. Between incumbencies of Finn maids from the North Woods, Germans from the prairies, occasional Swedes and Norwegians and Icelanders, Carol did her own work and endured Aunt Bessie's skittering in to tell her how to dampen a broom for fluffy dust, how to sugar donuts, how to stuff a goose. Carol was deft and won shy praise from Kennicott, but as her shoulder blades began to sting, she wondered how many millions of women had lied to themselves during the death-rimmed years through which they had pretended to enjoy the puerile methods persisting in housework. She doubted the convenience and, as a natural sequent, the sanctity of the monogamous and separate home which she had regarded as the basis of all decent life. She considered her doubts vicious. She refused to remember how many of the women of the Jolly 17 nagged their husbands and were nagged by them. She energetically did not whine to Kennicott, but her eyes ached. She was not the girl in breeches and a flanny shirt who had cooked over a campfire in the Colorado mountains 5 years ago. Her ambition was to get to bed at 9. Her strongest emotion was resentment over rising at 6:30 to care for Hugh. The back of her neck ached as she got out of bed. She was cynical about the joys of a simple, laborious life. She understood why workmen and workmen's wives are not grateful to their kind employers. At mid-morning, when she was momentarily free from the ache in her neck and back, she was glad of the reality of work. The hours were living and nimble, but she had no desire to read the eloquent little newspaper essays in praise of labor which are daily written by the white-browed journalistic prophets. She felt independent, and though she hid it a bit surly, in cleaning the house she pondered upon the maid's room. It was a slant-roofed, small-windowed hole above the kitchen, oppressive in summer, frigid in winter. She saw that while she had been considering herself an unusually good mistress, she had been permitting her friends Bea and Oscarina to live in a sty. She complained to Kennicott. "What's the matter with it?" he growled, as they stood on the perilous stairs dodging up from the kitchen. She commented upon the sloping roof of unplastered boards, stained in brown rings by the rain, the uneven floor, the cot and its tumbled, discouraged-looking quilts, the broken rocker, the distorting mirror. Maybe it ain't any Hotel Radisson parlor, but still, it's so much better than anything these hired girls are accustomed to at home, that they think it's fine. Seems foolish to spend money when they wouldn't appreciate it. But that night he drawled, with the casualness of a man who wishes to be surprising and delightful, "Carrie, don't know but what we might begin to think about building a new house one of these days. How'd you like that? Way, I'm getting to the point now where I feel we can afford one in a corker. I'll show this Burke something like a real house. We'll put one over on Sam and Harry, make folks sit up and take notice." "Yes," she said. He did not go on. Daily he returned to the subject of the new house, but as to time and mode he was indefinite. At first she believed. She babbled of a low stone house with lattice windows and tulip beds, of colonial brick, of a white frame cottage with green shutters and dormer windows. To her enthusiasms he answered, "Well, yes, might be worth thinking about. Remember where I put my pipe." When she pressed him, he fidgeted. "I don't know. Seems to me those kind of houses you speak of have been overdone." It proved that what he wanted was a house exactly like Sam Clark's, which was exactly like every third new house in every town in the country, a square yellow stolidity with immaculate clapboards, a broad-screened porch, tidy grass plots, and concrete walks. A house resembling the mind of a merchant who votes the party ticket straight and goes to church once a month and owns a good car. He admitted, "Well, yes, maybe it isn't so darn artistic, but matter of fact, though, I don't want a place just like Sam's. Maybe I would cut off that full tower he's got, and I think probably it would look better painted a nice cream color. That yellow on Sam's house is too kind of flashy." Then there's another kind of house that's mighty nice and substantial looking, with shingles, in a nice brown stain, instead of clapboard seen some in Minneapolis. You're way off your base when you say I only like one kind of house. Uncle Whittier and Aunt Bessie came in one evening when Carol was sleepily advocating a rose garden cottage. You've had a lot of experience with housekeeping, Auntie, and don't you think, Kennicott appealed, that it would be sensible to have a nice, square house and pay more attention to getting a crackerjack furnace than to all this architecture? And doodads? Aunt Bessie worked her lips as though they were an elastic band. Why, of course. I know how it is with young folks like you, Carrie. You want towers and bay windows and pianos and heaven knows what all. But the thing to get is closets and a good furnace and a handy place to hang out the washing, and the rest don't matter. Uncle Whittier dribbled a little, put his face near to Carol's, and sputtered. Course it don't. What do you care what folks think about the outside of your house? It's the inside you're living in, none of my business, but I must say you young folks that rather have cakes than potatoes get me riled. She reached her room before she became savage. Below, dreadfully near, she could hear the broom swish of Aunt Bessie's voice and the mop pounding of Uncle Whittier's grumble. She had a reasonless dread that they would intrude on her, then a fear that she would yield to Gopher Prairie's conception of duty toward an Aunt Bessie and go downstairs to be nice. She felt the demand for standardized behavior coming in waves from all the citizens who sat in their sitting rooms watching her with respectable eyes, waiting, demanding, unyielding. She snarled, "Oh, all right, I'll go." She powdered her nose, straightened her collar, and coldly marched downstairs. The three elders ignored her. They had advanced from the new house to agreeable general fussing. Aunt Bessie was saying, in a tone like the munching of dry toast, "I do think Mr. Stowbody ought to have had the rain pipe fixed at our store right away. I went to see him on Tuesday morning before 10. No, it was couple minutes after 10. But anyway, it was long before noon, I know, because I went right from the bank to the meat market to get some steak. I think it's outrageous, the prices Olison and McGuire charge for their meat, and it isn't as if they gave you a good cut either, but just any old thing, and I had time to get it. And I stopped in at Mrs. Bogart's to ask about her rheumatism." Carol was watching Uncle Whittier. She knew from his taut expression that he was not listening to Aunt Bessie, but herding his own thoughts, and that he would interrupt her bluntly. He did. "Will wear sin I get an extra pair of pants for this coat and vest. Do want to pay too much." "Well, guess Nat Hicks could make you up a pair. But if I were you, I'd drop into Ike Rifkin's. His prices are lower than the Bontons." "Humph. Got the new stove in your office yet?" "No. Been looking at some at Sam Clark's. But, well, yada and don't do to put off getting a stove all summer, and—" "then have it come cold on you in the fall." Carol smiled upon them ingratiatingly. "Do you dears mind if I slip up to bed? I'm rather tired, cleaned the upstairs today." She retreated. She was certain that they were discussing her, and foully forgiving her. She lay awake till she heard the distant creak of a bed, which indicated that Kennicott had retired. Then she felt safe. It was Kennicott who brought up the matter of the Smales at breakfast. With no visible connection, he said, "Uncle Whit is kind of clumsy, but just the same, he's a pretty wise old coot. He's certainly making good with the store." Carol smiled, and Kennicott was pleased that she had come to her senses. as wit says, after all the first thing is to have the inside of a house right and darn the people on the outside looking in. It seemed settled that the house was to be a sound example of the Sam Clark school. Kennicott made much of erecting it entirely for her and the baby. He spoke of closets for her frocks and a comfy sewing room. But when he drew on a leaf from an old account book, he was a paper saver and a string picker. The plans for the garage, he gave much more attention to a cement floor and a workbench and a gasoline tank than he had to sewing rooms. She sat back and was afraid. In the present rookery there were odd things. A step up from the hall to the dining room, a picturesqueness in the shed and bedraggled lilac bush. But the new place would be smooth, standardized, fixed. It was probable, now that Kennicott was past 40 and settled, that this would be the last venture he would ever make in building. So long as she stayed in this ark, she would always have a possibility of change. But once she was in the new house, there she would sit for all the rest of her life, there she would die. Desperately she wanted to put it off, against the chance of miracles. While Kennicott was chattering about a patent swing door for the garage, she saw the swing doors of a prison. She never voluntarily returned to the project. Aggrieved, Kennicott stopped drawing plans, and in 10 days the new house was forgotten. Lee. Every year since their marriage, Carol had longed for a trip through the East. Every year, Kennicott had talked of attending the American Medical Association convention, and then afterwards, we could do the East up brown. I know New York clean through spent pretty near a week there, but I would like to see New England and all these historic places, and have some seafood. He talked of it from February to May, and in May he invariably decided that coming confinement cases or land deals would prevent his getting away from home base for very long this year, and no sense going till we can do it right. The weariness of dishwashing had increased her desire to go. She pictured herself looking at Emerson's manse, bathing in a surf of jade and ivory, wearing a trottoir and a summer fur, meeting an aristocratic stranger. In the spring, Kennicott had pathetically volunteered, "Suppose you'd like to get in a good long tour this summer, but with Ghouls and Mac away and so many patients depending on me, don't see how I can make it. By golly, I feel like a tightwad though, not taking you." Through all this restless July, after she had tasted Bresnahan's disturbing flavor of travel and gaiety, she wanted to go, but she said nothing. They spoke of and postponed a trip to the Twin Cities. When she suggested, as though it were a tremendous joke, "I think baby and I might up and leave you and run off to Cape Cod by ourselves," his only reaction was, "Golly, don't know but what you may almost have to do that, if we don't get in a trip." Next year, toward the end of July, he proposed, "Say, the Beavers are holding a convention in Yoralemon, street fair and everything. We might go down tomorrow, and I'd like to see Dr. Calabri about some business. Put in the whole day. Might help some to make up for our trip. Fine fellow, Dr. Calabri." Joralemon was a prairie town of the size of Gopher Prairie. Their motor was out of order, and there was no passenger train at an early hour. They went down by freight train after the weighty and conversational business of leaving Hugh with Aunt Bessie. Carol was exultant over this irregular jaunting. It was the first unusual thing, except the glance of Bresnahan, that had happened since the weaning of Hugh. They rode in the caboose. The small red cupola-topped car jerked along at the end of the train. It was a roving shanty, the cabin of a land schooner, with black oilcloth seats along the side, and 4 desk, ah. Pine board to be let down on hinges. Kennicott played 7-up with the conductor and 2 brakemen. Carol liked the blue silk kerchiefs about the brakemen's throats. She liked their welcome to her and their air of friendly independence. Since there were no sweating passengers crammed in beside her, she reveled in the train's slowness. She was part of these lakes and tawny wheat fields. She liked the smell of hot earth and clean grease, and the leisurely chug-a-chug of the trucks was a song of contentment in the sun. She pretended that she was going to the Rockies. When they reached Joralemon, she was radiant with holiday-making. Her eagerness began to lessen the moment they stopped at a red-frame station, exactly like the one they had just left at Gopher Prairie, and Kennicott yawned. Right on time. Just in time for dinner at the Calabrese's. I phoned the doctor from GP that we'd be here. We'll catch the freight that gets in before 12. I told him. He said he'd meet us at the depot and take us right up to the house for dinner. Calabrese is a good man, and you'll find his wife is a mighty brainy little woman, bright as a dollar. By golly, there he is. Dr. Calabrese was a squat, clean-shaven, conscientious-looking man of 40. He was curiously like his own brown painted motor car, with eyeglasses for windshield. "Want you to meet my wife, Dr. Carey, make you acquainted with Dr. Calabrese," said Kennicott. Calabrese bowed quietly and shook her hand, but before he had finished shaking it, he was concentrating upon Kennicott with, "Nice to see you, doctor. Say, don't let me forget to ask you about what you did in that exophthalmic goiter case, that Bohemian woman at Waukegan." The 2 men on the front seat of the car chanted goiters and ignored her. She did not know it. She was trying to feed her illusion of adventure by staring at unfamiliar houses, drab cottages, artificial stone bungalows, square painty. Stolidities with immaculate clapboards and broad-screen porches and tidy grass plots. Calabrese handed her over to his wife, a thick woman who called her dearie and asked if she was hot, and, visibly searching for conversation, produced, "Let's see, you and the doctor have a little one, haven't you?" At dinner, Mrs. Calabrese served the corned beef and cabbage and looked like the steamy leaves of cabbage. The men were oblivious of their wives as they gave the social passwords of Main Street, the orthodox opinions on weather, crops, and motor cars, then flung away restraint and gyrated in the debauch of shop talk. Stroking his chin, drawling in the ecstasy of being erudite, Kennicott inquired, "Say, doctor, what success have you had with thyroid for treatment of pains in the legs before childbirth?" Carol did not resent their assumption that she was too ignorant to be admitted. To masculine mysteries. She was used to it. But the cabbage and Mrs. Calabrese's monotonous "I don't know what we're coming to with all this difficulty getting hired girls" were gumming her eyes with drowsiness. She sought to clear them by appealing to Calabrese in a manner of exaggerated liveliness. "Doctor, have the medical societies in Minnesota ever advocated legislation for help to nursing mothers?" Calabrese slowly revolved toward her. I've never looked into it. I don't believe much in getting mixed up in politics." He turned squarely from her and, peering earnestly at Kennicott, resumed, "Doctor, what's been your experience with unilateral pyelonephritis?" Buckburn of Baltimore advocates decapsulation and nephrotomy, but seems to me not till after 2 did they rise. In the lee of the stonily mature trio, Carol proceeded to the street fair, which added mundane gaiety to the annual rites of the united and fraternal order of beavers. Beavers, human beavers, were everywhere. 32nd-degree beavers in gray sack suits and decent derbies, more flippant beavers in crash summer coats and straw hats, rustic beavers in shirt sleeves and frayed suspenders. But whatever his caste symbols, every beaver was distinguished by an enormous shrimp-colored ribbon lettered in silver. Sir Knight and Brother, you know. FOB Annual State Convention. On the motherly shirtwaist of each of their wives was a badge, Sir Knight's Lady. The Duluth delegation had brought their famous beaver amateur band in zouave costumes of green velvet jacket, blue trousers, and scarlet fez. The strange thing was that beneath their scarlet pride the zouave's faces remained those of American businessmen, pink, smooth, eye-glassed, and as they stood playing in a circle at the corner of Main Street and 2nd, as they tootled on fives or with swelling cheeks, blew into cornets, their eyes remained as owlish as though they were sitting at desks under the sign, "This is my busy day." Carol had supposed that the Beavers were average citizens organized for the purposes of getting cheap life insurance and playing poker at the lodge rooms every second Wednesday, but she saw a large poster which proclaimed, "Beavers U, FOB, the greatest influence for good citizenship in the country, the jolliest aggregation of red-blooded, open-handed, hustle-em-up good fellows in the world. Joralemon welcomes you to her hospitable city." Kennicott read the poster and to Calibri admired. "Strong lodge, the Beavers, never joined. Don't know but what I will." Calibri adumbrated, "They're a good bunch. Good strong lodge. See that fellow there that's playing the snare drum? He's the smartest wholesale grocer in Duluth, they say. Guess it would be worth joining. I'll say, are you doing much?" Insurance examining, they went on to the street fair. Lining one block of Main Street were the attractions, 2 hot dog stands, a lemonade and popcorn stand, a merry-go-round, and booths in which balls might be thrown at rag dolls if one wished to throw balls at rag dolls. The dignified delegates were shy of the booths, but country boys with brick-red necks and pale blue ties and bright yellow shoes, who had brought sweethearts into town in somewhat dusty enlisted Fords, were wolfing sandwiches, drinking strawberry pop out of bottles, and riding the revolving crimson and gold horses. They shrieked and giggled. Peanut roasters whistled. The merry-go-round pounded out monotonous music. The barkers bawled, "Here's your chance. Here's bull count in Gwilgie." Half a dime, the 20th part of a dollar. The prairie sun jabbed the unshaded street with shafts that were like poisonous thorns. The tinny cornices above the brick stores were glaring. The dull breeze scattered dust on sweaty beavers who crawled along in tight scorching new shoes, up 2 blocks and back, wondering what to do next, working at having a good time. Carol's head ached as she trailed behind the unsmiling Calibris along the block of booths. She chirped at Kennicott, "Let's be wild. Let's ride on the merry-go-round and grab a gold ring." Kennicott considered it and mumbled to Calibri, "Think you folks would like to stop and try a ride on the merry-go-round?" Calibri considered it and mumbled to his wife, "Think you'd like to stop and try a ride on the merry-go-round?" Mrs. Calabrese smiled in a washed-out manner and sighed. "Oh no, I don't believe I care too much, but you folks go ahead and try it. Calabrese stated to Kennicott, no, I don't believe we care to a whole lot, but you folks go ahead and try it. Kennicott summarized the whole case against wildness. Let's try it some other time, Carrie. She gave it up. She looked at the town. She saw that in adventuring from Main Street, Gopher Prairie, to Main Street, Yarlamon, she had not stirred. There were the same two-story brick groceries with lodge signs above the awnings, the same one-story wooden millinery shop, the same fire brick garages, the same prairie at the open end of the wide street, the same people wondering whether the levity of eating a hot dog sandwich would break their taboos. They reached Gopher Prairie at 9 in the evening. You look kind of hot, said Kennicott. Yes. Joy-le-Monde is an enterprising town, don't you think so? She broke. No! I think it's an ash heap. Why, Carrie, he worried over it for a week. While he ground his plate with his knife as he energetically pursued fragments of bacon, he peeped at her. Chapter 25. Carrie's all right. She's finicky, but she'll get over it. But I wish she'd hurry up about it. What she can't understand is that a fellow practicing medicine in a small town like this has got to cut out the highbrow stuff and not spend all his time going to concerts and shining his shoes. Not, but what he might be just as good at all these intellectual and art things as some other folks if he had the time for it. Dr. Will Kennicott was brooding in his office during a free moment toward the end of the summer afternoon. He hunched down in his tilted desk chair, undid a button of his shirt, glanced at the state news in the back of the Journal of the American Medical Association, dropped the magazine, leaned back with his right thumb hooked in the armhole of his vest and his left thumb stroking the back of his hair. By golly, she's taking an awful big chance, though. You'd expect her to learn by and by that I won't be a parlor lizard. She says we try to make her over. Well, she's always trying to make me over, from a perfectly good MD into a dam. Poet with the socialist necktie. She'd have a fit if she knew how many women would be willing to cuddle up to friend Will and comfort him if he'd give 'em the chance. There's still a few dames that think the old man isn't so darn unattractive. I'm glad I've ducked all that woman game since I've been married. But be switched if sometimes I don't feel tempted to shine up to some girl that has sense enough to take life as it is. Some frau that doesn't want to talk Longfellow all the time, but just hold my hand and say, you look all in, honey, take it easy, and don't try to talk. Carrie thinks she's such a whale at analyzing folks, giving the town the once-over, telling us where we get off. Why, she'd simply turn up her toes and croak if she found out how much she doesn't know about the high old times a wise guy could have in this burg on the QT if he wasn't faithful to his wife. But I am, at that, no matter what faults she's got. There's nobody here, no, nor in Minneplus either, that's as nice-looking and square and bright as Carrie. She ought to of. Been an artist or a writer or one of those things. But once she took a shot at living here, she ought to stick by it. Pretty Lord, yes. But cold. She simply doesn't know what passion is. She simply hasn't got an idea how hard it is for a full-blooded man to go on pretending to be satisfied with just being endured. It gets awful tiresome having to feel like a criminal just because I'm normal. She's getting so she doesn't even care for my kissing her. Well, I guess I can weather it, same as I did earning my way through school and getting started in practice, but I wonder how long I can stand being an outsider in my own home. He sat up at the entrance of Mrs. Dave Dyer. She slumped into a chair and gasped with the heat. He chuckled. Well, well, Maud, this is fine. Where's the subscription list? What cause do I get robbed for this trip? I haven't any subscription list, Will. I want to see you professionally. And you, a Christian Scientist? Have you given that up? What next? New Thought or spiritualism? No, I have not given it up. Strikes me it's kind of a knock on the sisterhood. You're coming to see a doctor. No, it isn't. It's just that my faith isn't strong enough yet. So there now. And besides, you are kind of consoling, Will. I mean as a man, not just as a doctor. You're so strong and placid. He sat on the edge of his desk, coatless, his vest swinging open with the thick gold line of his watch chain across the gap, his hands in his trousers pockets, his big arms bent and easy. As she purred, he cocked an interested eye. Maud Dyer was neurotic, religiocentric, faded. Her emotions were moist, and her figure was unsystematic. Splendid thighs and arms, with thick ankles and a body that was bulgy in the wrong places. But her milky skin was delicious. Her eyes were alive, her chestnut hair shone, and there was a tender slope from her ears to the shadowy place below her jaw. With unusual solicitude, he uttered his stock phrase. Well, what seems to be the matter, Maud? I've got such a backache all the time. I'm afraid the organic trouble that you treated me for is coming back. Any definite signs of it? No. But I think you'd better examine me. Nope. Don't believe it's necessary, Maud. To be honest, between old friends, I think your troubles are mostly imaginary. I can't really advise you to have an examination. She flushed, looked out of the window. He was conscious that his voice was not impersonal and even. She turned quickly. Will, you always say my troubles are imaginary. Why can't you be scientific? I've been reading an article about these new nerve specialists, and they claim that lots of imaginary ailments, yes, and lots of real pain too, are what they call psychoses, and they order a change in a woman's way of living so she can get on a higher plane. Wait, wool up. Wait now. Don't mix up your Christian Science and your psychology. They're two entirely different fads. You'll be mixing in socialism next. You're as bad as Carrie, with your psychosis. Why, good Lord, Maud, I could talk about neuroses and psychoses and inhibitions and repressions and complexes just as well as any damn specialist if I got paid for it, if I was in the city and had the nerve to charge the fees that those fellows do. If a specialist stung you for $100 consultation fee and told you to go to New York to duck Dave's nagging, you do it to save the $100. But you know me, I'm your neighbor. You see me mowing the lawn, you figure I'm just a plug general practitioner. If I said, go to New York, Dave and you would laugh your heads off and say, look at the airs Will is putting on. What does he think he is? As a matter of fact, you're right. You have a perfectly well-developed case of repression of sex instinct, and it raises the old Ned with your body. What you need is to get away from Dave and travel, yes, and go to every doggone kind of New Thought, and Baha'i, and Swami, and Hospital meeting you can find. I know it. Wells, you do. But how can I advise it? Dave would be up here taking my hide off. I'm willing to be family physician and priest and lawyer and plumber and wet nurse, but I draw the line at making Dave loosen up on money. Too hard a job in weather like this. So savvy, my dear. Believe it will rain if this heat keeps. But Will, he'd never give it to me on my say-so. He'd never let me go away. You know how Dave is, so jolly and liberal in society, and oh, just LOVs to match quarters, and such a perfect sport if he loses. But at home, he pinches a nickel till the buffalo drips blood. I have to nag him for every single dollar. Sure, I know, but it's your fight, honey. Keep after him. He'd simply resent my butting in. He crossed over and patted her shoulder. Outside the window, beyond the fly screen that was opaque with dust and cottonwood lint, Main Street was hushed except for the impatient throb of a standing motor car. She took his firm hand, pressed his knuckles against her cheek. "Oh, Will, Dave is so mean and little and noisy, the shrimp. You're so calm. When he's cutting up at parties, I see you standing back and watching him the way a mastiff watches a terrier." He fought for professional dignity with, "Dave's not a bad fellow." Lingeringly she released his hand. "Will, drop round by the house this evening and scold me. Make me be good and sensible. And I'm so lonely." If I did, Dave would be there, and we'd have to play cards. It's his evening off from the store. No, the clerk just got called to Corinth, mother sick. Dave will be in the store till midnight. Oh, come on over. There's some lovely beer on the ice, and we can sit and talk and be all cool and lazy. That wouldn't be wrong of us, would it? No, no, course it wouldn't be wrong. But still, on tube, he saw Carol, slim black and ivory, cool, scornful of intrigue. "All right, but I'll be so lonely." Her throat seemed young above her loose blouse of muslin and machine lace. "Tell you, Maud, I'll drop in just for a minute if I happen to be called down that way." "If you'd like," demurely. "Oh, Will, I just want comfort. I know you're all married, and such a proud papa. And of course now, if I could just sit near you in the dusk and be quiet and forget Dave. You will come." "Sure I will." "I'll expect you. I'll be lonely if you don't come." "Goodbye," he cursed himself. "Darned fool, what I promised to go for. I'll have to keep my promise or she'll feel hurt. She's a good, decent, affectionate girl, and Dave's a cheapskate, all right? She's got more life to her than Carol has. All my fault, anyway. Why can't I be more cagey, like Calibri and McGanum and the rest of?" "The doctors? Oh, I am, but Maud's such a demanding idiot, deliberately bamboozling me into going up there tonight. Matter of principle, ought not to let her get away with it." "I won't go. I'll call her up and tell her I won't go. Me, with Carrie at home, finest little woman in the world, and a messy-minded female like Maud Dyer. No SIR. Though there's no need of hurting her feelings. I may just drop in for a second to tell her I can't stay. All my fault anyway. Ought never to have started in and jollied Maud along in the old days. If it's my fault, I've got no right to punish Maud. I could just drop in for a second, and then pretend I had a country call and beat it. Damn nuisance, though, having to fake up excuses. Lord, why can't the women let you alone? Just because once or twice, 700 million years ago, you were a poor fool, why can't they let you forget it? Maud's own fault. I'll stay strictly away. Take Carrie to the movies and forget Maud. But it would be kind of hot at the movies tonight. He fled from himself. He rammed on his hat, threw his coat over his arm. Banged the door, locked it, tramped downstairs. "I won't go," he said sturdily, and, as he said it, he would have given a good deal to know whether he was going. He was refreshed, as always, by the familiar windows and faces. It restored his soul to have Sam Clark trustingly bellow, "Better come down to the lake this evening and have a swim, Doc. Ain't you going to open your cottage at all this summer? By golly, we miss you." He noted the progress on the new garage. He had triumphed in the laying of every course of bricks. In them he had seen the growth of the town. His pride was ushered back to its throne by the respectfulness of Ole Sundquist. "Evens, Doc, the woman is a lot better. That was swell medicine you gave her." He was calmed by the mechanicalness of the tasks at home, burning the gray web of a tent worm on the wild cherry tree, sealing with gum a cut in the right front tire of the car, sprinkling the road before the house. The hose was cool to his hands. As the bright arrows fell with a faint puttering sound, a crescent of blackness was formed in the gray dust. Dave Dyer came along. "We're going, Dave, down to the store. Just had supper." "But Thursday's your night off." "Sure, but Pete went home. His mother's supposed to be sick." "Gosh, these clerks you get nowadays overpay 'em and then they won't work." "That's tough, Dave. You'll have to work clear up till 12 then." "Yep. Better drop in and have a cigar if you're downtown." "Well, I may, at that, may have to go down and see Mrs. Champ Perry. She's ailing. So long, Dave." Kennicott had not yet entered the house. He was conscious that Carol was near him, that she was important, that he was afraid of her disapproval, but he was content to be alone. When he had finished sprinkling, he strolled into the house, up to the baby's room, and cried to Hugh, "Story time for the old man, eh?" Carol was in a low chair, framed and haloed by the window behind her, an image in pale gold. The baby curled in her lap, his head on her arm, listening with gravity, while she sang from Jean Field, "'Tis little Luddy-Dud in the morning, 'tis little Luddy-Dud at night, and all day long, 'tis the same dear song of that growing, crowing, knowing little sprite." Kennicott was enchanted. Maud Dyer? I should say not. When the current maid bawled upstairs, "Supper on de table," Kennicott was. Upon his back, flattening his hands in the earnest effort to be a seal, thrilled by the strength with which his son kicked him. He slipped his arm about Carol's shoulder. He went down to supper, rejoicing that he was cleansed of perilous stuff. While Carol was putting the baby to bed, he sat on the front steps. Nat Hicks, Taylor, and Rue came to sit beside him. Between waves of his hand as he drove off mosquitoes, Matt whispered, "Say, Doc, you don't feel like imagining you're a baccalaureate again, and coming out for a time tonight, do you?" "As how? You know this new dressmaker, Mrs. Swiftwaite? Swell dame with blondine hair? Well, she's a pretty good goer. Me and Harry Haydock are going to take her and that fat Wren that works in the Bon-Ton. Nice kid, too, on an auto ride tonight. Maybe we'll drive down to that farm Harry bought. We're taking some beer and some of the smoothest rye you ever laid tongue to. I'm not predicting." "None, but if we don't have a picnic, I'll miss my guess. Go to it. No skin off my ear, Nat. Think I want to be fifth wheel in the coach?" "No, but look here. The little Swiftwaite has a friend with her from Winona. dandy looker and some gay bird, and Harry and me thought maybe you'd like to sneak off for one evening. No, 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 rats now, Doc, forget your everlasting dignity. You used to be a pretty good sport yourself when you were foot-free. It may have been the fact that Mrs. Swiftwaite's friend remained to Kennicott an ill-told rumor. It may have been Carol's voice, wistful in the pallid evening as she sang to Hugh. It may have been natural and commendable virtue, but certainly he was positive. Nope, I'm married for keeps. Don't pretend to be any saint, like to get out and raise Cain and shoot a few drinks. But a fellow owes a duty straight now. Won't you feel like a sneak when you come back to the missus after your jamboree? Me? My moral in life is, what they don't know won't hurt 'em none. The way to handle wives, like the fellow says, is to catch 'em early, treat 'em rough, and tell 'em nothing. Well, that's your business, I suppose. But I can't get away with it. Besides, that way I figure it, this illicit lovemaking is the one game that you always lose at. If you do lose, you feel foolish, and if you win, as soon as you find out how little it is that you've been scheming for, why then you lose worse than ever. Nature stinging us as usual. But at that, I guess a lot of wives in this burg would be surprised if they knew everything that goes on behind their backs, eh, Natty? Would they? Say, boy. If the good wives knew what some of the boys get away with when they go down to the cities, why they'd throw a fit. Sure you won't come, Doc. Think of getting all cooled off by a good long drive and then the love Ailey Swiftwaite's white hand mixing you a good stiff highball. Nope, nope, sorry. Guess I won't, grumbled Kennicott. He was glad that Nat showed signs of going, but he was restless. He heard Carol on the stairs. Come have a seat, have the whole earth, he shouted jovially. She did not answer his joviality. She sat on the porch, rocked silently, then sighed. So many mosquitoes out here. You haven't had the screen fixed. As though he was testing her, he said quietly, head aching again? Oh, not much, but this maid is so slow to learn. I have to show her everything. I had to clean most of the silver myself, and Hugh was so bad all. Afternoon. He whined so. Poor soul. He was hot, but he did wear me out. You usually want to get out. Like to walk down to the lake shore? The girl can stay home. Or go to the movies. Come on, let's go to the movies. Or shall we jump in the car and run out to Sam's for a swim? If you don't mind, dear, I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Why don't you sleep downstairs tonight on the couch? Be cooler. I'm going to bring down my mattress. Come on. Keep the old man company. Can't tell, I might get scared of burglars, letting little fellow like me stay all alone by himself. It's sweet of you to think of it, but I like my own room so much. But you go ahead and do it, dear. Why don't you sleep on the couch, instead of putting your mattress on the floor? Well, I believe I'll run in and read for just a second. Want? To look at the last Vogue, and then perhaps I'll go bye-bye. Unless you want me, dear. Of course, if there's anything you really want me for. No. No. Matter of fact, I really ought to run down and see Mrs. Champ Perry. She's ailing, so you skip in and may drop in at the drugstore. If I'm at home when you get sleepy, don't wait up for me. He kissed her, rambled off, nodded to Jem Howland, stopped indifferently to speak to Mrs. Terry Gould. But his heart was racing, his stomach was constricted, he walked more slowly. He reached Dave Dyer's yard. He glanced in. On the porch, sheltered by a wild grapevine, was the figure of a woman in white. He heard the swing couch creak as she sat up abruptly, peered, then leaned back and pretended to relax. "Be nice to have some cool beer. Just drop in for a second," he insisted as he opened the Dyer gate. Mrs. Bogart was calling upon Carol, protected by Aunt Bessie Smale. "Have you heard about this awful woman that's supposed to have come here to do dressmaking on Mrs. Swiftwaite, awful peroxide blonde?" moaned Mrs. Bogart. "They say there's some of the awfulest goings-on at her house. Mere boys and old gray-headed rips sneaking in there evenings and drinking liquor and every kind of goings-on. We women can't never realize the carnal thoughts in the hearts of men. I tell you, even though I've been acquainted with Will Kennicott almost since he was a mere boy, seems like I wouldn't trust even him. Who knows what designin' women might tempt him, especially a doctor, with women rushin' in to see him at his office and all. You know I never hint around, but haven't you felt that?" Carol was furious. "I don't pretend that Will has no faults, but one thing I do. No, he's as simple-hearted about what you call goings-on as a babe. And if he ever were such a sad dog as to look at another woman, I certainly hope he'd have spirit enough to do the tempting and not be coaxed into it, as in your depressing picture." "Why, what a wicked thing to say, Carrie," from Aunt Bessie. "No, I mean it. Oh, of course I don't mean it. But I know every thought in his head so well that he couldn't hide anything even if he wanted to. Now this morning he was out late. Last night he had to go see Mrs. Perry, who was ailing, and then fix a man's hand, and this morning he was so quiet and thoughtful at breakfast, and she leaned forward, breathed dramatically to the two perched harpies. What do you suppose he was thinking of?" "What?" trembled Mrs. Bogart. "Whether the grass needs cutting, probably. There, don't mind my naughtiness. I have some fresh-made raisin cookies for you." Chapter 26. Carol's liveliest interest was in her walks with the baby. Hugh wanted to know what the box elder tree said, and what the Ford garage said, and what the big cloud said, and she told him, with the feeling that she was not in the least making up stories, but discovering the souls of things. They had an especial fondness for the hitching post in front of the mill. It was a brown post, stout and agreeable. The smooth leg of it held the sunlight, while its neck, grooved by hitching straps, tickled one's fingers. Carol had never been a weight to the earth except as a show of changing color and great satisfying masses. She had lived in people and in ideas about having ideas. But Hugh's questions made her attentive to the comedies of sparrows, robins, blue jays, yellowhammers. She regained her pleasure in the arching flight of swallows and added to it a solicitude about their nests and family squabbles. She forgot her seasons of boredom. She said to Hugh, "We're two fat, disreputable old minstrels roaming round the world," and he echoed her. Roweeman round, roaming round. The high adventure, the secret place to which they both fled joyously, was the house of Miles and Bea and Olaf Bjornstam. Kennicott steadily disapproved of the Bjornstams. He protested, "What do you want to talk to that crank for?" He hinted that a former Swede hired girl was low company for the son of Dr. Will Kennicott. She did not explain. She did not quite understand it herself, did not know that in the Bjornstams she found her friends, her club, her sympathy, and her ration of blessed cynicism. For a time, the gossip of Juanita Haydock and the Jolly 17 had been a refuge from the droning of Aunt Bessie, but the relief had not continued. The young matrons made her nervous. They talked so loud, always so loud. They filled a room with clashing cackle. Their jests and gags they repeated 9 times over. Unconsciously, she had discarded the Jolly 17, Guy Pollock, Vida, and everyone save Mrs. Dr. Westlake, and the friends whom she did not clearly know as friends, the Bjornstams. To Hugh, the Red Swede was the most heroic and powerful person in the world. With unrestrained adoration he trotted after while Miles fed the cows, chased his one pig an animal of lax and migratory instincts, or dramatically slaughtered a chicken. And to Hugh, Olaf was lord among mortal men, less stalwart than the old monarch, King Miles, but more understanding of the relations and values of things, of small sticks, lone playing cards, and irretrievably injured hoops. Carol saw, though she did not admit, that Olaf was not only more beautiful than her own dark child, but more gracious. Olaf was a Norse chieftain, straight, sunny-haired, large-limbed, resplendently amiable to his subjects. Hugh was a Bulgarian, a bustling businessman. It was Hugh that bounced and said, "Let's." Play. Olaf, that open, luminous blue eyes, and agreed, all right, in condescending gentleness. If Hugh batted him, and Hugh did bat him, Olaf was unafraid but shocked. In magnificent solitude he marched toward the house, while Hugh bewailed his sin and the overclouding of August favor. The two friends played with an imperial chariot which Miles had made out of a starch box and 4 red spools. Together they stuck switches into a mouse hole, with vast satisfaction though entirely without known results. Bay, the chubby and humming Bay, impartially gave cookies and scoldings to both children, and if Carol refused a cup of coffee and a wafer of buttered knackebrod, she was desolated. Miles had done well with his dairy. He had 6 cows, 200 chickens, a cream separator, a Ford truck. In the spring he had built a 2-room addition to his shack. That illustrious building was to Hugh a carnival. Uncle Miles did the most spectacular, unexpected things, ran up the ladder, stood on the ridgepole waving a hammer and singing something about 2 arms, my citizens, nailed shingles faster than Aunt Bessie could iron handkerchiefs, and lifted a 2x6 with Hugh riding on one end and Olaf on the other. Uncle Miles's most ecstatic trick was to make figures not on paper, but write on a new pine board, with the broadest, softest pencil in the world. There was a thing worth seeing. The tools. In his office, Father had tools, fascinating in their shininess and curious shapes, but they were sharp, they were something called sterised, and they distinctly were not for boys to touch. In fact, it was a good dodge to volunteer, "I must not touch," when you looked at the tools on the glass shelves in Father's office. But Uncle Miles, who was a person altogether superior to Father, let you handle all his kit except the saws. There was a hammer with a silver head, there was a metal thing like a big L, there was a magic instrument, very precious, made out of costly red wood and gold, with a tube which contained a drop. No, it wasn't a drop. It was a nothing which lived in the water, but the nothing looked like a drop, and it ran in a frightened way up and down the tube, no matter how cautiously you tilted the magic instrument. And there were nails, very different and clever, big valiant spikes, middle-sized ones which were not very interesting, and shingle nails much jollier than the fussed-up fairies in the yellow book. While he had worked on the dish and Miles had talked frankly to Carol, He admitted now that so long as he stayed in Gopher Prairie, he would remain a pariah. Bay's Lutheran friends were as much offended by his agnostic jibes as the merchants by his radicalism, and I can't seem to keep my mouth shut. I think I'm being a bodlam and not springing any theories wilder than CAT spells cat, but when folks have gone, I realize I've been stepping on their pet religious corns. Oh, the mill foreman keeps dropping in, and that Danish shoemaker, and one fellow from Elder's factory, and a few Svenskas, but you know Bea. Big good-hearted wench like her wants a lot of folks around, likes to fuss over 'em, never satisfied unless she tiring herself out making coffee for somebody. Once she kidnapped me and drugged me to the Methodist church. I goes in, pious as Whittle Bogart, and sits still and never cracks a smile, while the preacher is favoring us with his misinformation on evolution. But afterwards, when the old stalwarts were pummeling everybody at the door and calling 'em brother and sister, they let me sail right by with nary a clinch. They figure I'm the town bad man. Always will be, I guess. It'll have to be Olaf who goes on. And sometimes blamed if I don't feel like coming out and saying, I've been conservative. Nothing to it. Now I'm going to start something in these rotten one-horse lumber camps west of town. But Bay has got me hypnotized. Lord, Mrs. Kennicott, do you realize what a jolly, square, faithful woman she is? And I love. Olaf. Oh well, I won't go and get sentimental on you. Course I've had thoughts of pulling up stakes and going west. Maybe if they didn't know it beforehand, they wouldn't find out I'd ever been guilty of trying to think for myself. But oh, I've worked hard and built up this dairy business, and I hate to start all over again and move Bea and the kid into another one-room shack. That's how they get us. Encourage us to be thrifty and own our own houses, and then, by golly, they've got us. They know we won't dare risk everything by committing what is it, majesty? I mean, they know we won't be hinting around that if we had a cooperative bank, we could get along without Stowbody. Well, as long as I can sit and play pinochle with Baya and tell hoppers to Olaf about his daddy's adventures in the woods and how he snared a Wapaloosie and knew Paul Bunyan, why, I don't mind being a bum. It's just for them that I mind. Say, don't whisper a word to Bea, but when I get this edition done, I'm going to buy her a phonograph. He did. While she was busy with the activities her work-hungry muscles found washing, ironing, mending, baking, dusting, preserving, plucking a chicken, painting the sink, tasks which, because she was Miles's full partner, were exciting and creative. Bea listened to the phonograph records with rapture like that of cattle in a warm stable. The addition gave her a kitchen with a bedroom above. The original one-room shack was now a living room, with the phonograph, a genuine leather-upholstered golden oak rocker, and a picture of Governor John Johnson. In late July, Carol went to the Bjornstams, desirous of a chance to express her opinion of beavers and colibris and joralemons. She found Olaf abed, restless from a slight fever, and Bea flushed and dizzy, but trying to keep up her work. She lured Miles aside and worried. They don't look at all well. What's the matter? Their stomachs are out of whack. I wanted to call in Doc Kennicott, but Bea thinks the doc doesn't like us. She thinks maybe he's sore because you come down here, but I'm getting worried. I'm going to call the doctor at once. She yearned over Olaf. His lambent eyes were stupid. He moaned. He rubbed his forehead. Have they been eating something that's been bad for them? She fluttered to Miles. Might be bum water. I'll tell you, we used to get our water at Oscar Eklund's place, over across the street, but Oscar kept dinging at me and hinting I was a tightwad not to dig a well of my own. One time he said, "Sure you socialists are." Great on divvying up other folks' money and water. I knew if he kept it up there'd be a fuss, and I ain't safe to have around. Once a fuss starts, I'm likely to forget myself and let loose with a punch in the snoot. I offered to pay Oscar, but he refused. He'd rather have the chance to kid me. So I starts getting water down at Mrs. Fageros's, in the hollow there, and I don't believe it's real good. Figuring to dig my own well this fall. One scarlet word was before Carol's eyes while she listened. She fled to Kennicott's office. He gravely heard her out, nodded, said, "Be right over." He examined Bea and Olaf. He shook his head. "Yes, looks to me like typhoid." "Golly, I've seen typhoid in lumber camps," groaned Miles, all the strength dripping out of him. "Have they got it very bad?" "Oh, we'll take good care of them," said Kennicott, and for the first time in their acquaintance, he smiled on Miles and clapped his shoulder. "Won't you need a nurse?" demanded Carol. "Why?" To Miles, Kennicott hinted, "Couldn't you get Bea's cousin Tina? She's down at the old folks, in the country." "Then let me do it," Carol insisted. "They need someone to cook for them, and isn't it good to give them sponge baths in typhoid?" "Yes, all right." Kennicott was automatic. He was the official, the physician. "I guess probably it would be hard to get a nurse here in town just now. Mrs. Stiver is busy with an obstetrical case, and that town nurse of yours is off on vacation, ain't she? All right, Bjornstam can spell you at night." All week, from 8 each morning till midnight, Carol fed them, bathed them. Smoothed sheets, took temperatures. Miles refused to let her cook. Terrified, pallid, noiseless, and stocking feet, he did the kitchen work and the sweeping, his big red hands awkwardly careful. Kennicott came in 3 times a day, unchangingly tender and hopeful in the sick room, evenly polite to Miles. Carol understood how great was her love for her friends. It bore her through. It made her arms steady and tireless to bathe them. What exhausted her was the sight of Bea and Olaf turned into flaccid invalids, uncomfortably flushed after taking food, begging for the healing of sleep at night. During the second week, Olaf's powerful legs were flabby. Spots of a viciously delicate pink came out on his chest and back. His cheeks sank. He looked frightened. His tongue was brown and revolting. His confident voice dwindled to a bewildered murmur, ceaseless and racking. Bea had stayed on her feet too long at the beginning. The moment Kennicott had ordered her to bed, she had begun to collapse. One early evening, she startled them by screaming in an intense abdominal pain, and within half an hour she was in a delirium. Till dawn, Carol was with her, and not all of Bea's groping through the blackness of half-delirious pain was so pitiful to Carol as the way in which Miles silently peered into the room from the top of the narrow stairs. Carol slept 3 hours next morning and ran back. Bea was altogether delirious, but she muttered nothing save, "Olaf they have such a good time." At 10, while Carol was preparing an ice bag in the kitchen, Miles answered a knock. At the front door, she saw Vida Sherwin, Maud Dyer, and Mrs. Zitterel, wife of the Baptist pastor. They were carrying grapes and women's magazines with high-colored pictures and optimistic fiction. "We just heard your wife was sick. We've come to see if there isn't something we can do," chirruped Vida. Miles looked steadily at the three women. "You're too late. You can't do nothing now. Bay's always kind of hoped that you folks would come see her. She wanted to have a chance and be friends. She used to sit waiting for somebody to knock. I've seen her sitting here, waiting. Now, oh, you ain't worth God damning." He shut the door. All day Carol watched Olaf's strength oozing. He was emaciated. His ribs were grim clear lines, his skin was clammy, his pulse was feeble but terrifyingly rapid. It beat, beat, beat in a drum roll of death. Late that afternoon he sobbed and died. Bea did not know it. She was delirious. Next morning, when she went, she did not know that Olaf would no longer swing his lath sword on the doorstep, no longer rule his subjects of the cattle yard, that Miles's son would not go east to college. Miles, Carol, Kennicott were silent. They washed the bodies together, their eyes veiled. "Go home now and sleep. You're pretty tired." "I can't ever pay you back for what you done," Miles whispered to Carol. "Yes, but I'll be back here tomorrow. Go with you to the funeral," she said laboriously. When the time for the funeral came, Carol was in bed, collapsed. She assumed that neighbors would go. They had not told her that word of Miles's rebuff to Vida had spread through town, a cyclonic fury. It was only by chance that, leaning on her elbow in bed, she glanced through the window and saw the funeral of Bea and Olaf. There was no music, no carriages. There was only Miles Bjornstam, in his black wedding suit, walking quite alone. Head down, behind the shabby hearse that bore the bodies of his wife and baby. An hour after, Hugh came into her room crying, and when she said as cheerily as she could, "What is it, dear?" he besought, "Mummy, I want to go play with Olaf." That afternoon Juanita Haydock dropped in to Brighton Carol. She said, "Too bad about this, Bea, that was your hired girl, but I don't waste any sympathy on that man of hers. Everybody says he drank too much and treated his family awful, and that's how they got sick." Chapter 27. A letter from Raymie Wutherspoon in France said that he had been sent to the front, been slightly wounded, been made a captain. From Bida's pride, Carol sought to draw a stimulant to rouse her from depression. Miles had sold his dairy. He had several $1,000s. To Carol he said goodbye with a mumbled word, a harsh handshake, "Going to buy a farm in northern Alberta far off from folks as I can get." He turned sharply away. But he did not walk with his former spring. His shoulders seemed old. It was said that before he went, he cursed the town. There was talk of arresting him, of riding him on a rail. It was rumored that at the station old Champ Perry rebuked him, "You better not come back here. We've got respect for your dead, but we haven't got any for a blasphemer and a traitor that won't do anything for his country, and only bought one Liberty Bond." Some of the people who had been at the station declared that Miles made some. Dreadful seditious retort, something about loving German workmen more than American bankers. But others asserted that he couldn't find one word with which to answer the veteran, that he merely sneaked up on the platform of the train. He must have felt guilty, everybody agreed, for as the train left town, a farmer saw him standing in the vestibule and looking out. His house, with the addition which he had built 4 months ago, was very near the track on which his train passed. When Carol went there, for the last time, she found Olaf's chariot, with its red spool wheels, standing in the sunny corner beside the stable. She wondered if a quick eye could have noticed it from a train. That day and that week she went reluctantly to Red Cross work. She stitched and packed silently, while Vida read the war bulletins. And she said nothing at all when Kenny commented, "From what Champ says, I guess Bjornstam was a die." Bad egg after all. In spite of Bea, don't know but what the Citizens Committee ought to have forced him to be patriotic, let on might they could send him to jail if he didn't volunteer and come through for bonds, and the YMCA. They've worked that stunt fine with all these German farmers. She found no inspiration, but she did find a dependable kindness in Mrs. Westlake, and at last she yielded to the old woman's receptivity and had relief in sobbing the story of Bea. Guy Pollard she often met on the street, but he was merely a pleasant voice which said things about Charles Lamb and sunsets. Her most positive experience was the revelation of Mrs. Flickerbaugh, the tall, thin, twitchy wife of the attorney. Carol encountered her at the drugstore. "Walking?" snapped Mrs. Flickerbaugh. "Why, yes. Hump, guess you're the only female in this town that retains the use of her legs. Come home and have a cup of tea with me." Because she had nothing else to do, Carol went. But she was uncomfortable in the presence of the amused stares which Mrs. Flickerbaugh's raiment drew. Today, in reeking early August, she wore a man's cap, a skinny fur like a dead cat, a necklace of imitation pearls, a scabrous satin blouse, and a thick cloth skirt hiked up in front. "Come in. Sit down. Stick the baby in that rocker. Hope you don't mind the house looking like a rat's nest. You don't like this town." "Neither do I," said Mrs. Flickerbaugh. "Why, course you don't." "Well, then I don't. But I'm sure that some day I'll find some solution. Probably I'm a hexagonal peg. Solution: find the hexagonal hole." Carol was very brisk. "How do you know you ever will find it? There's Mrs. Westlake. She's naturally a big city woman. She ought to have a lovely old house in Philadelphia or Boston. But she escapes by being absorbed in reading. You be satisfied to never do anything but read." "No, but heavens, one can't go on hating a town always." "Why not? I can. I've hated it for 32 years. I'll die here, and I'll hate it." "Till I die. I ought to have been a businesswoman. I had a good deal of talent for tending to figures, all gone now. Some folks think I'm crazy. Guess I am. Sit and grouch. Go to church and sing hymns. Folks think I'm religious. Tut, trying to forget washing and ironing and mending socks, want an office of my own and sell things. Julius, never hear of it. Too late." Carol sat on the gritty couch and sank into fear. Could this drabness of life keep up forever, then? Would she some day so despise herself and her neighbors that she too would walk Main Street, an old, skinny, eccentric woman in a mangy cat's fur? As she crept home, she felt that the trap had finally closed. She went into the house, a frail, small woman, still winsome but hopeless of eye as she staggered with the weight of the drowsy boy in her arms. She sat alone on the porch that evening. It seemed that Kennicott had to make a professional call on Mrs. Dave Dyer. Under the stilly boughs and the black gauze of dusk, the street was meshed in silence. There was but the hum of motor tires crunching the road, the creak of a rocker on the Howlands' porch, the slap of a hand attacking a mosquito, a heat-weary conversation starting and dying, the precise rhythm of crickets, the thud of moths against the screen sounds that were a distilled silence. It was a street beyond the end of the world, beyond the boundaries of hope. Though she should sit here forever, no brave procession, no one who was interesting would be coming by. It was tediousness made tangible, a street builded of lassitude and futility. Myrtle Cass appeared with Cy Bogart. She giggled and bounced when Cy tickled her ear in village love. They strolled with the half-dancing gait of lovers, kicking their feet out sideways or shuffling a dragging jig, and the concrete walk sounded to the broken 2/4 rhythm. Their voices had a dusky turbulence. Suddenly, to the woman rocking on the porch of the doctor's house, the night came alive, and she felt that everywhere in the darkness panted an ardent quest which she was missing as she sank back to wait for. There must be something. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.